Half Moon Harbor, Romantic Women's Fiction, Cliffside Point, Book 8. Written by Ellen Joy. Narrated by Jennifer March. Chapter 1. Angelina stood behind her booth at the farmer's market, frying in the strangely warm autumn sun, while listening to her Aunt Wanda tell her all about the happenings at church that morning. "You would think Mrs. Zelensky was having a heart attack because the young lady's midriff was showing," Wanda said, shaking her head. "At least the girl's going to church, is what I wanted to say." Angelina listened as her aunt went on about the hypocrisy of the women in the third pew who sat right in front of her, but made sure she didn't engage more than she needed to. Sundays were the worst days for her. It wasn't just one thing in particular, but like an onion, there were layers of inconsequential things that annoyed Angelina. On Sundays, Angelina worked her booth at the farmer's market. It was the second day of the market and usually slower than molasses. Most of the time it was stragglers who stopped by before heading home from their vacation. But in autumn, it was retirees who wanted nothing to do with any of the items being sold, besides the jellies. Mr. Quinn always had a mob around his red pepper jelly. Angelina's landscapes, not so much. Her problem, according to her sister and daughter, was that she painted sad landscapes. Tourists wanted to buy the happy landscapes, of pastel sunrises with pinks and bright yellows, not her sunsets of storms, blended with lavenders and grays. She did sell her magnets and postcards, but her paintings didn't move. Even at the bakery where her friend Renee let her hang her work, it didn't sell. Angelina didn't have this problem in San Francisco. Back home, she sold paintings fine. In fact, she did better in the summer months than her teaching gig during the school year. When she first started selling her work here, she thought she'd have it in the bag. She was a seasoned artist who had honed her talent. She had taken dozens of classes, hundreds of workshops, and different courses over the years. But nobody bought a thing. It was silly to have asked her aunt to help her work the booth. It's not as if she had a line of customers, and all Wanda did was sit and talk about church and how much she loved working the booth with Angelina. How working with Angelina had been something Wanda looked forward to each Sunday. Angelina's guilt piled up because she wasn't sure how she was going to continue working the booth with Wanda in the winter months. "So we only have a month before the farmer's market moves inside," Angelina said, packing up some of the stuff on her table. She had potted mums and pumpkins, gourds in baskets, and a hand-sewn tablecloth. She made a painted sign that read, "Angelina DeLuca." "Oh, good!" Wanda clapped her hands together. "I'll make sure Marty keeps me free on Sundays." Angelina opened her mouth, but no words came out. She turned to face the non-existent crowd, only to face a few retired couples meandering through the booths. How could she tell her sweet old aunt that she wanted her to get lost? Because in 2 hours, another layer of her onion was about to peel. The awkward exchange. This is where Sebastian casually dropped Penny off from their fabulous daddy-daughter day. He always managed to find the most exciting, most expensive thing to do. Red Sox games, sailing a yacht to Nantucket, spending the day by his luxurious pool. He and his fiancée would drop her off in coordinating outfits, perfect hair, and designer sunglasses. Penny loved Lauren. And if Angelina wasn't such a jealous, deeply emotionally stunted human being, she'd love her too. What wasn't to love? She was a bombshell, though not the twiggy, only-eat-a-cracker kind of beautiful, but the curvy kind of beautiful that could swig a beer while eating cheesecake in a tiny bikini. Beyond beautiful, Lauren was smart and an attorney. A public defender, which meant something to Penny. She hadn't grown up around the kind of money Sebastian had. She worked hard for what she had. She was the kind of woman Angelina would encourage Penny to look up to. She should be happy this woman was in Penny's life. She should be happy that Sebastian didn't marry the other woman he had been with over the years on social media. She should be happy he wanted to spend time with Penny, and totally cool about how much time, even when Penny pushed her buttons about it. She should be happy. So why wasn't she? "Should we just pack up?" she said to Wanda. "Doesn't the market stay open for another 3 hours?" Wanda asked, looking around. "I have tons of things I need to do this afternoon." Which was a complete and utter lie, and she winced to see if Wanda saw through it. Wanda shrugged and began packing up the postcard rack. Angelina grabbed her canvas bags to transport her art she had made this past summer. Wanda carefully placed the postcards together in the order Angelina asked. Angelina's OCD tendencies only made sense to her, unfortunately, but Wanda did what she asked without fail. "How's it going with Sebastian, if you don't mind me asking?" Wanda looked up from the postcards. If it had been anyone else besides the sweetest woman, who didn't seem to know better, she'd have ended the conversation. "Sebastian has been really great with Penny," Angelina said, playing the same tape she always did when asked about Sebastian. How do you explain a father-daughter relationship when you couldn't say anything about the relationship? Martha's Vineyard, although filled with people in the summer, was a very small island. As sweet and helpful as her aunt had been, she also had the ability to talk to anyone, and didn't seem at all deterred from sharing personal things. Angelina huffed after taking down the curtain she had made for her booth's tent. "Excuse me, are you still open?" a man asked. He stood with a young girl in 2 French braids who immediately reminded her of Penny. "Yes, of course," she said, placing the curtain on the chair. "Is there something I can help you with?" "Dr. Statham!" Wanda sang out. "What a pleasure!" The man smiled. "Wanda, nice to see you." Angelina wasn't surprised her aunt knew the man. Her aunt seemed to know everyone. The young girl pulled her father down to her, whispering in his ear. She pointed to the largest of Angelina's paintings, a sunset over the marsh by Greyhead. It was also her most expensive piece. She dreaded his reaction when she told him the price. People who didn't love art didn't understand how the price of an original piece was vastly different than a print at a chain decoration store. "I'll take that one," he said, pointing to the piece. Was that an English accent she detected? Angelina smiled, trying to think of a clever way to let him know the price. "Beautiful choice. It's worth the money." He nodded, pulling out his wallet. He handed a card to her. "Do you deliver?" She nodded, taking the card. "Yes, we can deliver that to you." She handed the card to Wanda as she rang up the sale on their tablet. Wanda spun the tablet around to show him the price. "Just your signature is needed," Wanda said like a pro, even though this had been maybe the 3rd painting Angelina had sold all season. The man signed Colin Statham, without batting an eye at the price. Well, hello, Colin, thought Angelina when she noticed he didn't wear a ring. The tall, salt-and-pepper-haired man was dressed casual, but in a Martha's Vineyard upper-class way, and wearing flip-flops, not the signature boat shoes most men wore on the island. Statham wasn't a name that floated around the island like the Kennedys or the Obamas. She hadn't heard of a family with that name before. Was he just there on vacation? "Where can we deliver the painting?" she asked, ready to write down the address. 84, Harbour Lane, he said, putting his card back into his wallet. His daughter tugged on his belt strap and pointed to a magnet. "Right in town," she thought to herself. "I guess we'll take this too." "The young woman has good taste," Wanda said, taking the magnet and putting it into a small brown bag. The man pulled out his wallet again when Wanda handed over the magnet. Angelina stopped him by holding out her hand. "No, please, on the house, Mr. Statham. We're just glad this piece is going to a home where it will be appreciated." He looked over at the artwork as his daughter took the magnet out of the bag. "It's beautiful," he said. "Thank you." Angelina pulled back her shoulders, holding her hands behind her, as he looked at the other paintings she had on display. "You do any commission work?" he asked. She hoped he wouldn't ask her to do a portrait. She had only done one, and she still hadn't recovered from it. "No, sorry," she said, standing as still as possible as he moved from one piece to the next. He nodded, moving to the last of the paintings. "I'll take this one as well." It had been Angelina's favorite, the view from her mother's porch. The small canvas had been one she almost didn't display, instead thinking about giving it to her sister and soon-to-be brother-in-law for their engagement gift. It was of her mother's revitalized garden, the rose hedges along the side, big blue hydrangeas along the white picket fence, large white Gerber daisies along with pink-potted geraniums. The still frame showed a complete scene in her mind, the breeze coming off the Atlantic blowing her hair in her face, her mother rocking on the couch with Penny, Camilla playing music in the background, as the waves rolled to shore off in the distance. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, having second thoughts and hoping this man wouldn't think she was crazy. "I really wasn't selling this piece." He made a face. "Then why do you have it displayed?" She looked at Wanda, who also had a bewildered look. "Did you see the price?" Angelina asked, hoping that might change his mind. $900 was steep for a painting that size. "So it is for sale?" he asked, now completely confused. "No, it's not," she shook her head. "I'm sorry." He looked bewildered but laughed. "Do I still get the other piece, or is that not for sale either?" "No, that's yours," she said, looking back to Wanda, who nodded her head at the man, but also had no idea what Angelina was thinking. "I can deliver the painting to you as soon as tomorrow." "That would be great." He patted his daughter. "Let's grab some of that jelly over at the other booth." "Nice seeing you, Wanda." "You too, Dr. Statham," Wanda said. Angelina sighed at her stupidity. She should have sold the painting. She needed the money, and it would help the family if she got a few extra hundred after paying for the silly booth. She had been in the red since starting the farmers' market fiasco, but signed a contract to stay around for the 16-week season. "Mr. Statham, Doctor," she called out. When he turned around, she said, "You know what? It's for sale after all." The left side of his mouth lifted, along with his right eyebrow. Had she noticed those mocha caramel eyes before? "That would be great," he said, taking his daughter's hand in his and returning to her booth. The young girl nodded and waved at Angelina when they stood back in front. Angelina waved back at the young girl, who she guessed was 10, maybe 11. "Do you like art?" The girl nodded. "I like your short strokes." This impressed Angelina, because only someone that knew the technique and understood the quick, short movements would be impressed. She had perfected this with her wrists, so she could create the depth of movement of the scene. Her strong strokes, bold color choices, and the amount of quick, carefully placed paint made her paintings come alive. She lifted the small painting from its place on the display. "Would you like me to wrap this up and you could take it with you today?" "Why don't you deliver that as well? If you don't mind," he said, and grinned at her. "You can add the charge to my card." "Okay, I'll do that," she said, holding the painting in her hands. He gave a nod to both her and Wanda as his daughter and him walked down the aisle to the other booths. "He was a very handsome customer," Wanda said, winking at her. "Do you have something in your eye?" Angelina asked, knowing what Wanda had insinuated, but unwilling to consider the idea. Though he had been a very handsome customer. "I don't have time to date," she said to Wanda. Wanda lifted her eyebrow at this. "He's not the first man who's tried to get your attention." "That man just bought art, Wanda," she reminded her. "He could have just said hello if he wanted my attention." "He's been here before." "What?" Angelina hadn't noticed Mr. Handsome before today. A few Sundays ago, she said. I've also heard he is single and ready to date. How do you know all this? She was always surprised by the information her busybody aunt divulged on a regular basis. She wondered if Wanda had told her friends about her story with Penny and Sebastian. The rest of the town gossiped about her, so why would her aunt be any different? You need to get out there, Wanda shook her head. You will not see the light unless you remove the shades. Angelina's patience was wearing thin. She didn't want to engage in this conversation, so she tried to deflect by correcting Wanda. I believe it was said by Aristotle, and went more like, "It is during our darkest moments that we must focus to see the light," or something like that. Yes, that's it. Much fancier, yes, Wanda said with a smile, but she began to busy herself with the postcards again. But the point's the same. You should get out there and ask him on a date. Wanda craned her neck to see if Dr. Statham was still around. I think you should stay out of it, Angelina snapped before she could take it back. All the layers of her onion were gone. Wanda froze and stood silent. Maybe I should get going. Wanda shuffled the postcards together and put them into the box. Oh, Angelina thought, when she noticed tears in Wanda's eyes. Wanda had started it, but Angelina couldn't ignore the fact she'd sassed off to the sweet woman who was now tearing up in the middle of the farmer's market. I'm sorry, Aunt Wanda. I shouldn't have spoke to you like that. Angelina set the painting down on the little table they had set up. Her shoulders dropped, and she held onto the edge. I know it's not an excuse, but I just freak out every time I have to see Sebastian and Lauren. Then I have anxiety about dealing with Penny, who wants to be at his place 24/7. Wanda's forehead creased with concern. That sounds difficult. It doesn't excuse my rotten behavior, Angelina said. She let out a long breath. I really am sorry. Wanda nodded, waving her apology away. Never mind that. Her aunt placed post-its on the landscapes Mr. Statham bought that said, sold. Well, Mom, Penny said from out of nowhere, you sold some paintings. Angelina jumped up, bumping the table and her coffee, spilling everywhere. Don't sound so surprised. Coffee ran off the table onto the leg of Angelina's new pants, and onto her only pair of sneakers. Hey, Angie, Sebastian said, giving her a wave as her leg burned. Hey, Sebastian, she said. Wanda cleared her throat loudly next to her. You remember my Aunt Wanda? He held out his hand. Yes, of course. Penny talks a lot about you and your husband. Wanda, like everyone else in the world, immediately melted over Sebastian. The confident, handsome young kid Angelina had fallen in love with had grown into an even more impressive man. He stood, shoulders back. He obviously worked out. And smelled... oh, he smelled great. Nice to meet you, Wanda said, daintily holding out her hand to him. And like the gentleman he had been, and clearly continued to be, he took it in both of his. I remember your husband worked for the post office for years. 40, exactly, Wanda told him. Angelina thought about how much Sebastian looked like his dad. He'd kill her if he knew that was what she'd been thinking. But he stopped talking to Wanda and focused all his attention on her. What's so funny? He asked with a smile. The Sebastian from years ago would know she was laughing at him. Could the adult Sebastian still read her? Nothing, she said, trying to remember the last time they had talked casually like this. Just thinking about the last customer. Years. What was different? No Lauren. Lauren always came with Sebastian when he picked up and dropped off Penny. Lauren had been very supportive about Penny coming into their lives and had tried to connect with her. So, you sold 2 today, Sebastian said. That's great. She wondered if he thought she was pathetic. Here he was, a fancy prosecutor whose super-hot fiancé defended the poor, and all Angelina did was sell cheesy paintings for tourists, and lived with her mother. God, she was a loser. She'd get a cat if she wasn't allergic. It had been Penny who cleared her throat next. "Did you have something to ask Mom, Sebastian?" He opened his mouth, stuffing his hands into his pockets. "Yes, that's right. I did have something to ask your mom." Angelina waited, looking back and forth between the two of them. "What is it?" "I was hoping that maybe Penny could spend Thanksgiving with Lauren and me," he said. Angelina looked at Wanda. "Wanda, what's the proverb for turning the other cheek?" "I think it's just that," Wanda said. The two of them seemed nervous as they watched her reaction. She scuffed out a laugh. "Penny, I'd like to talk to Sebastian privately." Penny's smile dropped into a frown. She looked to Wanda. "Really?" Wanda wiped her hands on her slacks and said, "Why don't we go try Mrs. Krieger's salsa? It's got corn in it." Angelina waited to say something until Penny and Wanda were out of earshot. "First off, you broke the first cardinal rule in parenting," Angelina said, disgusted. "What's that?" He looked completely baffled. "You don't ask in front of the kid." She shot her hand at Penny and Wanda, walking away toward the salsa. "Now I have to be the bad guy." "Can she come for dessert at least?" he asked. "Is your family going to be there?" Angelina couldn't imagine Penny in the same room as Dale and Barbara. "Maybe." Angelina huffed at the vague answer. She didn't know where to begin, but she needed to start somewhere. She crossed her arms against her chest. "I don't know how I feel about my daughter hanging out with people who have been nothing but hateful toward me, and her existence." Sebastian blew out a long breath, holding up his hands. "Look, I haven't even asked them yet. But it was Penny's idea. She's been asking. So I thought since it was more about her feelings than about mine." His feelings? He had no right to bring his feelings into the mix. She shook her head. "I don't think it's a good idea." "What about Christmas?" he asked. "What?" "I'd like to spend some time with her at the holidays." He rubbed the back of his neck like he always did when he was nervous. Funny to think that little Angie, the girl he'd told everything to, made him nervous. "I want to spend time with her, you know? Build a relationship with her. Be part of some of her holiday traditions." She wanted to point out how lucky he was she'd let him see Penny on Sundays. But the tearing feeling in her heart lodged a lump in her throat. "We can talk about it another time." "Are you upset?" His forehead wrinkled in genuine concern for her well-being. She knew that much about Sebastian. "I don't want to take anything away from you." "But you want to take my only family from me?" she replied, her voice slightly rising. He stopped and held up his hands. "I'm just asking if I could be part of her holiday in some way. Add to it, not take away." She crossed her arms and processed the many emotions raging through her. She was so mad. How could he even think of holidays already? He literally just swept into their lives like the wind off the water. In just 2 months' time, Sebastian had seamlessly become a part of Penny's life. The pair became best of friends within minutes of meeting, just like she had predicted. He picked her up to surf, took her to games at the local ball field, paraded her throughout town, introducing Penelope with a different last name. He came in like a super anti-hero, and Penny loved him. She was strangely jealous Penny got the attention she had longed for. She felt like an idiot living with her mother and sister. She wanted to leave, but was afraid Penny would want to stay. How did things get so twisted up? "Do you need help?" Sebastian asked. "What?" she said. He pointed to the tent. "Were you closing up your tent?" He was trying to be nice. Angelina knew that. The smart thing for her to do was to play along for Penny's sake. But she couldn't do it. She couldn't pretend to not care and be friends. Because she did care. It was just that simple. "I'm fine, thanks," she said. "I could come to your holidays," he said, making another offer. "I'm sure Lauren's going to love that." "I'd like to include her," he said, "but I understand if that's too much." Off in the distance, she saw Penny walking back to the booth with Wanda, who had tucked her arm in Penny's. If her daughter wasn't the greatest, if she didn't teach Angelina how to be a better person each day, she'd let Sebastian have it. Tell him about the years she waited for him to show up at her house, begging for her to take him back. How badly she wished they could have been a family. Did he wonder what could have been? Because that's what Angelina had done every day over the past 16 years. "Fine, but everything's going to be at my mom's." Angelina and Penny never spent the holidays in Martha's Vineyard, or had any real traditions, other than decorating and making cookies, just the two of them. "Lauren would like to extend an invitation to the house as well," he said. Her heart tore again. He tried so hard doing everything right. If she said no, he'd listen. Probably even try to convince Penny it wasn't her fault. But because he stood here asking, it would be Angelina who would be the one disappointing Penny if she said no. "Fine." She grabbed the smaller of the two paintings Mr. Statham had purchased and said, "Ask Penny about the details and you can come." Chapter 2. Sebastian sat on his back deck, looking out at the view of the water. He sat alone, watching the tide come in while trying to collect his thoughts, but they just spun wildly out of control, like the waves crashing onto shore. So much had happened within the past few months, he couldn't wrap his head around how he felt about everything. He loved Penny. She had turned out to be amazing, which was no surprise, being Angelina's daughter. When he'd first heard from her, he couldn't believe it. Most communication had gone through Angelina. He'd practically fallen out of his chair when she told him she was on the island, and he didn't want to miss his opportunity. If Angelina brought her all the way to the island, he would do whatever he could to connect with his daughter. Not that he could blame Angelina for the way things had turned out. He had been the one who made a deal with the devil. It was easier to keep that promise when she was gone. But now, she had returned to the island. "How are you feeling with everything?" Lauren asked, bringing him a bottle of his favorite beer. "Thanks." He picked the label with his thumbnail, rocking in the chair. "I wish I could have seen her when she was little. I just feel like I've missed so much." "At least things seem to be going well now," Lauren said. He nodded. Things did seem good, except with Angelina. "I feel like Angelina's really upset about everything." "She's just being protective," Lauren said, taking a sip of his beer as she sat down in a chair next to him. "I'm sure she'll see your intentions are good." He rubbed his thumb on the condensation of the bottle, thinking about Angelina tearing up at the market. The worst time he'd seen Angelina cry was when she told him about the pregnancy. He remembered holding her in his arms, feeling like the world stopped and fell on him. All he wanted to do in that moment was hold her, wipe away the tears, and tell her everything would be all right. And he had that same urge to hold her this afternoon at the market. It had surprised him big time. He thought those feelings had been buried long ago. He drank them away, or worked them away, or had been with other women to forget her. Protecting Angelina would be a futile endeavor anyway. She didn't need him or anyone, as it turned out. She had managed to raise a beautiful, kind, and caring daughter, all on her own. "Angelina said we could join them at the holidays," he said, waiting for Lauren's reaction. "We can join them!" She shifted in her chair. For everything he had put Lauren through with his newfound daughter, She had been amazingly understanding. But he knew there would be a straw that would break her back at some point. And he worried this might be it. Angelina wants to do everything at her mom's place here on the island. Lauren didn't say anything, but by the way she avoided his eyes, her whole body leaning in the other direction, she didn't like this proposition. I understand you can't miss your family celebrations, he said, as she sat quiet. My mom will be all alone on Thanksgiving if we don't go. She's expecting us, Lauren said. And my dad's already got the condo and ski passes in Vermont for Christmas. He knew this ruined their plans. I can't ask you to miss all of that. He paused before he gave the second blow. So, you can just go without me? You want me to spend the holidays without you? Lauren didn't like this idea. My fiancé? Maybe we could split the day, he said, hoping for a compromise. Drive to your mom's for dinner later? To get to Pennsylvania from here is like 8 hours. She looked out at the water and let out a long sigh. But I get it. You want to be with Penny. I just wish Angelina would be a little cooler about things. He almost came back with a defense for Angelina, but stopped himself. The last time he had defended Angelina in front of Lauren, he could tell it annoyed her. She didn't like him defending her behavior, which, from Lauren's point of view, had been unreasonable. Angelina had been extremely rigid about the time he could spend with Penny, only allowing Sundays and nothing else. He couldn't just call on a whim and hope to take her out without planning. Lauren said Angelina treated him like a criminal, which was a little harsh, but he had seen criminals have more rights to their children than he did. If Angelina was anything like the woman he knew and loved, she was doing it to protect Penny from heartbreak. She didn't trust him. So he understood why she didn't trust him with her daughter. Because Angelina didn't see him as the father. Just the guy who got her pregnant and ruined her life, her dreams, and broke her heart. She'd never look at him the same after he told her about the deal he'd made with his parents. The pain he still saw in her eyes every time she looked at him. The right thing to do would be to figure this out, talk to Angelina again, or try to make a new tradition, or make it all work out with flights and expensive travel arrangements for everyone. But he knew he couldn't. Not after hearing Penny tell him what she wanted for the holidays. I just want everyone together, putting up the tree and making cookies and decorating with lights. Penny spoke so animatedly, he had thought she was talking about her traditions from before. But then she said, You're so close. You can do this with us for the first time this year. We can make our new traditions together. New traditions meant something that could happen year after year. Thanksgiving around her grandmother's table, or sitting in front of the lit Christmas tree in their family room. Year after year. With the family she knows. How could he even think of asking her to spend the holidays in Vermont with strangers? No. He'd be part of his daughter's family's traditions and celebrations, and be glad he was even part of that. He just hoped Angelina would let Lauren come. Let's not worry about this tonight, Lauren said, taking his lack of response as an agreement to her plan. It's weeks away anyway. No need to fret about it now. But in truth, he didn't know what to do with Lauren. To say things have changed exponentially since the arrival of Penny was understating things. Because with Penny's arrival also came Angelina, who still did a number on his heart. Back in the day, Angelina had always excited him. Not that he wasn't on the edge of trouble always back then, but she was like nobody he'd ever met before. She saw everything differently. She saw through the fake exterior he'd worked so hard to keep up, and pulled something out of him that no one ever could back then, or since. She had been so wild and free, but grounded by her home and family. She didn't care what people thought of her. One minute she'd be jumping from the harbor's pier into the water, and the next, alone and barefoot, painting a sunset. She had read poetry and wrote lines on the palm of her hand so she could memorize them. She made messy collages, doodles, and love letters just for him. She'd leave him pieces of sculpted sea glass on his windowsill. She made him feel like he was the most important person in her life. And she had been his. When he heard Penny was on the island, he had pulled out the portrait Angelina had painted of him, and the same feelings came rushing back like a tidal wave coming to shore, sweeping completely over him. He'd never forget the night she'd painted it. The night he told her he loved her. The night she got pregnant. The night that changed everything. "Let's order takeout," Lauren said, opening her phone. "I'm feeling something spicy." He wanted to ask if he could invite Penny and Angelina, but decided against it. He wondered if the family would be sitting around the table. "Want to make something instead?" he asked. He had some food in the house. She immediately groaned. "I'd just rather order something." He had loved going to the DeLucas house for dinner. The first thing he'd noticed when he arrived with Angelina at 16 was how loud they were. Always talking, something always on the stove ready to be eaten. Her mother cooked big, elaborate meals with bread and desserts. Nothing like the quick bites in his house. Dinners usually forgotten, left up to his nanny, who wanted to get home to her own family. Nobody ever sitting around waiting to hear about his day. "Order whatever you want," he said. "Oh, no," Lauren said. She made a deliberate frown, puffing out her bottom lip. "Are you down in the dumps?" She turned in her chair. "Penny'll get used to things, believe me." She rubbed his arm. "I bet she'll come out on top, because you're already an awesome dad to her, and Angelina obviously did great with her." He put his hand on Lauren's and rubbed it back. He was a lucky man. A woman as beautiful and successful as Lauren wanted to marry him. His mother had almost fallen out of her chair when he told her about Lauren. But not Penny. His parents didn't even want to meet her. But he didn't tell Penny that. He told her they did when she asked him, because he didn't want to hurt her feelings. He hadn't even told them about her being back. Too much was at stake. The exact reason why Angelina shouldn't trust him. He was a coward. He didn't talk about his feelings. He didn't want to rock the boat by breaking tradition. He'd rather toe the line, rather follow orders than deal with the consequences. It was much easier at this point in his life. He had lost everything anyway. Angelina had left like his parents had wanted. He'd fallen in line and gotten a law degree. He would be marrying the perfect woman. He had fulfilled his duty. So why was he so miserable? Chapter 3. Angelina tried everything just to stay cool. No need to be alarmed. No need to be an over-the-top crazy mother. She just needed to take a breath. "Where were you and your friends?" she asked a very late Penny. "We decided to grab a bite to eat at the diner after the dance," she said. It could be totally innocent. There was a 24-hour diner. Plus, what could Penny be getting into? It was Martha's Vineyard, after all. Not much happened on the island. But Angelina, of all people, knew what teenagers did when they were bored. "You have a phone." Angelina crossed her arms. This behavior was so unlike Penny. She had always been the responsible one in the relationship. Or had Angelina never really cared because she had trusted her so much before? What had changed since arriving on the island? Penny was still an awesome kid whose worst offense so far as a 16-year-old was breaking curfew. "I know, I'm sorry. It died," Penny said, removing her coat and putting it into the closet. She walked into the family room, where Marie sat watching Murder, She Wrote. The scene could be from 16 years ago. Her walking in late, her parents watching television. Except Angelina had been doing a lot worse things than breaking curfew at 16. By 16, she was smoking, drinking, and partying, all with Sebastian. Her first everything had come with Sebastian. Her first crush, her first kiss, her first boyfriend, her first drag of a cigarette. Her first drink had been with him under his parents' pool table. He'd been her first for everything. Except now he was getting married. His first without her. Now he'd start a whole new family. A family Penny would be included in, but not her. A family with a very cool stepmom, and the amazing father she knew Sebastian would be if he'd just... She shook away her thoughts. "You need to be more responsible," she said to Penny. Marie snored in her recliner. "Where's Auntie Camilla?" Penny asked, shutting off the television. She grabbed the charging cord and plugged it into her dead phone. Penny looked clear-headed, smelled like greasy bacon. Maybe she needed to work on being more responsible with communicating, but she wasn't a bad kid. "Use your friend's phone next time, and let me know you're okay." Angelina said the obvious, but Penny made a face. "How am I supposed to know your number?" "Oh, dear God," Angelina said. "You don't know my number?" Penny shook her head. "This is why society is falling apart." Penny rolled her eyes. "I was thinking we could invite Sebastian over for Friday's dinner." Angelina groaned. "I don't think that's a good idea." "Why not?" "Because he's got a fiancé at home." Angelina didn't want to always be the bad guy on this, but Penny wasn't getting the hint that she didn't want Sebastian to be part of their lives. "Look, Penny, I get that he's your father, and I'm really glad you two are connecting so well. But we have a rough past, and I don't want to see him." "He's your daughter's dad, though." "Yes, but Lauren's not going to want to join our family, too." "Lauren is totally chill," Penny said, dropping onto the couch and putting her feet up on the table. "Do you think we could go look for homecoming dresses tomorrow?" Angelina could hear the dollars adding up in her head. Late-night dinners, homecoming dresses, the holidays. She had been doing fine in California, and she didn't have to dig into the money she got from Sebastian's parents very often. It had given her a roof over their heads and private education for Penny. But for the most part, Angelina had put the rest away into a college fund. She felt sick every time she used the money. But she found that her teaching salary could cover the bills and everyday expenses, but it wouldn't pay for Harvard. She'd have to use Morse's old money to pay for Harvard. "Penny, please get your feet off the table," she said. Penny gave her a look. "What's up with you?" "Nothing's up with me." Angelina fell into a chair and picked at a string hanging from the armrest. But she usually couldn't hide her feelings with her daughter. "You're being super—" Penny looked over at the snoring Marie. "Grandma-ish." "Take that back," Angelina said. "Let me just take my feet off the coffee table first." Penny lifted her legs with complete exaggeration. "It's because of Grandma that I'm like this," Angelina said, pointing her finger at her daughter. "Wait. It'll come out in you, too." Penny laughed, shaking her head. "No, I'm going to take after my dad." The stab made her grab her chest as the wind was knocked out of her. Penny didn't even see the moment happening right in front of her, the panic racing through every vein in Angelina's body. "I should get Grandma up to bed." "Where's Auntie Millie?" Penny asked, the only person Camilla allowed to call her that. "She's out with Elias," Angelina said, ignoring Penny's groan of disappointment. "I hope she doesn't move out," Penny said. "Wouldn't it be great if they moved in?" Angelina didn't think it would be great for Elias and Camilla. "I have a feeling they have other plans." But it was something Angelina had thought about daily since the engagement. Where would Camilla live? Would she move into Elias's house? Would they move in and expect for them to move out? After all, they were the ones starting the family. They would need the room. Angelina wouldn't need it in a couple of years. Or would Angelina stay with Penny? Whoever lived at the house would live with Marie. "I don't know what's going to happen, Pen," she said. She didn't always like to be the bearer of bad news, but things weren't going to stay the same after Camilla got married, and she worried Penny had no idea what's coming. "I want to invite Sebastian to the wedding," Penny said. Angelina squeezed her fists, holding back from saying anything. If she did, she was positive it would come out wrong and upset Penny. Her daughter was awesome, but she was still a teenage girl whose hormones fluctuated like the tides. She loved to get mad at everything Angelina said or did lately. "That's up to your aunt," Angelina said, hoping Camilla would come to her first. She didn't want her daughter's father at the wedding. She didn't want to stand there while her younger sister found her happily ever after, while hers sat with another woman in the church. She hoped Camilla knew better. "Well, he's part of the family now, so—" Penny shrugged. Angelina sucked in a long, deep breath. "He's your dad, Penelope." The daily reminder seemed rather old at this point. But the truth was, Penny couldn't call Sebastian her dad. Ever. At least not publicly. Not with the non-disclosure agreement Angelina had signed. It was the main reason she never wanted to go back to the island in the first place. If she revealed that Penny was Sebastian's daughter, Barbara Morse would take all the money back. Take their house, take the college fund, take her car. She would be ruined. All because Sebastian suddenly wanted to be a dad. "Yes, he is," Penny said. "And that means he's my family, and you're my family, and you know we can't choose family." "He did choose, and that's why we're having this argument. Don't you get that?" Angelina sounded bitter, but she couldn't help it. "He wanted to give me every opportunity." Angelina's heart pounded, and she began to hear a slight ringing in her head. "So he's decided to tell you his story, then?" Penny looked equally half-brazen and half-terrified. "He told me about the money, yes, just like you did." But Sebastian surely told his side of things, where he had to choose the money for them. Not so that his life could stay the same. Not so he could stay in the big house on the ocean, attend the fancy private school, still be the cool guy among the girls, stay on the baseball team, and keep his future. "We're not having this conversation." Angelina couldn't. She just couldn't. "Not until you're my age with children." "No one's perfect, but he is trying to make it up to me," Penny huffed. "Please don't get angry every time I mention him." Once again, Penny was turning out to be the adult in the relationship. Angelina wished she could be this level-headed. How could she be okay with a guy who let her go? How could she just forgive him and want him in her life again? How could she even trust him? "Weren't you the one in trouble?" Angelina tried to retrace the conversation back to when Penny showed up late for curfew. "I'm sorry you had to do everything all on your own. But he also missed everything, and he says he regrets that." Penny's eyes said it all. She not only trusted Sebastian, she believed him wholeheartedly. He had no one to share his loneliness with, or how badly he hated his choices, and how much he didn't get to be a part of. Imagine missing all our moments. There was a part of Angelina that was proud her daughter saw raising her had been a precious opportunity. It had been wonderful, but it wasn't like the nursery books. She'd been a young mother with real-life problems. Some days she hadn't known how to survive. Despite what Camilla said, Angelina had no help when she'd first had Penny, and that had been a very scary feeling. So Sebastian could sit on it if he thought his loneliness and missing out trumped whatever she'd gone through alone. How about running a sick toddler to the ER in the city in the middle of the night? How about staying up all night when Penny couldn't sleep? Trying to make thousands of meals, cleaning up after her like a servant for 16 years, working full-time, then driving Penny everywhere during her free time. Then she could feel some sympathy. Is he still just an assistant district attorney, or did he get another promotion? Angelina asked. Penny rolled her eyes. She understood the point Angelina was trying to make. Angelina didn't have the same opportunities because she had raised Penny. Mom, stop. I had dreamed of showing my work in a gallery, maybe in New York, or maybe even Paris. Angelina hadn't dreamt of Paris, but maybe off the beaten path in England. She wanted to walk in a gallery and see her work being showcased. She wanted to have an opening where news journalists and art critics came to see her work. She wanted to be recognized as a real artist, with real talent, instead of some cheesy landscape artist. You make it sound like you have to prove you had it harder by having to deal with me, Penny said. Her face hurt. No, that's not it. Angelina sighed. She was getting mad at the wrong person, again. She stopped herself, checking to see if Marie was still sleeping or doing her classic eavesdropping, though her mother's mind didn't much allow for it these days. Angelina almost changed the subject to sweep everything under the rug, but she decided on the opposite. She'd tell her true feelings. I guess I'm jealous of your new relationship, and I'm worried that'll take away from ours. I know that's not fair, because you shouldn't have to deal with your crazy mom's feelings. But that's why I get so weird when you talk about him being this superhero. I don't think he's a superhero, Penny said. He's just a really sad guy. Angelina looked at Penny. Sad? Penny shrugged. Yeah, sad. He's got a bombshell fiancé and a house on Martha's Vineyard. Angelina began listing. He's a lawyer who drives a fancy BMW. And he's sad? Penny nodded. Yes, well, sometimes taking the easy way isn't the best way, Angelina said. Penny rolled her eyes. I'm just saying he's sad. He's never been part of a family. Angelina wanted to point out the obvious. They too hadn't been part of a family until they came to the island this summer. She hadn't talked to her mother in years, never saw her father and stepmother. Camilla maybe once every other year, not even that. But there her daughter was, looking to Marie like she had been a doting grandmother all along. Angelina reminded herself to think about the kid in her, who had hated her father when she was 16, but would give anything to have him back in her life like old times. I want to do a big turkey and brine it, Penny said, showing Angelina a picture of a recipe on her phone. Great. Angelina wondered if Penny had gotten it right. Was Sebastian a sad guy? Or was that his narrative when he was with Penny? The sad, lonely guy who regretted missing all the wonderful parenting moments. Could you make your mashed potatoes with it? Penny asked. She had decided to take charge of Thanksgiving this year. Of course, Angelina said. She imagined Sebastian sitting alone in his parents' overly large dining room. She had seen his parents' place in the city once. Barbara liked decadence. What about Lauren? Angelina said. What about her? Penny asked. Do you think she'll want to come? Angelina asked, walking a very tight rope. She didn't want Penny to know any of her feelings about Lauren. She didn't want Penny holding back from telling her things because it would upset Angelina, even if it did upset her. Why not? Penny said. Then without even knowing it, Penny slung the arrow straight through her heart. Why wouldn't Lauren come? They love each other, so I would think she'd come. Later that night, Angelina sat up, thinking about love. To her, love was like a branding of one's heart. It never went away. It might change over time, maybe ebb and flow, but like a wave onto shore, it never disappeared. Like love for her mother. Angelina hadn't stopped loving her mother, even if she hated what she did to her at times. She still loved Marie. Did Sebastian feel like that too? Did he love Angelina still, and love Lauren differently? Or had his love for her vanished? She had always known Sebastian. On Martha's Vineyard, everyone did. His father was a big, powerful attorney in Boston. He had family ties to every legacy in New England. They were old money, which meant they didn't flash the money they squandered, but they draped in it. Somehow, wearing head-to-toe couture designer clothes and opulent yet tasteful jewelry, and buying German vehicles and personal yachts and private jets was okay if your grandfather had made your money. Angelina didn't come from family money. Her parents were average upper-middle class, and had lucked out in having family who'd had a house on Martha's Vineyard. That hadn't been enough for Barbara Morse. She wanted more for her son. She wanted her son to have a girlfriend who had more of a family name, more family money, and more of a legacy attached to her. And Angelina didn't come with all of that. And that's why she sat in her living room alone, as her daughter dreamed of sugar plums with Sebastian and his beautiful fiancé, and her new family. Chapter 4. "Yoo-hoo!" Wanda said from the screen door. Angelina silently groaned and hid in the pantry. She loved her aunt, she really did. She admired her strength and her willingness to help in any situation. Wanda made her family a much better unit here on the island. But she never stopped talking. "I thought I'd pop on by," Wanda said, opening the door and calling into the house. Anne loved to come over unannounced. Angelina closed her eyes and inhaled a long, deep breath. Then she stepped out. "Oh, hey, Wanda." "Angelina!" Wanda clapped her hands together. "Just the woman I came looking for." "Oh?" Angelina wasn't expecting this. Wanda took her time, removing her fanny pack and placing it onto the counter. Then she took out her phone from inside, opened her screen to a text, and finally got to the point. "You remember my friend Sonia, who walks with us sometimes?" Angelina did. She knew Sonia Whitmore. Wanda's friend had once been married to one of the wealthiest men on the island, and on Martha's Vineyard, that's saying a lot. And last Angelina checked, she had also been friends with Barbara Morse, the Barbara Morse who desperately wanted to hide the connection between her son and Penny. "Well, she's running a charity event for the hospital, and I thought you might want to donate one of your beautiful landscapes." Angelina covered her mouth as she looked at Wanda. "Are you serious?" Wanda laughed as she squeezed Angelina back. "It's a great way to get your name out there." Angelina couldn't believe it. Sonia Whitmore bought a small gallery on the harbor, and the people she knew could open doors Angelina couldn't dream of. Would her aunt know if Sonia was still friends with Barbara? Did Wanda, who just recently moved to Martha's Vineyard, know the history of the upper elite families her friend had been a part of for years? She wanted to ask, but could she? As great of an opportunity the event would be for Angelina, her instincts told her not to get involved with anyone connected to Barbara Morse, because she didn't know what that woman would do. "I don't know. Let me think about it." "What a great idea," Camilla said, practically skipping into the kitchen. "Of course she'll do it." Angelina spun around as her sister opened the refrigerator. "Excuse me?" Camilla plucked an apple from the fridge. Her large diamond rings shone in the sunlight coming through the window, blinding Angelina, making her wonder what kind of rings Sebastian had bought for Lauren. She hadn't looked very closely at the massive rock that dangled from Lauren's skeleton finger. "I really don't know, Wanda. I'm sorry," Angelina said. "I don't have much time with the holidays and stuff." Camilla laughed in the background. "You have the time." Angelina could feel her cheeks warm with embarrassment. Thank goodness Penny was upstairs, not witnessing this act of charity. "You don't even need to do a new painting," Wanda said. "Just use one you've already got." Angelina could see through the sympathy ask from a mile away. Even Wanda saw the writing on the wall with her landscapes. She had to give them away for free. I'm good, Angelina said. Oh, okay, Wanda said, shooting a look at Camilla. Well, think about it. Your name might get out there. Sonia knows lots of fancy people, and all the money goes to a good cause. Camilla gave her a look like she was acting like a big jerk. Fine, she said. Let me see what I have. She knew what she had. The same stuff she put out week after week that no one bought. Camilla had been completely right. She had the time because she couldn't paint any more landscapes without selling the ones she still had. Which meant she wasn't painting. Which meant she wasn't herself. She needed to keep painting. But she was running out of money and space. Her therapy was her painting, and with life right now, she needed to paint. She walked out of the kitchen as Wanda started telling Camilla a story about her friend Sonia in a lake house. She went to the garage, her studio since she'd arrived on the island. Just her and her dad's Corvette. She almost wished she could use his Corvette as a canvas, paint all her memories of her father. The silver convertible had been her father's favorite thing. He'd driven her around the island with the top down, wind blowing through their hair. The whole family had wanted to go with him on his drives around the islands, but he'd chosen Angelina the most. She looked at the Corvette's red interior. She'd always hated the red, too flashy, too showy for a guy married with 2 kids. But Frank liked flashy, as it turned out. Angelina grabbed a painting, as a memory of her and Sebastian walking into the garage that afternoon all those years ago flashed into her head. She shook it away. On second thought, Angelina didn't want to paint all over it. She wanted to blow it up. Maybe she shouldn't worry about Barbara Morse. She grabbed her most recent painting of a gray-head cliff sunrise. The pink and orange sunrise had been perfect that morning, even though she had cried the whole time painting it. It had been the first time Penny had gone to Sebastian's house. Penny had been so excited, and Angelina had held all her emotions in as long as she could. But the morning before Penny had left for a day with her dad, Angelina had snuck out of the house before sunrise and gone to the end of Sugar Beach and lit a candle in Prayers Cove, praying for guidance. Then she'd painted, and she hadn't painted since. Here, she said, when she walked back into the house and handed Wanda the painting. You can have this one. Oh, are you sure? Wanda placed her hand to her chest. It's beautiful. Everyone looked at Angelina. Yeah, sure. When Wanda left with Marie on their walk, Angelina swung around to Camilla. Next time, could you let me speak for myself? Angelina said, a bit peeved. Camilla laughed at Angelina as if she were being funny. Are you seriously mad at me? Yes, Angelina said, but feeling silly at the same time. Was she blowing this out of proportion? I was helping you out, believe me. Camilla shook her head, walking into the family room. Angelina's toes curled at that one. Wanda does everything she can for us and asks for one simple favor. You have a surplus of paintings, and you couldn't spare one? Camilla looked bewildered, falling onto the couch. Camilla. Angelina had understood Wanda's intent, but she didn't fully understand the situation. Sonia's very nice, but she's also friendly with Sebastian's mom, and I'd rather stay clear of anything that she's involved with. I don't see what the big problem is. You'd just be putting your work in a show, replied Camilla. The problem is, Barbara could have some ties to the show. She has her fingers in everything, said Angelina. What's the worst that could happen? Camilla asked. I honestly don't even want to think about it. Who knows what that woman is capable of? All I know is she'll do anything in her power to make things difficult for me, and Penny. My being back on the island, and Penny's very existence, irks Barbara. So I don't want to push it by drawing attention to myself at an art show. Angelina shook her head. Please, next time, let me talk for myself. Camilla looked like she was about to say something, but Angelina grabbed her coffee and walked away. If she didn't get it at this point, arguing about it would be a waste of time. She decided to wait on the porch for Penny to get ready. She'd drive her to school, then head back and spend the rest of the day figuring out what the heck she was going to do with the rest of her life. She had taught in San Francisco, but teaching had just been a job. She wanted to paint. She wanted to create. She wanted to collaborate with others and share ideas. She wanted to run workshops and be part of the art world. Having one of her pieces in Sonia's gallery could help get her there. Her breath came out in a cloud in the early autumn air. It felt crisp, and Angelina had a flashback to picking apples and riding a hayride with Sebastian after he went back to boarding school in New Hampshire. St. Paul's had felt so far away from North Reading, the suburb she had grown up in during the school year. St. Paul's wasn't much more than an hour's drive from home. She'd thought about how she'd lied to Marie and tell her she was shopping at the local mall all day with friends and drive up Highway 93, straight to Concord, where she'd meet Sebastian. The campus of St. Paul's had reminded her of what Hogwarts would be like, with its Gothic architecture and wooded campus. And just when the memory, as vivid as if it were yesterday, flashed through her head, Sebastian pulled into the driveway. She stood up from the porch swing immediately, spilling her coffee on her shirt in the process. "Shoot," she said, wiping the mess into a deeper stain. She put the coffee down and walked to the edge of the porch, wondering what was going on. What was he doing here? He sat in the car for a second, then opened his door. "Hey, Angie," he said, and flashed his radiant smile. She almost corrected him by saying her real name, but she dug her nails into her palms instead. "Hello, Sebastian. What are you doing here?" His forehead wrinkled. Then he made a face. "She didn't tell you, did she?" Angelina could hear Penny's footsteps pounding down the stairs. The front door opened with a bang, and Penny rushed out. "Bye, Mom. Looks like I'm almost late," she said, walking right up to Angelina and kissing her on the cheek. "Sebastian's going to take me to school now." "What?" She shot a look at Sebastian. This wasn't part of the deal. "When he's in town, he's willing to take me to school, so you don't have to." Penny didn't break her stride. She walked off the porch and right to his car. "Penny, hold up." Sebastian held out his hand. "You said your mom knew I was coming. I'm sorry, but I can't take you now." "Mom!" Penny instantly looked to Angelina, her eyes pleading. Angelina then looked to Sebastian, who was being thoughtful by saying this. But now, if Angelina said no, she'd be the bad guy. Again. "Hey, Sebastian," Camilla said, coming out of the house. "Are you taking Penny to school?" He looked to Angelina. "Yup," Angelina said, before Camilla made her look like even more of a jerk that morning. "He's offered to take her to school in the mornings." "That's fine." Her nails dug further into her hand. "Don't make this a big deal," she thought to herself. Sebastian was Penny's father, whether she liked it or not. She'd have to get over her own insecurities. "Thank you, Angie," he said. He gave her a soft nod, then a quick wave. "Sebastian," she said as he stopped. Penny had gotten into the car already and was spinning the dials to the radio. "Is Barbara cool with all of this?" Technically, Angelina wasn't breaking the non-disclosure agreement by letting Sebastian have time with his child. But Sebastian would be breaking his promise to his mother. He sighed, which told her everything. "She doesn't know yet, does she?" she said. "She knows you're back," he said, but she could feel a hesitation. "But I don't think she's aware of how much time we've been spending together." Angelina closed her eyes. "Sure, okay." Sebastian would never change. He'd never stand up to Barbara and Dale. And that was the crux of it. Because no matter how much he may have loved Angelina, he loved his mother more. Angelina moved closer to the house, deeper into the shadows. She didn't want people to see the moisture building up in her eyes. It wasn't because of sadness, but anger and frustration. Anger that all Penny had said after this fiasco was goodbye. And frustration because she thought he looked even more handsome as he got older. She stepped inside once he pulled out of the driveway, and Camilla stood at the door waiting. "Are you okay?" "I should be happy she has Sebastian." She flung her arms out. "He's being totally respectful." "It's okay to not be okay," Camilla said. "It's gotta be hard to be back." "I want her to have a relationship. But I don't want to miss out on things because of it, you know?" Angelina wondered if Camilla understood, or just pacified her. Camilla lifted her shoulders. "Maybe you should invite him over here so you can be part of things." "He's engaged," Angelina reminded her, "to a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model. I can't just invite him over to dinner." "She's not even that pretty." Camilla handed a tissue to Angelina, who blew her nose. She walked to the coffee and poured herself a mug. "I bet they won't even get married." "Oh, really?" Angelina shook her head. "The massive diamond ring says otherwise." "Not with the way he looks at you," Camilla said, pouring cream into her coffee. "He can barely talk around you. It's so obvious he's still in love with you." Angelina laughed at the pure ridiculousness of her statement. "Camilla, I love your endless optimism and strangely unrealistic romantic side. But Sebastian found the woman who checks all the boxes. He's not going to leave her for someone who lives with her mother and sister and can't sell paintings." She could feel the stinging behind her eyes again. "I don't want to cry about Sebastian anymore. I just don't. But this is a lot for me. I'm jealous he gets to start this family with her. I've always wanted to give Penny a family. A father, a sibling. Having a sister meant everything to me." Angelina grabbed another tissue and wiped her face before blowing her nose. "On the other end, I'm happy she's happy. And I'm glad they get along and have this new relationship. I've always wanted them to meet. And I think, yeah, okay, I can be part of this too, but—" Angelina stopped, because this would open a door that would never close again. "But what?" Camilla asked. "But I don't think I can be around him," Angelina said as she wiped her nose. "Because of Lauren?" Camilla asked. Angelina shook her head. Her hands fell to her sides, her shoulders dropping. "Because I still don't trust him." Chapter 5. Sonia had never done anything crazy in her life, but there she was, standing in the middle of an empty art gallery she'd just bought. She had never even bought her own car before she had divorced Jeff, but here she was, buying an art studio. Was this crazy? She already had her first event planned, a charity event for the hospital, and looking at the pieces she'd already collected, it would be a success. She was thrilled. "Knock, knock!" A voice called out from the back hallway. "Wanda!" Sonia said, glad to see her friend visiting so soon. If it hadn't been for her newfound girlfriends who had encouraged her to buy the gallery, she wouldn't be twirling around in a circle with her arms out. "Can you believe it?" Wanda laughed, walking in with a bouquet of flowers and what looked like a painting. "I can." "They're beautiful," Sonia said. She took the flowers, smelling the cream rose that hung over the vase. Wanda held up the painting, an oil painting of a sunrise of Greyhead Cliffs. "This was done by Angelina," Wanda said. "Wow, I didn't realize she was so talented." Sonia looked at the painting. The Impressionist landscape had deep, vibrant colors Sonia wouldn't usually have been attracted to, but she was drawn in, lured by its fantastical feel, with the light lines in the water, the hard cliff edges, and the deep shadows. "You should have her run art classes here," Wanda suggested. Sonia turned to look at her friend. "You know, that's not such a bad idea." You could do those wine and painting events for friends and dates, Wanda said, pointing her finger up in the air. Sonia thought about it. The space would be perfect for a dozen or so people, offer a good selection of wine and finger foods, or BYOB, considering the liquor license requirements. But it wasn't a bad idea. Do you think she'd want to do something like that? You can ask her next time you join us for a walk, Wanda suggested. How's Marie doing? Sonia asked. She hadn't been walking much since the purchase of the gallery. Good. Wanda sighed. She's okay. The girls are doing great helping her, but she's starting to lose more and more reality. Wanda's face fell when she finished, and Sonia could tell this was hard on her. That's got to be tough for the girls. Sonia didn't feel that much younger than Marie, and she still felt so young. Her life had just started over. Her father was in his 80s and was as quick as a whip. And to have such a disease. Neither woman continued talking about Marie. The unsettling truth of getting older felt more real than ever lately. So you'll take the piece? Wanda asked, holding out the painting. I'd love to put it up, Sonia said, taking the painting from Wanda. It's going to be perfect. When she got home, she couldn't stop thinking about it all. Throughout all the walks and discussions over the year of friendship, Wanda never mentioned Penny's father. Sonia remembered back when she had heard about the pregnant young girl. Why the long face? Sean, her fiancé, asked. Sonia sat down next to him, petting Shadow, their dog, who sat against Sean on the couch. There's a woman who donated her art to the event that I knew when she was a kid. Oh? He flipped a page of his book. He stretched out his arm and put it around her as she relaxed into his embrace. She loved this moment, when Sean wrapped her into his arms. She got pregnant at a young age, and it was rumored that the father was a high society boy. Now Sonia could see the blatant double standard. They treated her like a witch. They practically had pitchforks. Her twins had been younger at the time. She remembered she had been stunned at the news. The thought of her own daughter becoming pregnant at such a young age sickened her. She wasn't sure how she would have handled the situation if Lila had gotten pregnant. She would hope she would have been supportive. People were really terrible to Angelina and the family, Sonia said. And then she ran away. Sonia had been more horrified by Angelina running away. The idea of never seeing her daughter or meeting her grandchild would break her heart. It was a long time ago, Sean said. I bet people will have let it all go by now, don't you think? I would hate for people to gossip about her during the event, Sonia said. Do you really think people would be that rude? He asked. She scratched behind Shadow's ears, thinking about the men and women she used to consider her closest friends only a year ago. Yes. Sonia knew for certain it would become gossip the minute someone noticed her name on the painting's information card. Angelina DeLuca wasn't a name easily forgotten. His forehead wrinkled at this. Seriously? Do I warn her? Sonia asked. Would it be presumptuous of her to worry about this? Maybe Angelina's one of those women who didn't care what people said. Artists always seem to have a bit of confidence, always putting themselves out there. I doubt people are going to be worried about the artist's backstory, he said. Sean was probably right. She was probably worried about nothing. From there, she went into planning mode for the event and completely forgot her worries about Angelina as she ran around getting everything ready. The catering would be done by Renee, who would make finger delicacies that went well with all the wine Sonia had ordered. With a bit of luck and pushiness, she had acquired a one-day liquor license for the event. She had booked a string trio who would set up in the corner. When she brought the committee to the gallery to see the art she had collected so far, one of the members asked about Angelina's painting. Isn't that the girl who got pregnant? Susan, a long-time member, asked her. She looked at the name tag she had set up next to the painting. Yes, she is very talented. Sonia watched the reaction on Susan's face. It wasn't good. Angelina's landscape of gray-head cliffs had a bright pink and red sunrise she had named Sailor's Warning, and got to Sonia every time she saw it. The dangerous beauty made her heart skip. I think it's perfect. Sonia wouldn't fall for this intimidation tactic. I think it will revive unnecessary rumors and speculation, Susan said, not dropping it. Well, I think people need to get over it and focus on the charity, Sonia said quickly, her comeback not as strong as she had wanted, and by the look on Susan's face, not the response she was looking for. Within minutes, a buzz went through the women about the artist. By the end of the meeting, 2 other members offered their advice on the matter. Is it worth upsetting one of our biggest donors? Bob said, referring to the Morse family. Were the rumors true? Sonia wondered. What did this girl have on Barbara Morse? She's a local artist who has offered to give her work to us, Sonia said, not changing her mind. Were these people suggesting what she thought? I'd be careful if I were you, another woman on the committee said to Sonia. Barbara Morse is not someone you want to have on your bad side. Sonia didn't know what had come over her. She probably should have thought of the very important social status levels she had lost since divorcing Jeff. But this fear of Barbara Morse because of a painting was absurd. I really don't care what Barbara thinks about the artist. The painting stays, Sonia said to her, holding her chin high. But Sonia had a feeling this would come back to bite her, one way or another. Chapter 6. Angelina couldn't believe Sonia had marked her painting that high. The bid is for how much? Angelina asked again. Twice as much as you suggested, Sonia said, as they walked along the soft sands. Angelina joined the women on their morning walk. Every morning, a group of women, which usually included her Aunt Wanda and friends, walked the length of Sugar Beach and back, the lighthouse on Grayhead Cliffs, their midway point. When her mother felt good, Marie would join them, which usually included her and her sister if they felt up for it. She found that walking not only helped Marie's Alzheimer's, but also helped her keep her anxieties at bay. She had been waiting for the other shoe to drop. Things seemed to be too good. Her painting was being shown in a real art gallery. Penny seemed to have fit in at Martha's Vineyard High School. Sebastian had been respecting her and her boundaries with Penny. Camilla had laid off the wedding talk for the time being, and Marie even seemed to be in a good mood, which was why they were walking. Angelina had never sold a painting for that much before. She had thought Sonia had been pulling her leg, but there in her hands was the booklet with all the art that would be in the auction. Who will bid for it? I already have a good friend of mine, Dr. Statham, who showed some interest, Sonia said with a smile. The name sounded familiar for some reason, but she couldn't place it. Then it hit her. Do you mean Colin Statham? Angelina asked. Yes, Sonia said, pointing at her. That's him. Angelina had this kind of thing happen all the time. Some people who liked her work would buy more than one of her paintings, like readers who love a certain author. Mr. Statham seemed to be one of those collectors. She thought about the delivery he had rescheduled for that day. He's a great doctor, but even kinder man, Sonia said. Really into being part of the community. Angelina wondered where his accent originated. Is he from the community? Sonia shook her head. He's English, but I can't tell you from where. Angelina walked the rest of the way, replaying the day he bought the 2 paintings. Now this painting. She couldn't help but think he may be some weird guy with a strange fetish. Maybe he was a Ted Bundy type who was into artists. And this doctor's normal? Angelina said as they walked back. Sonia laughed. Yes, very. Colin's been my doctor for years. Angelina didn't pretend there wasn't a huge age difference. The George Clooney-esque doctor looked closer in age to her mother, but like George Clooney, he was incredibly good-looking. "He only has that one daughter?" Angelina did a little fishing. "She's cute." Sonia nodded. "He's quite the catch. You should invite him to the charity event." Angelina shrugged. He'd probably figure out about Penny and do all the same wonderings others did about her. She turned around to face the other way, back home, instead of heading to the lighthouse with the others. "You should go for it," Sonia said. But luckily, Marie interrupted before Angelina had a chance to respond. It took years for Angelina to stop thinking about Sebastian while living in San Francisco. But now being back, all she did was think of Sebastian. See Sebastian. Hear about Sebastian. There was no escaping Sebastian. Maybe the best thing she could do was date someone. Maybe she should go for it. Her phone pinged in her pocket. She pulled it out as she escaped Sonia and looked down. "Can we talk?" Sebastian texted. She couldn't escape him. And no, she didn't want to talk, but instead of writing back, she ignored his message. Whatever he needed to talk about would have to wait. By the afternoon, the weather had turned from a sunny, bright blue sky to a sky so dark it looked like night. She turned on all the lights in the garage and found some lanterns from when she was a kid. She opened the garage door so she could hear the autumn rain falling. That was when she saw his headlights pulling up the driveway. He didn't even bother to look at the house when he noticed the lights on in the garage. He ran from his car directly to the open doors. "What are you doing here?" she said, as soon as he came inside her space. "I didn't ask you to come." He stood there, staring at her. "Look, I know I don't deserve your friendship." She scoffed. She didn't want to have this conversation. It wasn't about friendships. It was so much more than that. "Please, Sebastian." "But I'd do anything to make it all up to you and Penny," he said, interrupting her. "You raised an amazing young woman." The compliment did a number on her, and she would have done anything for the tears not to come at that moment. "She is an amazing young woman. And I'm not trying to step on your toes, but I'd like to get to know her." He said it quietly, as though she might break if he said it any louder, and at that moment, she felt like she just might. She wrapped her arms around her stomach, holding herself together. "She wants to get to know you, too." He stuffed his hands into his pockets. He looked nervous. She looked at the lines creased into his forehead and cheeks, the anxiety he could hide so well as a teenager, carved into his face. She wished she could reach out, hold her hand against it, tell him everything would be okay. "Lauren wants to have her as a bridesmaid," he said. His words cut like a dagger into her heart. She dropped her arms, numb at this point. "She'll be delighted." He looked around the garage, and she wondered if he was thinking what she was thinking. Did he remember 16 years ago when they got caught by her father? "I never thought I'd be in this garage again," he said, walking over to the Corvette. "At least, not alive." She lifted her mouth into a half-smile, but her own anxiety grew the closer he walked to her. "I'll never forget that night," he said, touching the back end of the car, then looking straight into her eyes. "The part when my father walked in? Or that you got me pregnant?" she asked, mostly as a smart remark. "Both," he answered. She looked up, her mouth gaping open for a response, but the words couldn't come out. Then, without warning, without preparation, Sebastian walked right up to her, took her into his arms, and kissed her. Chapter 7. Sebastian drove Lauren in silence to his parents' house, which sat on the other side of Martha's Vineyard. Things between him and Lauren had clearly changed since Penny's arrival. But now, after he'd confessed to kissing Angelina, he didn't know if their relationship would survive, or if he even wanted it to. Lauren had known about Penny, but through the distance of a story from his past. When Penny had arrived, Lauren had been great too. Penny seemed to like her, and Lauren had been supportive of him wanting to spend more time with his daughter. "I think we should skip my parents," he said. "No." Lauren pulled out her compact and applied her lipstick. "Your father will kill you if you do. He's got Judge Michaels and his wife coming, remember?" Sebastian did remember. He had been hearing about it all week. "We don't have to do this." Lauren had reacted much differently than he'd expected. She got angry, but then blew it off, convincing him it was nothing. "You're just getting nervous with the wedding coming up," she said, getting ready for dinner. "I forgive you." He had been nervous, but it was more than that. He wasn't sure if he could pretend for a lifetime, because the truth was, he only truly loved one woman. And she hadn't kissed him back. "Darlings," his mother said as soon as they arrived. "Please come in and greet Senator Patterson, Judge Michaels, and their wives." 2 older couples were in his parents' living room, drinks set out among them. The couples sat across from each other on a pair of twin antique couches, with his parents sitting between them in chairs. "Bill, Marilyn, you remember our son Sebastian, and his lovely fiancée Lauren." Sebastian couldn't believe they were there. He felt like he stood in this surreal world, like a puppet being moved around with strings, doing what was expected, not saying what he felt, pretending everything was perfectly normal, as if his whole world wasn't spinning completely out of control. "Good to see you again," Bill said, reaching out his hand, and then he turned to Lauren. "It's a pleasure to see someone from my old alma mater." Lauren flashed her smile at the mere mention of her Ivy League education, and they all fell under her spell. She had a way of bringing even the most powerful men to their knees with her beauty and her brains. After graduating from Yale, she attended Harvard Law, and she now worked as a public counsel in Boston's district office. Like Sebastian, she was soon to be a public figure of some kind. She just needed to figure out which path to take: politics, activism, ambassadorship. How could a woman like Lauren want to marry him? And forgive him after he had kissed Angelina? And why would he second-guess this perfectly constructed path for his life? Angelina. She had frozen when he kissed her. When he'd stopped, she said nothing. She didn't tell him to go necessarily, but she didn't ask him to stay either. He didn't know what had come over him in that moment, but he had to kiss her. He wouldn't be able to marry Lauren if there was anything left between them, anything at all. He certainly got his answer. "Good seeing you, Dad," Sebastian said, holding out his hand to his father. His father grabbed his hand and gave him a pat on the back as well. Their relationship had been better since Lauren had come into the picture. She'd even calmed him down when Angelina had shown up on the island. "Have you met my friend, Senator Hill?" his father asked, pointing to a balding man who sat on the other couch. "Fred Hill. Nice to meet you." "How are you, Judge?" Sebastian gave the older man a friendly handshake. "So, they tell me the unfortunate news that you have a handicap that's lower than mine," Senator Hill said to Lauren. The men around the room laughed, and Sebastian joined, not to stand out. Then just the men talked about the goings-on on Capitol Hill. "We need representation on the Hill with a name that people trust," Judge Patterson said, shaking his drink at Sebastian. "A new face," his father said, looking directly at Sebastian. "When are you two getting married?" Mrs. Patterson asked Lauren. Lauren flashed him a look before she began to tell the women in the room the details about the wedding. "Why don't we go into the other room, and we can gab all about it?" Barbara Morse said, and she smiled down at him with an adoration he hadn't seen in a long time. Then his parents exchanged looks of happiness. This was exactly what they wanted from him. A beautiful fiancée, a strong career with an even brighter future, his stake deep in the legacy of the family. He had become exactly who they wanted him to be. When the women left, his father topped everyone's glasses, then sat down. He leaned on his elbows on his knees and looked directly at Sebastian. "This is the perfect time to think about running for district attorney," his father said. "Robert will be retiring within a year or so." The judge nodded, shaking his glass so the ice clinked against its sides. "You know, I could talk to the governor and get some endorsements." "He'll need to get some visibility and get out from being just an assistant district attorney," the senator said to his father, as if being an assistant DA wasn't good enough. "Maybe do some speaking sessions." This was what he had spent his life working toward. "Make sure you clean up any skeletons in your closet," the judge said. "People come out of the woodwork when someone runs for public office," the judge said. "With all kinds of grievances." Someone needs to run for public office first. Sebastian hadn't decided, even though everyone else, including Lauren, seemed to think the decision had been made. What kinds of grievances would Angelina have? He had taken the easy way out, she was right. Let his parents do what they did best, and take control of his life. It had been easier thinking Angelina and Penny would be better without him. Funny, they had been perfectly fine in the end. And as he sat there, listening to his father talk about whether they should acknowledge his skeletons or not, he was certain they had ended up better without him. "This is the time," his father said. "We can't wait any longer." "I'm not sure," Sebastian said. Maybe a few months ago the idea of running for district attorney seemed like a good idea, but now he wanted to focus on Penny and being her dad, not running a campaign. "You're not sure?" His father's face pinkened. Sebastian stopped talking after that, his mind going back to the kiss, wondering if he had ruined everything again with Angelina. The conversation blurred for the rest of the night, and dinner didn't end fast enough. He thought the worst of the night had been over, until Lauren decided to drop a bomb when they were alone with his parents. "How do you feel about having Angelina and Penny back on the island?" Lauren asked. He closed his eyes. Apparently she had been angry about the kiss after all. She knew telling Barbara about him spending time with Penny would start World War III. "What do you mean Sebastian spends time with her?" Barbara's lips pierced in a straight line as she glared at him. He had broken his promise. "I spend Sundays with Penny," he said, hoping she'd want to hear no more of it. "You're spending time with her?" Barbara didn't seem to understand. "She's quite cute, Penny," Lauren said to Barbara, acting like she didn't know what she started. "But her mother is a bit strange." Sebastian knew Lauren was mad, and also had every right to be mad, but he wouldn't let anyone talk about Angelina like that. "I think that's uncalled for," he said. Lauren and Barbara exchanged glances at one another. "What's strange is how this young woman comes back into your life right at the time you're about to get married." "That's not it at all," Sebastian said. Barbara stayed silent the rest of the night, which didn't last much longer. He excused themselves as soon as he could. When he and Lauren arrived back at his place, she placed her hand on his arm, stopping him before getting out of the car. "Are you all right?" she asked. He faced her, wishing he could be completely honest. "What were you trying to do at my parents'?" Lauren's beautiful face immediately turned defensive. "You need to start thinking about your career, Sebastian. And Penny's mother still holds a lot of resentment toward you. She's going to ruin your campaign if you don't get ahead of things. Your parents will know what to do."
"I'm not going to run for district attorney," he said.
Lauren frowned at him as she brushed his coat with her hand, removing a piece of lint. "You've worked all this time to get where you are. Don't get in your own way, Sebastian. You're more than ready for this." But it wasn't just about her.
"I don't want to miss out anymore. She only has 2 more years of high school, and then I can run."
"We'll be having our own babies by then," she said. "There's never going to be a perfect time."
Babies. "Lauren," he began. He needed to break this off. Take a break. Something. "I don't think I can do this."
"Sebastian," she said, taking his hand into hers. "Lots of people freak out before their wedding. It's completely normal. But I'm not going to let you go just because of one little hiccup. We've put too much into this relationship to end it because of that woman."
He could already hear his parents freaking out. "I'm sorry, but I can't go through with the wedding."
"You can't be serious, Sebastian."
She froze in her seat.
"Are you seriously calling off the wedding?"
He didn't know what to do. Should he look at her? Continue to stare out at a house he was supposed to have babies in with her? "I'll grab my stuff and leave," he said, opening the car door.
But Lauren threw open her door and stormed into the house. She turned all the lights on, and he soon heard plates smashing on the floor, then the sound of glass breaking and things being tossed around. When the noise stopped, he waited a half hour before going through the basement door and up to the kitchen. He grabbed a few things from the laundry room, returned to the basement, and slept on the floor. The next morning, Lauren left without saying goodbye. He slowly walked upstairs and opened the door. Sticky notes with her name written across them were posted everywhere. In the bedroom, she'd thrown his things all around the room, dumped out his drawers and tossed about boxes of memorabilia. She'd ripped up every photograph of the two of them together. He hurried and took a shower. He'd deal with all of that another time. He needed to rush out of the house to get Penny and take her to school. He wanted to get there early, and maybe catch Angelina first. But the garage sat closed, and the house was quiet. "Hey, Sebastian," Penny said, as she got into the car.
"Good morning,"
he said, handing over the hot cocoa he'd picked up before getting her.
"Your mom here?"
She shook her head as she opened the cover and blew into it. "She's painting somewhere."
"This early?"
He looked down at the time. She shrugged, and Sebastian dropped it. When he pulled up to the school, he turned to say goodbye when he noticed Penny staring at him. "Do you mind if I call you Dad?" she asked. Sebastian's hand went directly to his chest. He could feel his heart expand.
"I'd love that."
She smiled. "Okay. Have a nice day, Dad."
"You too, Penny," he said,
wishing he had been a dad to her, wishing more than anything in his life that he had been there for her, his daughter. He didn't drive home. Instead, he drove back to Cliffside and pulled into the familiar driveway. The garage doors were still closed, but he saw a light on inside. He walked around to the back door and knocked on the glass when he saw her inside. Angelina looked up and froze before making her way around the garage. "What are you doing here?" Angelina asked when she opened the door.
"I wanted to apologize."
"Okay." Angelina stood behind the workbench, separating the two of them.
He felt like a jerk. "I sometimes feel like I'm 17 years old again when I'm around you."
She smiled, but her only response was a few blinks.
"I shouldn't have kissed you like I did,"
he blurted out. Embarrassed, he looked at the painting sitting on the easel.
"You've changed so much as an artist."
"Okay," she said again, shifting her posture. He looked around the garage. The irony of the situation didn't evade him. The garage had been their spot to hide out, get away from his crazy family, spend time together alone.
They hung out listening to music, talking, kissing. He'd confided everything to Angelina, and her with him. They'd known everything about each other. "I miss you," he said, "and I just wish things could be better between us." "You could start by not kissing me," she said. She rubbed her forehead. The tiny piece of hope snuffed out like a candle being blown out. "I can do that." Angelina looked straight at him, and just like when they were teenagers, he swore she could see the real him inside. "It's just hard," he said suddenly, unable to stop himself. He could feel his confession about to break out of his chest. "I still don't." Angelina shook her head. "Don't?" Did she know he was going to tell her his feelings? "Don't!" She said it hard, like a command. He nodded, backing toward the door. She had made herself perfectly clear. "I'll follow your lead from now on. About everything." She stared at him as he backed out of the garage, like a burglar being caught breaking in. "I'm sorry I upset you," he said before he left. He turned and walked toward his car. "It's about Penny," she called out from the garage door. He stopped and turned around as she came marching toward him. "This isn't about you and feeling 17, or even any feelings we might have for one another," she said. "This is about Penny. It's always going to be about Penny now." "I'm not trying to make this about anything other than that." He wanted nothing more than to be a father to Penny. "Then why the kiss?" she asked. Like a smack to the head, he could see she was right, see from her perspective. And he had made this about him. "What would happen if I had kissed you back?" She stood 6 inches shorter than Sebastian, yet her tiny frame commanded him. "What are the repercussions for Penny? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm always thinking." Her words silenced through him. "You're right. It's just that I can't." He held up his arms. "Stop thinking about you." "Don't!" She squeezed her fists. He swore time played tricks on him. 17 years ago, weren't they having this exact same fight in this exact same spot? But 17 years ago, he had made the biggest mistake of his life. He'd let her go. "I want to be a family." Chapter 8. Angelina stood stock still, like a deer in headlights. "A family?" she asked. "What about Lauren?" So many thoughts twisted around in her head. Did he mean the 3 of them as a family? Or did he want some sort of modern blended family fairy tale with Lauren? He rubbed the back of his neck and looked away. He stood in a 3-piece suit that clearly had been hand-tailored to his exact fit. It probably cost more than her weekly paycheck. "I called off the wedding." She didn't know what to say. What exactly did that mean? The irony of him asking her to be a family, in the same spot he'd asked her to marry him, didn't escape her. 17-year-old Angelina would have wanted this moment more than anything. Now, Angelina knew better. He wasn't on one knee holding out a ring. "What do you say?" He dropped his arms to his sides. "Do you think you would want to be a family?" "I think you need to figure yourself out first, before making promises you can't keep." Angelina could hear Marie in her own words, unable to be optimistic of this sudden change. Cynical, even. All these years, and now he wanted to be a family? And even if he was being sincere, which Angelina believed, she couldn't forget the past, no matter how much she still loved him. He stood there, staring at her, not saying anything, his deep, dark brown eyes still as vulnerable as before. Guess she could still read him. "You need to focus on Penny," Angelina said. "Show a big effort." He swallowed, then gave her one hard nod. Jabbing his thumb behind him, he said, "Right. I should probably go." He gave her a half-smile, then turned to his car. She didn't want to go back to the pain. She didn't want to cry all night with no end in sight. She didn't want to hurt so bad she swore her heart had been ripped from her chest. She didn't want him in her life because she didn't want to love him anymore and get nothing but a broken heart. Then she thought of Penny and how much she wanted that family. It was always about Penny. "We have dinners on Friday nights," she called out after him. She didn't wait for him to answer. "Marie usually cooks with my sister. Her fiancé Elias comes. My friend Julia and her family sometimes too. My aunt and uncle always come. So you're welcome if you want." "Great," he said. "I'll be there." She nodded back at him, not wanting to talk any more because she was afraid of what else she'd say to him in that moment. Would she confess her own feelings? "I'm going to do whatever I can to make up for the pain I caused the two of you," he said, his intense eyes looking at her. His words held her in place where she stood. "I mean it, Angie," he said. A lump lodged in her throat, but she swallowed it down hard before saying, "Dinner is good for now." He stuffed his hands into his pockets, blowing out. She could feel he wanted to say more, but was holding back. "Right." She waited for him to leave, but he didn't move from where he stood in the driveway. He just watched her. "What?" she said, suddenly self-conscious of his staring. His mouth opened as if he was about to say something, then he shook his head. "I should go." But he didn't move. And instead of waiting for him to leave, Angelina did. She walked back into the garage and shut the door behind her. She leaned against its wood, listening to his footsteps returning to his car, as her chest heaved up and down. Her ears rang as he pulled out of the driveway. That's when the door from the kitchen swung open, and Camilla's silhouette stood in the doorframe. "What was that all about?" Camilla asked as soon as Angelina registered her. Angelina stared at the Corvette, unsure what it was about. "He broke off his engagement," Angelina said, processing this information. Camilla's eyes widened. "He called off the engagement?" She jogged down the steps into the garage, walking to the open space where Angelina had her paint set up, and pulling out a lawn chair. "Why? What happened?" Angelina shrugged. "I don't know." "You didn't ask?" Camilla said. Angelina shook her head. Did she confess the kiss? Camilla's body jerked in her chair as she swung completely around. "What did he say? What did you say?" Angelina shook her head in disbelief, her fingers wrapped around her neck as she tried to comprehend what had happened. She didn't want to hear Camilla's take on things, how Angelina had messed up the situation, interpreted things all wrong, or hadn't handled it right. "I told him he could come to dinner on Fridays," she said, waiting for the criticism. "But that's it." Camilla frowned, making that face she did when she felt sorry for Angelina. "You really are an amazing person." Angelina's eyes stung right away, not expecting the compliment, and she exhaled out, trying to hold back the tears. She nodded, bouncing her head but not saying a word. "I don't know about amazing." "This must be really hard," Camilla said. Angelina didn't know why the acknowledgement meant so much, but it did. She couldn't even speak, just nod. "Would you ever consider seeing him again?" Camilla asked, picking up a paintbrush and playing with it. Angelina pushed herself away from the door and grabbed another lawn chair she remembered seeing her dad sit in at her soccer games. "I don't think he's ready for that." Camilla looked as though she had more to say on the subject, but held back. Which was fine by Angelina. She wasn't in the mood for anyone's opinions right then. "Obviously, we'll let Sebastian tell Penny," Angelina said. "Of course." Camilla shook her head and bit her lower lip, a telltale sign she wanted to tell her opinion. Maybe you should start thinking about yourself, Angelina. Maybe meet someone who does make you happy. I need to get some painting done, Angelina said, ignoring the conversation Camilla wanted to have. Her love bubble made her think that everyone could find true love. But Angelina knew about true love. It broke promises. It worried about other obligations. It thought only about itself. Angelina, I just think you need to open yourself up to accept love, Camilla said. To open your heart to it, and not close it off. You sound like those self-improvement gurus, Angelina said. Her phone's alarm went off with a reminder. Oh, shoot. I have to make a delivery this afternoon. Can you watch Mom until Penny gets home? Camilla nodded, getting up from the chair. Sure. Her sister stepped up to one of her last paintings that still sat unfinished on the easel. Is this Mom? She pointed at the small figure. Angelina thought she had blurred Marie enough to be indistinguishable, as though it could be anyone on the beach and not her mother. But Camilla was right. It was Marie. It was the day of her birthday. Angelina hadn't seen her mother in such delight as that day, sitting with her granddaughter, watching all the kids play in the water, talking with the women. That was a great day for her, Camilla said, studying the painting. It's beautiful. Angelina had felt complete that day, like the choices and hard work she had endured throughout the years had all brought her to that place. Marie had complimented Angelina about Penny, which meant everything to her. She had mended relationships and revived others. She looked at her sister. Camilla would be leaving soon, getting married and moving out with Elias. She couldn't stop her, no matter how much she wanted to. She wanted her little sister to be happy, but the wedding would be the first in a sequence of events that would lead to Angelina's loneliness. First the wedding, then Penny's graduation. Then finally, Marie's mind would slip away, and Angelina would be completely alone. Do you think Sebastian broke up with her for you? Camilla asked, before leaving the garage. No. Angelina shook her head. She wouldn't let herself to even allow that kind of thinking. To me, he's changed a lot, Camilla said, holding out her hand at the door. I can't believe he called off the engagement. People don't change, Camilla. Angelina didn't know if Camilla had a different standard for Angelina than she did for herself. But would she date a man like Sebastian? And now he's broken another promise with Lauren. I see how he looks at you, Angelina, Camilla said. He still loves you. Even Penny sees it. Angelina exhaled hard. Stop, Camilla. I need you to stop. But he loves you. Camilla was still in her love bubble. You could have the happily ever after. This is not a Disney cartoon, Camilla, Angelina almost yelled, but she kept her voice steady and low. He'll just break his promise again when things don't work the way he wanted it to. No, Angelina wasn't that 17-year-old anymore. She wasn't going to think with her heart. She had learned her lesson. She was a woman who controlled her own destiny, even if that meant being alone. Camilla left the garage, and Angelina was left with her thoughts. She couldn't paint. She couldn't focus. One minute she thought of the kiss. The next, she was daydreaming of living on the ocean with Sebastian and Penny. The next, Lauren coming after her. When she went to look at the time, she noticed a new text. I wondered if you'd like to join me for afternoon tea when you deliver the paintings. The text had been sent by an unknown number, but from the messages above it, she knew exactly who it was. Dr. Colin Statham. Afternoon tea? Was he asking her out on a date? She thought about showing the text to Camilla, asking her what she should do. Did she say yes? Did this guy just buy her paintings because he wanted to ask her out? What in the world was happening that a guy as attractive as Dr. Statham would want to ask her out? She Googled his name. Photos of him in a white doctor's coat popped up with his bio. Born in East Sussex, England. Studied at the University of Massachusetts as an undergraduate. Graduated at the top of his class at Harvard Medical School. Then she saw her, the woman by his side in most of the photographs at events and charity functions. Dr. Alex Statham, physician and licensed therapist of women's medicine. Did Mrs. Statham know about afternoon tea? She didn't answer herself. Instead, she packed up the paintings and checked in with Marie and Camilla. "I'll be just a couple of hours," she said, even though it would probably take no longer than 30 minutes. "I might stop at the fabric store on my way back." Camilla didn't seem to mind. Marie didn't even look up from her needles. She had started knitting again after Penny had asked her to teach her. She hadn't finished a project, usually pulling the piece apart and starting over each time, but the rhythmic movement, the memorized motion, kept Marie's anxiety at bay. "Take your time," Camilla said. Angelina loved her living situation right now. Having a family for Penny, another set of wheels to pick her up and drop her off, another set of hands, good meals because of Marie, a clean house because of Camilla, and everything else seemed to fall into place. How would they play spades? She still hadn't decided if she'd take up the strange man's offer when she jumped into her mother's Volvo. She plugged in the doctor's address and followed the directions down through the winding road, along the coast, to an old captain's house that sat right along the harbor's edge. She walked up to the front door and pressed the doorbell. "It's open!" a man's voice shouted from inside. Was it smart to walk into a strange man's house alone? She could just hear the news story. She decided to ring the doorbell again. "Come on in," he called. She pulled out her phone, opening the last message she had sent for delivery. "Good afternoon. I'm here to deliver your paintings out front." Maybe that would give the guy the hint. Footsteps suddenly pounded against the floor, and the door swung open. There, in a pair of jeans and an old Beatles t-shirt, stood Colin. "Dr. Statham," she said, straightening her posture and holding out her hand. "Call me Colin." He took her hand in both of his. "I'm sorry it took so long to answer the door. Please, come in." He stepped back, holding out his hand, flashing that smile of his, which she was positive made many women swoon. But so had Ted Bundy. Yet she had to admit, he certainly was charming as he smiled down at her. "I have the paintings in the car," she said, getting right to business. He nodded. "Yes, right." He didn't even put on shoes, just stepped out of the front door and straight to the car. "Thanks for delivering them," he said, waiting for her to open the latch. "Thank you for your purchase." She pulled out the smaller painting and held it out to him. "Why don't I grab the bigger one?" he said. She nodded and closed the liftgate once he pulled out the painting. "Can I get you something to drink?" he asked. "A coffee? Tea?" She shook her head, peeking through the open front door and into the house. "Move, Lilibet," he said to a gorgeous white cat, cleaning its paws on the floor. "Oh, she's beautiful," Angelina said. "She's yours," he said, stepping over her. "She hates me." She smiled as the cat completely ignored Colin and kept licking. Her eyes started to itch. "Are you sure I can't convince you to come in for a cup?" he asked, opening the door for her. "I even have this fabulous marmalade and scones I baked. Come on." He waved her into the house. "You baked scones?" she asked. "I always miss home in the fall," he said. She wondered where exactly home was. By the accent she knew he was British, but from where she had no clue. "Watch for the Queen," he said, nodding his head toward the cat. Angelina hesitated, standing on the front stoop, peering in from outside. A large oil painting in a gorgeous, gilded gold frame hung over an antique walnut console. It immediately caught her eye. He was more than just a farmer's market art collector. "Is that a Stan Murphy?" she asked, almost positive before even recognizing his signature in the top corner. She had met the famous oil painter on Martha's Vineyard when she was a little girl. His landscapes had inspired her own work. She stood in front of the art. "It's beautiful." Above the Murphy painting hung a smaller, softer piece. There were light blues of the ocean in the far background, with golden grasses and sand dunes and beaches in between. A soft, magical golden haze lingered in the foreground. "It's called Golden Afternoon," he said. "I love it," she said, admiring the tiniest details. He held out his hand to an opening to another room. "Please, feel free to place the painting on the table." She stepped into a long dining and living room space. She couldn't help but notice the decor and pieces of art scattered throughout the room. A large portrait of a woman hung above the mantel. She sat like Mona Lisa, with the same type of smirk on her lips, a secret held in her eyes. "That's gorgeous," she said, pointing to the painting. "My mother," he said, nodding at the portrait. He carried the large painting to the couch, set it down, and immediately opened the packaging. "I had it commissioned after she passed." "I'm so sorry," she said. "She's very beautiful." She didn't know what else to say, now feeling uncomfortable. He pulled out the painting and held it up with both hands, then set it down onto the couch. He stared at her work. "You're very talented." She kept wondering if he had a woman as she watched him admire her painting. She wished she had better confidence and could ask him right then and there. She wished she could even take his compliment, but Angelina's anxiety wouldn't allow her to speak naturally with this handsome man. "Thanks," she said quickly. She should have just dropped off the paintings and gotten out of there. She clasped her hands together. "You know, I should get going. My daughter's going to be coming home from school soon." "Oh, you have a daughter also?" He seemed surprised. She nodded. "A teenager." She waited for the horrid surprise when he calculated her age in his mind. It usually took people a few minutes, and once it came, it was like an aha moment. Their whole body reacted. But he didn't react like she expected, or like others had, by asking her questions about her age and being such a young mother. He asked about Penny. "What's her name?" "Penny," she said, totally changing her feelings about the handsome doctor. "Well, Penelope, but she likes Penny." He smiled. "My daughter's named after my mom, Marilyn, but she goes by Lynn." Angelina's eyes moved to the portrait. The beautiful woman looking down now felt very different, like an angel looking down from above. She also saw framed photos of just him and the young girl. None of them had a mother in the picture. "Please have a cup before you leave," he said, setting down a delicate teacup and saucer, along with a silver spoon. "I tend to only have Earl Grey." He winced at his choices. "Oh, I also have chamomile." "Earl Grey is fine," she said, appreciating the floral design on the teacups and saucers. And within a few seconds, a traditional English afternoon tea had been set up, including 2 teapots and a 2-tiered platter with small cucumber sandwiches and scones. "Can't take the England out of this boy, I'm afraid," he said. She opened her linen napkin and placed it on her lap, noticing the linen cloth's hand-stitched pattern. "I guess not." She looked at the setup, not sure what to do. She had never been to England before. She could probably figure it out, but she didn't know where to start. "You can go first," she said, suddenly self-conscious, thinking of another way to leave. Was it weird he had this prepared before she arrived? He smiled and shook his head. Please, after you. She exhaled, embarrassed, feeling completely mortified by her lack of social experience in the world. But she didn't know what to do. Do I just pour the water? She asked. He nodded. Yes, here. He picked up the teapot and poured the spout over a metal strainer, which he removed. Milk? He held out a small cream pitcher. Angelina didn't know what to think of this afternoon tea. Is your daughter at school? He shook his head. She's with her mother on the mainland. She hadn't thought about that scenario. A divorcee. She didn't ask questions, just blew on the surface of the tea, steam rising from the cup. This smells delicious. It smelled richer and more fragrant than the tea she had drank in the past. So, you're a doctor that collects art, she said, looking around the room. At least a dozen or so pieces of art, paintings, sculptures, clay, vases, and glasswork were about. Every area looked as though he thought of it as a canvas. She studied the bookshelves and tried to read some of the titles she could see. Books about places, art, music, and people. Biographies, great pieces of literature by names like Steinbeck, Voltaire, and Tolstoy. What did that say about a person? Did he actually read them, or had his interior designer picked out the most popular names to impress his guests? This is a really great old house, she said, looking up at the crown molding around the ceiling. I loved all the detail, but I'm right on the water, he said. Here. He walked her to the back end of the house into a recently renovated kitchen that opened into a huge family room overlooking the harbor. Wow. She stood looking out the large picture window. This is... wow. He laughed, putting his hands into his pockets. I say the same thing every morning. Do you practice off the island as well? She asked. He looked at her and shook his head. Nope. General family practice for about 20 years now. So you do it all? She wondered if that included women's health and OB/GYN work. I do it all, he said. Not a lot of doctors live full-time on the island. She thought about emergencies like childbirth. Would Camilla have a baby with Elias on the island? You might deliver my niece or nephew, she said. Is your sister or brother having a baby? He asked, turning on music. A folksy band played softly. She shook her head. Not yet, but getting married sometime soon. They had planned a spring wedding, which seemed right around the corner, even though it was almost Thanksgiving. Please help yourself, he said, picking up the white bread cucumber sandwich. This is what tea looks like every afternoon? She asked, taking a triangular sandwich. Only for someone special, really, he said, looking out at her as he sipped his tea. And she felt that little flutter. The one she felt when Sebastian had called her when she was a kid. The kind of flutter she had with a crush. But he wasn't some kid in high school. He was a grown man. And a really hot one. Who was a doctor. Even Marie would love that. Why art? She asked. If she didn't know better, she'd think he was an art junkie. My mother mostly, he said. She had this real talent of finding the most amazing pieces in the strangest places. He then began to tell her a story of his mother traveling to Morocco and delivering a baby in the middle of the desert, as he showed her the tapestry that hung above his serving board in the dining room. Your mother is a doctor too? She said. He nodded. And my sister. And his ex-wife, she remembered from her Google search from earlier. She remembered his daughter had picked out her landscape, not Dr. Statham. He'd picked out the small oil one of the front porch. and she wondered where he'd place her paintings. Would the landscape be a decoration for a young girl's bedroom? She hoped not. For some reason, that felt like a step back. But at the same time, she appreciated a young girl who'd want a painting like hers in her room. He filled her tea and then opened a glass jar with a substance like orange jelly. He pushed it in front of her. "Have you had cream tea?" He opened another glass container of what looked like the softest butter she'd ever seen. "This is really why I wanted tea." He held up his knife, which had a dollop of cream on the end. "It's this deliciousness." He smeared the cream, then the jam, and bit into the scone. "Come on," he said. "I can't have tea on my own." She chuckled, picking up her knife to break apart the scone. No, he said. "You use your fingers." "Okay." She put her knife down and pulled the baked scone in two, then spread the butter and jam and took a bite. Her eyes closed at the blending of flavors and textures. "Oh my, this is so good." From the front hall, Lilibet came sauntering through the room to the table, calling out. "I've never had afternoon tea before." She reached out to pet the cat, her nose stuffing up. But she didn't care. "You're obviously missing out then," he said. Then he looked under the table where Lilibet pressed her whole body against Angelina's leg. "Is she seriously rubbing up against you?" Angelina looked down at the cat and caressed her head. "Are you kidding me, cat?" he asked the white purring Lilibet. "I'm sorry she's harassing you." Colin dramatically made a face, and a tiny flutter in Angelina's belly made her laugh. "She's fine." "She never even acknowledges my presence," he muttered, but she could tell he was amused. "And now she's harassing my date." "Your date?" She looked up from her scone. He considered this a date? He winced. "Sorry. Was that presumptuous of me?" When was the last time she had even been on a date? She had been having a nice time. Colin seemed interesting and liked her art. He was divorced and took care of his daughter, which was a plus in her book. Not to mention he was very attractive. And maybe it would get her to stop thinking of Sebastian. Maybe Camilla was right. Angelina did need to start thinking about herself, and her fluttering feelings were telling her to enjoy afternoon tea. "No, I think this is a lovely first date," she said, picking up her teacup. Chapter 9. "What are you doing with that?" Barbara asked Sebastian when she'd caught him in his old bedroom. He held Angelina's engagement ring in his fingers. He had bought the antique ring when he found out about Penelope. He hadn't even hesitated to ask her. Unlike Angelina, who had freaked out the second she'd missed her period, he had been completely okay with the situation. He loved her. Sure, he had plans to go to college and maybe go into law, but plans could be changed. But then his parents had cut him off. And Angelina hadn't wanted to get married. "You're only asking me to marry you because of the baby," Angelina had argued. He thought there might be no better reason to get married. They even had her parents' blessing, but that was it. He had no job or money or a place for them to stay. She hadn't wanted to live with her parents. He hadn't known how to survive. But then his parents had come to him with their offer. They'd offered to give Angelina enough money for her and Penelope to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. But only if they kept Penny's paternity a secret. Sebastian also had to promise to cut them out of his life. "Nothing," he said, putting the ring into his pocket. Barbara Morse narrowed her eyes, suspicious. She sat in a chair in his bedroom on the edge of her seat, holding the armrests with both hands. "Where's Lauren?" she asked, but by the way she looked, she already knew. "Lauren and I broke up," he said, staring back at her. "What for?" His mother looked completely baffled by the news. Who wouldn't be? Things were going exactly the way they were supposed to. He could see the anger boiling under her skin, her hands shaking. "I couldn't see myself being married to Lauren, that's all," he said, feeling like a complete jerk for lying again. Barbara crossed her arms, clearly not buying it. "It's because of her." "Yes," he said, nodding. "But this is about so much more than that."
"Isn't it surprising she came back just before you were about to get married?" Barbara said.
He closed his eyes, hoping she'd take his silence as a cue to stop. But Barbara rarely stopped once she began.
"She's going to ruin you!"
Barbara hissed. "Stop!" He held up his hands. "I don't want you to talk about Angelina like that. I broke off the engagement with Lauren because I'm not ready to get married. I need to focus on being a dad right now."
"So that's it? You're going to ruin everything because of her?"
How could a mother argue with that? But he could tell she wanted to.
"She should have never moved back to the island."
"She has every right to live here as you do," Sebastian said, shaking his head at his mother. How could she even stand there arguing her point any longer? "Maybe you two could finally meet her. She's your granddaughter." Barbara shot him a look. She had a lot more to say, but was holding back. When he found out Angelina and Penny were back on the island, he saw it as a sign. If Angelina was back, maybe she had moved on. Maybe she forgave him for everything. When Penny reached out, he knew he had to act. He went straight to his father. "It's been long enough," he said to him, referring to the promise he had made to his parents. "I want a relationship with my daughter." He hoped Dale Morse would understand. Then he just gave Sebastian a nod and said, "Let me talk to your mother." Had his father ever talked to her about Angelina?
"When did you start spending time with her?"
Barbara asked, her eyes flickering around the room and not at him. She had been the kind of mother who'd ignore his existence when he made mistakes, pretend he wasn't even in the room. Even as a little boy, she played victim when he messed up. Held her love as a bargaining chip.
"Make sure you know exactly who you're dealing with before you make any decisions."
Her threat no longer gripped him like a noose. Instead, he stood there almost wanting to start an argument. "I really wish you'd be part of her life. Penny's really amazing." She shook her head.
"She came here to ruin your relationship. So well done."
He never understood why his mother and father felt so threatened by Angelina when he was a kid. Now he completely understood. Angelina never let anyone, not even him, control her.
"Invite Lauren to Thanksgiving."
Barbara didn't get it. Sebastian shook his head. "I'm going to Angelina's house for Thanksgiving."
"You're missing Thanksgiving?"
Barbara looked horrified. "Yes." How could she not see the problem? He looked at his mother. The adoration she had in her eyes the other night had completely vanished. The familiar frustration and disappointment back. "I'm having Thanksgiving with my daughter," he said. "I'd really like to have Thanksgiving as a family, but you haven't invited her."
"Fine. Have her come."
She threw up her hands as though she gave in to something on the menu, not her granddaughter coming as a guest. A granddaughter she had never met. "Include Angelina and her family, then," he said. "This house could more than adequately accommodate all of us." Her lips pierced together in a straight line.
"Do you enjoy hurting my feelings?"
Barbara stared at him, serious. This was how she controlled him. But he wouldn't budge. She stormed out of the room, leaving Sebastian alone in his childhood bedroom. Within minutes, his father stood at the door. "You need to go back to the city and talk to Lauren," his father said. "This isn't only about you. We had a plan." Sebastian wanted to burn the plan. He no longer wanted to be part of the plan anymore. I don't have a choice in the matter? Once again, disappointment washed over another one of Sebastian's parents. I think you should think carefully before you make any further decisions. It didn't matter how old Sebastian may be. He'd never be old enough to run his life, according to Dale and Barbara Morse. He clenched his jaw closed as his father walked away, following his mother down the hall. Sebastian patted the ring in his pocket. He left his parents and drove straight to Angelina's house. He didn't know what to think as he stood on the front steps of the old Cape. How many times had he gone to that exact door to pick her up or to see her? She's on a date? He asked Camilla for the second time. She stood in the doorway, making that face someone did when they felt bad for the other person. She's out with a guy named Colin. Sebastian's head fell back. He'd missed his opportunity. Sorry I bothered you. He turned back toward his car, brushing the ring that sat in his pocket. He had thought he would go big, promise her the world, tell her how much he regretted not doing that exact thing all those years ago. How he had kept the ring all this time, waiting for this exact moment. Oh, why had he waited? Sebastian? Camilla waved her hand in front of him, bringing him out of his thoughts as they stood on the stoop. You should come Friday, she said. He thought about it, and wasn't so sure if that would be a good idea at this point. Right, dinner. She nodded. Come, and hang out with Penny and us. Sebastian looked at Camilla. She had grown into a beautiful woman. Elias was a very lucky man. He still saw the girl in braided pigtails running behind Angelina, following her everywhere. What exactly did big effort mean to a DeLuca girl? Angelina, at 17, would have wanted something simple. Flowers from a field, a nice vista to sit and look and talk. She had never wanted to go out unless it brought an adventure. Never needed to dine in fancy places. She hadn't even wanted to do what normal teenagers wanted to do, like go to the movies, the mall, or play together on the beach. All she'd wanted to do was spend time with Sebastian. And she'd been everything to him. Mad love. That's what Barbara called it once, when his parents had caught him sneaking out to see her during prep school. His mother had once asked him if she was worth losing everything for, and he'd said, yes. How could he make a big effort without looking like a complete idiot? Marie hated him, so there was that. Penny was still figuring him out. He was pretty sure Angelina hated him as much as Marie. Camilla seemed to believe his sincerity, but loyalty to her sister made her a weak ally. His only way to show a big effort was to make an even bigger effort than they were expecting. He'd have to go big. He remembered Penny telling him about their nights on the porch. What can I bring for Friday? Chapter 10. Angelina sat across from Colin at the restaurant, and she had to admit she was enjoying herself. She hadn't talked this easily to a man in years. Strange how long it had been since she'd talked to the opposite sex. Not to mention how interesting Colin had been telling her about his journey from London to the United States. I met Alex at university, he said. When I applied for medical school, she suggested Harvard. So I did it on a whim, not realizing I'd end up here. Do you like living here? She asked, keeping the questions neutral. He nodded. I do, but I don't think I'll stay forever. You? She inhaled a deep breath, blowing out slowly, taking the time to carefully answer the question. I love this island. She paused. But, he said, waving his hand to get her to say more. But it's... She didn't know. It's limiting, being on an island. He nodded. I would love to have a target. She laughed, agreeing. I would love a target. Did you like living in San Francisco? He asked. I've never been, But it looks beautiful. It's an amazing city, she said. Expensive. I've heard that. He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms, looking into her eyes. It's very kind of you to leave your life behind in San Francisco and help with your mother. Angelina had to look away. Had she not been forced by Camilla, she may have just stayed in San Francisco. She and Marie never had the best relationship. Did she talk about her family problems now and get it over with? Warn him about their dysfunctionality? Ruin her first date in 17 years? She looked back at Colin. She couldn't believe she had a date, much less a Harvard graduate, much less a doctor. Did he not see she was a complete disaster? Penny's really happy here, she said, shrugging. My mother wasn't the only one who needed help. I had been a single mother for 16 years. It was nice to have others helping. People don't tell you kids get harder the older they get. Oh, no, don't tell me that. He laughed, then took a drink of his water. I just had to get through talking about the birds and the bees with her. She grimaced. That had been one of the hardest times being a single mother, trying to explain to an 11-year-old why you don't need to be married, like the other parents say. Sometimes I wonder how I can be in charge of someone else, she said. The waitress came with the bottle of wine and poured both glasses. Colin held up his glass and said, Here's to more dinners together. She held up her glass to his. I'd like that. And all that fluttering had turned into tidal waves. Dinner was excellent, and the evening walk was chilly. Colin offered his jacket, which was thoughtful, like all the other gentlemanly gestures he had made throughout the night. He pulled out her chair, asked her comfortable questions, didn't pry into the background of having a 16-year-old daughter at her age. Colin had been an absolute gentleman. He took the long way home from the restaurant, and she had told him about growing up on the island all throughout her childhood, pointing out landmarks and secret places she had known as a kid. She hadn't brought up her relationship with Sebastian, or her pregnancy as a young woman, or how she ran away from the island, vowing never to return. The closer they got to her childhood home, the more her anxiety raced through her body. How would the night end? Would she mess it up? Should she ask him to call her? Should she kiss him goodnight? What did people do on dates now? As he pulled into the driveway, she saw someone else standing by a car. Sebastian. Sebastian squinted his eyes, watching them drive up to the house. She looked at her watch. What was he doing there so late? Is that Sebastian Morse? Colin asked. He made a scrunched face, clearly confused. She should have told Colin. It would have come up at some point. Now it was uncomfortable. Yes, she said. What's he doing at your house so late? He asked. She looked at the clock on the dash. 10:36 at night. What was he doing at the house? I have no idea. Colin looked even more confused. He's an ex. It's complicated. He's kind of a friend of the family. She stared out the windshield at Sebastian. Colin shrugged. Okay. He didn't press any further. Angelina hated having to lie to him about Penny, or to anyone for that matter, but she made an agreement. She opened the door herself before Colin could get out of the car. The romance completely evaporated into the cold night like the heat of the day. She looked at the house and saw Camilla and Penny peeking out the window. What are you doing here? She asked before he could get into his car. I came to play spades with your mom, he said. You came to play spades with Marie? She asked, sounding surprised. She noticed Colin open his car door and get out slowly. I see you're busy. I'll head out. He gave a wave to what looked like both her and Colin, and immediately walked toward his car. "Nice to see you, Dr. Statham." "Yes, you too, Sebastian." Colin waved. "Will I be seeing you at the club this week?" Sebastian frowned and shook his head. "I'm afraid not." "Have a nice night," Sebastian said as he got into his car. She stood in the driveway watching Sebastian drive away, his red brake lights going off in the distance. Suddenly, all she could hear were the crickets and the waves rolling onto shore as she and Colin stood in the dark, alone, awkward. "I'm not sure what to say." He smiled. "You don't have to say anything." "I didn't know he'd be here," she said, looking back at the house. Penny and Camilla were no longer at the window. "Let me at least walk you to your door." She smiled, hoping this didn't change things, but she had a sinking sensation as he walked her to the door that it might. Most of the time she couldn't get out of her own way. Now Sebastian comes along and messes things up. "Thank you for a wonderful evening," he said, as they reached the door. "Yes, I had a nice time too," she said. He made a face. "Ouch." "What?" she asked, not sure what he meant by ouch. "Nice?" he laughed. "I didn't think it went that bad." "Nice means bad?" she said. "I had a very nice time." "Nice is equivalent to someone saying they're fine, when they're really not," he said. "I don't mean to get all personal so quickly, but is there still something between you and Sebastian?" It felt like Colin threw the question at her, and she fumbled for words. "No," she shook her head. "Absolutely nothing is going on between us." "Right." But Colin's eyes appeared doubtful. He smiled at her. "Good night, Angelina." He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek, turning to walk away. "Colin!" Maybe she needed to be more forward. Maybe not, but she wasn't getting anywhere at this rate. "I had a wonderful time tonight." He stopped on the steps and turned back around. He walked back up, his eyes directly on hers. She didn't move from where she stood. Her heart pounded in her chest as he stepped up to her, placed his hand on the small of her back, and kissed her softly on the lips. When they parted, she opened her eyes and took in a breath. Her knees wobbled as he backed up and gently let go. "How does dinner tomorrow sound?" he asked. She grimaced. "My daughter has driver's ed tomorrow night." "This weekend?" he asked. "That sounds great." He nodded. "I'll call you." "Perfect." She clasped her hands together as he backed away. "I'll look forward to it." She waited to go inside until he left and then walked into the house. Camilla and Penny stood in the front hall. "Well?" Camilla asked, wiggling her eyebrows. "He's really nice," Angelina said. She looked at Camilla. "So what was Sebastian doing here?" "Dad wanted to hang out, and he ended up being the fourth in our game of spades," Penny said casually, like this had been something that happened all the time. "Dad?" Angelina asked. "Yeah," Penny said, as if it wasn't a big deal. "He said I could call him that." Angelina shot a look at Camilla, whose forehead wrinkled in that sympathetic way it did when she didn't feel the same anger and rage that Angelina did. Angelina knew Penny had every right to call Sebastian Dad. Penny had every right to spend time with whomever she wanted. She also knew Sebastian wasn't malicious or going against Angelina. It took bravery for him to show up at Marie's house after everything she said and did to him, to each of them. But even knowing all that, she could feel something rip at her heart. Chapter 11. Wanda wanted nothing but the best for Angelina. Getting involved might not be the smartest move, but sometimes she couldn't help but play Cupid,
just to nudge things in the right direction.
You should stay out of it,
Marty warned her as they sat in Dr. Statham's waiting room. Angelina is terribly stubborn, Wanda said, leaning on the armrest and up against Marty. And for no good reason.
She just came back to the island,
Marty said, flipping through an old news magazine.
She's barely been able to unpack. Don't go meddling.
Wanda made a face, offended, then lowered her voice so the assistant couldn't hear her. Are you suggesting that I'm not right about Dr. Statham and how the two of them would be perfect together? Marty gave her a look.
Stay out of it.
Just as she was about to retort, a nurse came out of a door and saved her. Wanda? Yes. She stood up and handed Marty her purse. I'll be back. He set it in the seat next to him.
I'll be here.
The nurse opened the door and waited for her to enter. Morning, Wanda. Good morning, Alice, Wanda said to the young nurse. Good to see you. You know the drill. Alice gestured toward the yellow room with the scale. Wanda nodded and stepped up, watching the numbers flash across the tiny digital screen. 47, Alice said. But Wanda wasn't quick on her calculations of kilograms. How much is that? About 105 pounds, Alice said, as she typed on her computer. Wanda could calculate how much weight she had lost since her last weight check-in. 3 pounds. We can head to Dr. Statham's office down the hall, Alice said, waiting for Wanda to leave the small room first. When Wanda sat down in the office, Alice shut the door and swiped her badge on the computer screen. How are your kids doing? Wanda asked, her anxiety rising. After all the time she had spent in the hospital and doctor's offices, she was used to it by now, but she would always be nervous. Great! They're in sports now that school started, Alice said. All I do is drive children around with soccer balls. You must be busy. Wanda had always wanted that. The soccer mom life, racing from one event to another, being a part of a community of families, sitting on the sidelines and cheering for a child she loved. It's exhausting, but I'm not complaining, Alice said. I know it's going to be over before I know it. Wanda's palms and fingers sweat, but she felt cold sitting there in the office. She should have forced herself to drink her protein shake that morning, because her nausea worsened when her anxiety increased. How have you been feeling lately? Alice asked. Any new concerns you'd like me to share with Dr. Statham? She tried to take in a deep breath, but like a vice, her anxiety took hold of her lungs, squeezing her chest tightly closed. I've had more bruising, she said reluctantly. Alice began typing fervently, her acrylic nails tapping against the keys, her focus on the screen in front of her. Do you know how you've gotten the bruises? Wanda shook her head. Some, but others, no. One day she woke to a deep purple bruise spreading on her eye after sleeping. Do you see other bruises forming from them? Alice asked. Yes. Do you notice any tiny red freckles? Alice clicked away. Wanda nodded, her nerves rising with each click. Yes. Alice stopped and looked at Wanda. Anything else Dr. Statham should know about? My mouth's been sore. Wanda rubbed her hands along her pant legs. Has Dr. Rosenthal gotten in touch with your office? Alice nodded. He and Dr. Statham talked yesterday afternoon. Oh, good, Wanda said. What did two doctors say to each other about her in private? How did they feel about her next steps? Alice kept clicking the keys. All right, anything else? Wanda shook her head. Okay, Dr. Statham should be here in a second, Alice said. Great, Wanda said, but her heart pounded inside her chest. She rubbed her hands against her pant legs again when she heard a knock on the door.
"Hello, Wanda," Colin said, poking his head into the office. "Good to see you." Holding out his hand to hers, Colin then sat on a stool by the computer. "How are you feeling today?" Wanda no longer thought of physical symptoms as her only measure of health these days. She had been sleeping more and more. Walking each morning had been taking everything out of her. Even working at the market with Angelina took a toll. She couldn't remember the last time her body hadn't been pumped with drugs, and she didn't have the brain fog that came with it. She didn't even know what feeling well felt like at this stage in her life. Yet mentally, she felt great. She had a devoted husband sitting in the waiting room. She had friends who lifted her spirits after each of those walks. She had support from family and friends. She enjoyed being at the market, around all the personal entrepreneurships and the beauty of the craftsmanship. "I have my days," she answered. "But today I'm feeling pretty good." He nodded. "Dr. Rosenthal told me you had a minor infection with your PICC the last time you saw him," Colin said, looking at the computer screen in the room. "I'd like to make sure the infection is healing." Her oncologist had been unhappy with her. She hadn't made a fuss when she'd noticed the swelling and redness around the site of her port. She breathed in. "So, I heard you've been talking to my lovely niece Angelina." He instantly smiled. "Yes, she is lovely." He began to type. "How's your appetite been?" Wanda looked down at her hands. "I'm afraid I haven't had much of one." He nodded, then wheeled over to her. "Do you mind if I look at your port?" Wanda shook her head. "No." She unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt and pulled down her collar. The swelling had gone down around the IV port where her chemotherapy treatments were given. But the redness persisted. "I'm glad you were able to keep the catheter in," he said. "It's not always the best option to remove it when there's an infection." He studied her chest. "And you've been able to keep up with your antibiotics?" "Like a good girl," she said. Colin frowned. "I was sorry to hear that the cancer has spread, and you're considering your next options." Wanda's eyes slanted away from the young doctor. She didn't want to talk about it. She wanted to talk about Angelina and make sure she and Penny were taken care of. "Yes, Dr. Rosenthal explained my next options," Wanda said. Her options were more chemo, more poison draining through her blood, more hormone therapy, more immunotherapy, more, which meant more sickness, more fatigue, more feeling bruised and beat up, more. Colin frowned. "I'm sorry." "Yes, well, don't be sorry for me." Wanda patted her legs, wanting to move on from the subject. "I'm not done fighting." Colin nodded, but she could see the sympathy in his eyes. "Good. You have a lot of fight left in you." Chapter 12. Angelina got to the farmer's market before her aunt and uncle. She set everything up in her space, and by the time she finished, they hadn't arrived. That was when she saw her uncle pull up behind her and get out alone. She waved and looked behind him at the car. "Did Wanda not come?" He shook his head. "She's not feeling all that well this morning. I told her to take a rest and I'd help." He carried himself differently, and there was worry in his eyes. "Is she okay?" she asked. He blew out, stuffing his hands into his pockets. "She's just exhausted. They put her on another regime of chemo, and it just takes its toll on her." "I thought she was done with chemo." Angelina could feel the emotions sting behind her eyes. He shook his head. "Looks like they need to do a little bit more." He grabbed the tub full of her paintings from the back of the car and carried them to the tables. The thought of her busybody Aunt Wanda home alone, sick from chemo, and she sent her doting husband to help her, made her tear up. "You should go home," Angelina said. She didn't know why she got emotional. She didn't know her aunt all that well. She had met her only months ago. But the little firecracker was loyal beyond belief and seemed to really care about Penny and all of them. "I'll be fine on my own." She hadn't really needed Wanda helping her. Her aunt had volunteered at the beginning, and then she just kind of started coming all the time. And even though her aunt never stopped talking, and her stories were incredibly long, tedious, and boring, she had the biggest heart out of all of them. She always dealt with Marie with class and patience. She helped Angelina and Camilla in more ways than she could count. He looked unsure.
"Wanda would kill me if I left you alone. Besides, her girlfriends are coming over."
She smiled, believing him, but also slightly dreading the next 8 hours. She loved her uncle, but what would they talk about the whole day? She patted his back again. "It's been so slow around here." She ushered toward the empty aisles. "You should go get some pastries at the bakery. Grab yourself a coffee." Marty looked through the tents in the direction of Books and Bread, the local bakery with the most delicious pastries on the island. Then he looked around the deserted autumn market. Only a few patrons moseyed around the place.
"You girls mean the world to your aunt,"
he said.
"She just loves to be part of things with you all. That's why she wants me here. But I won't bother you."
"You're not bothering," she lied. "I just thought you could grab me something as well." Uncle Marty now seemed to think grabbing a pastry and a coffee was a great idea.
"I always loved her almond croissants."
Angelina didn't want to hurry her uncle along, but she didn't want to get emotional. She didn't want to cry in front of him. He needed them to be strong. She shouldn't make this about her, but the idea that Wanda might lose her battle with cancer hit harder than she had expected. She watched him walk away toward the bakery. What if she turned into her Uncle Marty, alone for most of her life, finding her true love only to lose them to cancer a few years later? How can some people smoke and drink and eat hot dogs all day long and live to 109, but a sweet, fit, and careful 66-year-old could die of cancer? Life was so unfair. Tears welled up in her eyes, blurring her surroundings. She picked up her purse, digging through it trying to find her tissues, when she saw a figure off to her side. When she wiped the tears away, she looked up and saw Barbara Morse standing in front of her. At first she wanted to cower, run away and hide, but then she remembered she wasn't some 17-year-old who had no confidence. Angelina dabbed her eyes and then straightened her posture. "How can I help you?"
"From the looks of it, you could use some help,"
Barbara said, looking around the chaotic tent and paintings. "What are you doing here?" Angelina got right to it.
"Funny, I was going to ask you the same question," Barbara said. "I thought our agreement was very clear."
Angelina could feel her fight or flight instincts kicking into gear. She couldn't run and leave her tent of landscapes behind. Although, would anyone even take them? But fighting Barbara Morse didn't seem like a good idea either. "The agreement is clear, and I haven't told anyone about Penny and Sebastian," Angelina said, shifting her eyes to see if any of the other farmers' market booths were watching what was going down at the landscape tent. Barbara took a step closer to Angelina.
"What do you suppose people will think when they see your daughter running around the island with Sebastian? They'll make the connection."
"That's between you and your son," Angelina snapped back.
"How much for you to leave the island?"
Barbara opened her purse and pulled out her wallet and a gold pen. Angelina watched Barbara twist open the pen and wondered how much she could get. How much would she pay to get rid of her? "You haven't changed a bit," Angelina said. Barbara reminded her of a mix between Martha Stewart and Don Corleone.
"What is it?"
Barbara asked, panicky.
"What do you want?"
you to leave this area," Angelina said.
"I see you haven't changed at all either."
Barbara's eyes dropped down to Angelina's feet and back.
"You're not fooling anyone by showing up here on the island. He'll figure it out. He'll see through your victim act."
If it had been a normal day, if she hadn't been broken already, if Wanda had been next to her, supporting her, maybe she would have had enough energy to stand up to Barbara. But all she had in her was enough to fight the tears from coming.
"She told you to leave,"
a man's voice said, from out of nowhere. Barbara froze, looking behind Angelina. Her eyes narrowed. Angelina turned, and she jumped when she saw Sebastian standing behind her in her tent. "What are you doing here?" Angelina asked, stepping away from him. He held his hands on his hips, staring down his mother.
"What are you doing here?"
Angelina looked at Barbara, who now didn't seem so tall, or all that frightening. In fact, Barbara Morse looked slightly meek up against her adult son, who towered over the two of them. Sebastian stepped closer to Barbara.
"So?"
he asked. Angelina whipped her head at Barbara, who looked at Angelina for a second before turning her attention on her son.
"Well, I wanted to see why she's back,"
Barbara said. She adjusted the strap of her purse, but raised her chin in the air.
"I already told you,"
he said, his tone hard, cold.
"She came back to help her mother and sister."
Barbara's face pinched as she stood there.
"I think you should leave,"
Sebastian said. Angelina had been wrong. Barbara had changed. Sebastian had stood up for Angelina plenty in front of Barbara, but his mother had never cowered back, or took what he said seriously. But things had changed. Barbara's eyes focused back on Angelina, and they flashed with anger. She could feel Barbara's hatred coming out at her. But to Angelina's surprise, Barbara left. As she watched Barbara walk away, her heartbeat pounded in her ears. Sebastian didn't move until his mother was completely out of sight, and then said,
"I'm sorry."
"What are you doing here?" she asked. He dropped his arms to his side.
"I saw you putting up your tent alone, and thought I could help."
She didn't buy it. "No, what are you doing at the market? What are you doing here?" She studied his expression as he thought of what to say. Sebastian, in his 30s, just looked like a better version of Sebastian in his late teens. Tall and muscular, he still looked as fit as he had back when they swam in the ocean every day. His baby cheeks now formed a chiseled jawline. His tailored button-up didn't hide his impeccable physique. She had to force herself not to check him out in his perfectly worn jeans.
"Don't look at his hands,"
she thought. But she looked down before she could stop herself. Something about that man's hands drove her crazy. As a teenager, all she wanted was to be touched by Sebastian. Hold his hand, have his fingers caress her face, hold her against him, and love her. "So," she said.
"I want to put in the effort,"
he said. His eyes locked on hers, and just like 17 years ago, she could see his pain, his regret, and his fears. And she could feel it. The tears sprung up before she even noticed. "Yeah, well, it looks like you need to deal with your mother first." She blinked fast, pushing her emotions down as hard as she could. She would not cry in front of him. Not here, not now, not ever. She wouldn't let him see her feelings. She wouldn't let him know she still had feelings. Angelina inhaled a long, shaky breath and turned to the big plastic tubs. She snapped off one lid and started setting up. He didn't move. He watched her jitter around the tiny space, trying to set up but going in circles.
"Your art is still as mesmerizing as always,"
he said, staring at the paintings she'd just hung against the lattice screens she'd put up as walls for her booth. He stuffed his hands into his pockets. "Oh, don't look at his hands," she reminded herself. Do you want to spend time with Penny today? She asked, moving the conversation away from her.
I want to put effort into us.
He shrugged.
I know you don't want to go back to before, but I'd like to move forward together for Penny. To at least be friends again. We did like each other's company at one time. She closed her eyes. The right thing to do was to think about her daughter. Penny would want her to build a relationship with Sebastian. As an adult, she knew the best possible scenario for Penny would be amicable with her father. But it was too hard. I just want to be part of her life, Sebastian said. And yours. She clenched her jaw, but the words came out anyway. I never wanted the money. I didn't want anything to do with it. I loved you. The pain returned in his eyes. She didn't want to hurt him. That's not what she wanted. But she couldn't get past it. And she wouldn't be able to build a relationship until he understood. What made you think I'd be better off with money than with you? She asked, calmly as possible, even though her whole body shook. What made you think Penny would be better off with money than with a father? Because I wasn't able to provide for the two of you, Sebastian said. I didn't have anything, not even a penny to my name. You had so many connections. You would have been okay, Angelina said. Sebastian's family name alone opened more doors than she had in her lifetime. You didn't want to marry me, remember? He said. You made it seem pretty convincing you'd be fine on your own. Angelina didn't say anything. What was there to say? That she wished he had fought for her? That she wished he had asked her to change her mind one last time before she'd left the island? How she wished he would have left with her on the ferry instead of going back to his mother? Yes, well, you made your feelings about me very clear all those years ago, she said. He dropped his head, shaking it. You think I wanted to let you go? She shrugged, swallowing down the lump. She would have destroyed you, Sebastian said. Angelina let out a laugh. Well, she succeeded at destroying us. He looked at her. She almost thought she knew what he was thinking. That she was stubborn and wouldn't see the truth no matter how hard he worked at making her try. Look, you can hate me for what I did. But you said it's always about Penny. He was using her own words against her. Don't you think we should try to form a relationship for her sake? Sebastian waited for her to say something, but unlike the Angie he had once known, this Angelina stood stoically quiet, like a parent waiting out a petulant child. Giving me space is helping make things better for you and Penny, she finally answered. She could tell he noticed the quiver in her chin. His eyes dropped down, and he backed away from the rest of her stuff, out into the public space of her booth. I never stopped wishing I had done things differently. But what was I supposed to do? He asked. Seriously. I guess I wished you would have fought for us, she said. I sacrificed everything for you. I did everything they wanted for you. I've lived the last 17 years like I promised. For you. He put his hands on his waist and looked up at her. You know, Angie, have you ever stopped and thought about what I did for you? She let out a huff. Are you kidding me? You know I didn't want to go into law. You know I wanted out of that house, out of that family, out of my father's grasp. You knew all that, and yet you still think I'm the selfish one? Don't you dare play the martyr, she said, pointing her finger at him. You never went out of your way to show you wanted more of a relationship. He started laughing. I've been waiting. You got engaged. You weren't waiting. You ended up exactly who you were always going to become. I was just a blip in your life. So don't you go playing victim. You took a seat at the table and left me in the kitchen where your mother believed I belonged.
He stared at her as her chest heaved up and down like the words took the breath out of her.
Wow. How long have you waited to say that?
A very, very long time, she said, blowing out. He gave her a half smile.
I don't want us fighting all the time. I want us to get along for Penny.
What do you want me to say? She asked, really wanting to know. That everything's fine?
I moved on because you never wrote me back, or texted or called. I didn't think you'd ever come back, he said. I waited for 17 years, and honestly, I didn't think it would happen. But then you did. Oh, hello there,
Uncle Marty said from behind Angelina. Sebastian stepped back even further out of the tent.
I should go. You want some pastries?
Marty said, holding up the signature white bag from Books and Bread. Sebastian snuck a look at Angelina, probably determining what she wanted him to do, and shook his head.
No thanks. Oh, come on.
Marty shook the bag.
No one can say no to an almond croissant.
Angelina stared at Sebastian, wanting him to leave, but something else nagged at her. Something she didn't want to keep nagging her. Something she wanted to push far, far down to the deepest depths of her soul. A part of her wanted to be around him, to talk to him, to reminisce about all the crazy, amazing times they had together that only he knew about. To remember what it was like to be his Angie, his girl. To hold those hands in hers.
I'm afraid not.
He gave her one last look and waved, then left. As if nothing had happened, Angelina went right back to her routine of putting up her booth, ignoring her uncle who watched Sebastian walk off. Marty set up a little spot with a plate and napkin next to a white bag.
You okay?
If Angelina had closed her eyes, she could have pretended it had been her dad asking her that question. Her uncle reminded her of her dad in so many ways. The way he looked, his mannerisms, his voice. She picked up another painting and hung it on her cage wall. Yeah, it's just weird to be with him sometimes. He nodded.
You two had to grow up so fast.
You could say that, she said, hoping her uncle would stay in the uncle lane and not go down the path of the problems she caused with her teenage pregnancy.
I always felt your parents were hysterical for the wrong reasons,
he said, continuing. She looked at him, now curious. Even Angelina could understand where they were coming from, as a mother herself. The wrong reasons? If Penny got pregnant, I'd be a bit hysterical too. She didn't know why she was defending her parents. They had been hysterical. Their hysteria had made things so much harder, and she had been so scared. To go through a pregnancy alone had been the hardest part of her life. She remembered worrying that her parents would cut her out of their insurance, which luckily they hadn't, because even with the money the Morses had given her, she didn't know the first thing about getting insurance and other adult responsibilities.
Yes, I imagine anyone would be upset,
Marty said, pulling out a croissant.
I guess for me, the idea of becoming a grandparent would be more exciting than the disappointment of timing. You always had a good head on your shoulders.
Angelina just stared at her uncle. No one had been excited for Penny, and it had been something that had bothered her to this day. All the stress and fear Penny had endured while growing inside Angelina had to have been toxic. It was my biggest regret, she said. She didn't know why she was telling him this, but the compliment had surprised her. At that time, no one thought she had a good head on her shoulders. Every adult in her life thought the exact opposite. I wish I had been excited for her. All I did for 9 months was worry. Marty nodded.
I wish you had taken me up on that offer.
She wondered what life would have been like had she taken the offer and stayed with him. He had offered a room and told her he'd help. Looking back now, she didn't know why she hadn't taken it, other than being stubborn.
But look at you now, Marty said, his voice lifting. You did it, and all on your own.
She had done it. The recognition alone made her eyes start to tear up, but the look her uncle gave her was one she had longed for from her father for years. He looked proud of her. She smiled but turned back to the boxes. She didn't have time to cry before the market officially opened.
I always kind of thought your parents overreacted,
he said while chewing. Her father had never looked at her the same after she'd told him she was pregnant. His little girl had been tarnished forever. The family he had prided himself on had been stained by her indiscretions. Even when he tried to fix things, he never forgave her for what she had done. Even when his own decisions had ruined their family, he never forgave her.
Don't forget your croissant,
Marty said, finishing off his own in a few bites.
Have you tried their coffee?
She nodded as she pulled out another painting, thinking of her dad as she hung it. She hadn't talked to him in years. After one time he couldn't be bothered to call on Penny's birthday, she stopped bothering to care about a relationship for them. He had already ruined her relationship with him when he chose his new family over her and Penny. Did her uncle know her father like she did? Adjusting the painting to hang straight, she said, "My parents still hate me for ruining their lives." When they had told her parents about the pregnancy, Sebastian had come to the house, and they'd sat with her parents in the formal dining room. When she explained they'd taken a pregnancy test, and it came out positive, Frank had stood up and left the room before slamming the bathroom door upstairs. He hadn't spoken to her for weeks. Marie, on the other hand, did nothing but lecture and remind her what a mess she had created for herself. All her life's goals and dreams would be ruined because of the pregnancy. Marty put down his coffee and slanted his head.
Funny thing is, none of that was about you. It was about them.
Angelina left the island after her parents' ultimatum. They had come up with a plan for Sebastian and Angelina to get married quietly. They would pay for an apartment, Sebastian would finish school and get a job, while Angelina would stay home as Mrs. Sebastian Morse. "I thought you were a mailman, not a psychologist," she said, putting up another painting. Marty shrugged.
I don't think Marie or your father really knew how to handle the situation.
She laughed out sarcastically. "You could say that." Angelina remembered Marie in the kitchen, cooking for her husband who had never thanked her a day in his life, lecturing her on how her life would never be as good as her mother's. "Marriage gives you stability, a way to stay home and raise your children." Marie had listed all the different ways a woman was happy with a husband. Angelina had wanted nothing to do with it. She didn't want to be stuck in a kitchen or in a house all day. She didn't want to ask for things. She didn't want permission to have to buy things or defend why she had. And Angelina had known something her mother hadn't. Something that countered every word her mother had spewed from her ignorant tongue. She knew her father's secret. She knew he'd been having affairs, and that Elise wasn't the first. She knew because she and Sebastian had caught him in the Corvette. "Everyone wanted me to marry him," she said. She rubbed her fingers against the painting's wood frame. "As if marrying someone would make everything better."
It's a shame your dad doesn't know how great you and Penny are, Marty said. I sure am glad I get to.
Everyone thought she had run away on her own, but Sebastian was supposed to run away with her on that last ferry. They were supposed to just go and not listen to the parents. They would raise Penny together on their own terms. But when she met him at the ferry to leave the island, he didn't have any bags, and his parents sat in a car in the parking lot of the ferry dock. "What's going on? Where's your stuff?" she'd asked, her heart pumping from adrenaline. That was when he had handed her an envelope. "Here." She had pushed his hand away, but he just held out the envelope stuffed with legal papers. He put it into her hands. "Take it," he'd said.
She could tell he'd been crying. His eyes were red, puffy. He wouldn't look at her.
I thought you loved me. She had looked over at his parents sitting together in the front seats, watching their son ruin her life.
Please, take the money, Sebastian had said. This will be the best thing for you and our baby, believe me. You'll be taken care of for the rest of your life.
Sebastian, we can make this work without your parents' money. She had been horrified of the possibility of not being with him. Please don't do this. His bottom lip had trembled, and he looked out at the water, avoiding her eyes. She'd grabbed his face with her hands, pulling him to look at her. Please, Sebastian, don't leave me. I need you.
You'll be able to paint now, he'd said. You'll be able to live like you always wanted.
All those nights of revealing her deepest, darkest secrets had turned against her.
It's enough to live comfortably.
He'd nodded at the check.
Forever.
What about us? What about our baby?
She'll be better off, believe me, he'd said, looking back at his parents. I've got to go.
Sebastian, don't do this. Don't do this to us. She hadn't wanted the money. She wanted to be a family on their terms. Why had it been so hard for everyone to understand? They wanted to live their own lives, not their parents'.
Write to me. Let me know where you end up.
Come with me, she'd begged one last time.
I love you.
Then he had walked away back toward his parents. He hadn't turned around when she'd called out his name, or even looked at her as he'd gotten into the car. When they'd driven off, he had dropped his head in his hands in the back seat and never looked at her again. What if Sebastian had come with her? Would they still be a family? Could they have made their dreams come true? Or had Sebastian been right? Maybe her life had turned out for the better. She might have turned out exactly like her mother. Or worse, Barbara. She never got stuck in a kitchen cooking for a man. She bought what she wanted, when she wanted, and never had to answer to anyone but herself. She had raised Penny, and she'd turned out happy, not anxious and riddled with worry. When Marty cleared his throat to get her attention, she shook out of her what-ifs.
Seems like you turned out just fine, he said.
She looked at the paintings she had finished since she'd arrived on the island, the dark and deep shades of colors, the short strokes. Angry pent-up motions were not the kind of paintings Martha's Vineyard tourists sought after to remember a family trip. She needed light, airy, and bright, neutral beauty, the kind of paintings she had in San Francisco. What had drawn her back here? Why did she enjoy torturing herself by being back on the island? Yes, she had an ailing mother, but Camilla would be fine taking care of Marie with her perfect new beau. She had a fiancé, a wedding, and a marriage Marie would be proud about. And Angelina had ended up alone, just like Marie had warned would happen if she kept Penny. Not because she couldn't find a man, but because she didn't trust them. That is, except for her uncle. Sebastian wants to try doing that co-parenting thing, she said. She wanted to pump the brakes on his and Penny's relationship. She wanted to slow the whole thing down. First, he wanted Sundays. Now she was calling him Dad. What was next? I just don't know how I feel about it all, you know? Her uncle nodded.
There's an old fishing saying, let go or be dragged.
Angelina waited for an explanation. Her uncle shrugged.
Sometimes we hold on to unnecessary feelings about the past and don't look at how good the future could be if we just let go.
What was making her hold on? She didn't know. And that was what frightened her the most. Because no matter how much she loved Sebastian, she didn't trust him.
Chapter 13. Sebastian knocked on the door first. He held the bouquets of flowers, a gift for Marie, and a vintage Cabernet from the south of France. He wanted to show as much effort as possible. "Dad's here!" Penny called out, and he flinched at her use of the word dad. He knew it bothered Angelina, and probably Camilla just the same. He waited on the stoop, his heart pounding inside his chest, and waited for the door to open. "Hello, Sebastian." Angelina stood holding the door. "Come in." "Hello, Angie," he said, holding out the flowers. "I know how much Marie loves roses." Angelina took the flowers and smelled them. "They're beautiful." He followed her to the back of the house, where Marie and Penny sat on the couch. "Who's this?" Marie asked. "This is Sebastian," Angelina said. Marie's forehead wrinkled as though she was trying to place the name with his face, but was having trouble. He remembered a time when Marie had adored him. She had encouraged their relationship up until they'd announced Angelina was pregnant. He didn't blame her. He'd put Angelina in a rotten situation. But she had to have known he loved her daughter. She knew he would have married her. He would have even stayed with them like they'd offered. It had been Angelina who'd refused to live with her parents with Penny. "Hope you're hungry," Marie said, getting up from the couch. She shuffled to the dining room. He looked at his watch. Had he been late? "Did I mess up the time?" Angelina shook her head. "No, she's just hungry." "What's he doing here anyway?" Marie said under her breath, but loudly so everyone could hear. He didn't know what to do other than follow the three women to the dining room, with Penny by his side, talking about anything and everything. He couldn't focus on a word she said. He just followed Angelina, trying to get a read on her. Was she upset he had shown up? Did she want to work through their problems? But as he followed Angelina, she tried everything she could to avoid looking at him. She sat furthest away from him at the dinner table. She'd pass things to other people rather than directly to him. His nerves tumbled around inside him. "Thank you for inviting me to dinner," he said. Angelina stiffened, as Penny said, smiling all the while, "We're happy you could make it." Marie said grace as they held hands. He took Penny's and Camilla's and looked across the table at Angelina. She stared right back at him, her gaze practically piercing through him. He swore she could see through to his soul. Mermaid eyes, his grandfather had called them, before he died. The aqua green with gold flecks glowed in the night, and under the waters. Sebastian had never believed in mermaids until he met Angelina, the girl he'd met on the beach under the stars on Half Moon Harbor. He had instantly fallen in love. His parents swore she'd put a spell on him. He wasn't so sure they were wrong, because he never could stop thinking about her. Even to this day, his head was filled with thoughts of her. But as the legend goes, a man made on earth can't fall in love with a mermaid, nor can a mermaid fall in love with a man. And as he stared across the table, his heart pounding like a drum, he swore he was still just as love-struck. He couldn't look away. After dinner, like the last time he'd come at night to the house on Cliffside Point, they put him in a game of spades. Penny made him her partner this time, since he had basically failed at the game last time. Penny would teach him from the beginning, again. "So that's how many books?" he asked as she went through their cards. "5?" She shook her head. "No, 6!" He scratched his head trying to figure out if he'd overbid, when he noticed Angelina staring at him again. "You sure you have 3?" Penny asked him. He wasn't totally sure, but had a pretty good feeling about the whole hand. "At least." "Okay, 6, she said to Marie, who wrote down the number under his and Penny's name. They started the hand, throwing down cards one after another, and with mostly Penny's help, they got 6 books.
He had bid completely wrong. "You should bid lower next time," Marie said. "Grandma," Penny scolded. Penny seemed to be the only one not afraid of rattling the matriarch of the family. "I should probably head home anyway," he said, looking at the time. He had seen a few yawns coming from Angelina. "No, stay for one more round," Penny begged. "Please." "I have pumpkin whoopie pies for dessert," Angelina said. "And some nice tea a friend gave me." The word friend caught him. And for the rest of the night, that's what he perseverated on. Friend. Just that one word could mean so many different things. He knew exactly who the friend had been. Penny had told him about the British guy her mom had started dating, who had bought her loose tea leaves that were so delicious when freshly brewed. "Join us," Angelina said, her eyes reflecting the flames from the fireplace. "Sure," he said. Was this a truce? Had Angelina put her feelings aside? Was she giving him a second chance? Maybe this was the first step to a whole new relationship with her. "I'm going to boil some water," Angelina said, walking toward the kitchen. "Let me help you." He jumped up before she could say no, and followed behind her to the kitchen. When they were in the kitchen and the others couldn't hear him, he said, "Thank you for tonight." She placed her hands onto the counter. "You're welcome." He wanted to ask what friend meant. "I know you want distance and space between us right now." "Yes, I do." She said it so fast, her words stung. "Okay then," he said, watching her fill the kettle under the faucet of the sink. "But I think it's good for Penny to see us together." She nodded, rubbing her hands together. "Will your mother be okay with you having a relationship with us?" "What?" he asked, caught off guard. "Should I get a lawyer?" she asked. "Is your mom going to sue me?" He made a face. "Barbara's not going to bring her dirty laundry to public court. She likes every transaction hidden under the table. You know that better than anyone." "Is she going to ruin me now?" Angelina asked. "No." But it was a real possibility. Barbara Morse could easily ruin a woman like Angelina. She could tell the art galleries not to hang her art, or the local doctor not to date her, or spread rumors about the local artist and get no one to buy her paintings. She could ruin her non-existent reputation, or create a reputation she'd never live down. "I'll make sure of it." But if Sebastian continued to carry on with this relationship, being a dad for Penny, that meant people would figure it out, start talking about the rumors from years ago. It would spread, whether Barbara liked it or not. "People are going to ask her about you," she said. "Penny's going to tell people you're her father. She's not going to lie for your mother." He shrugged. "That's fine." Angelina poured the water into 2 different kettles. "That may be fine for you, but what about us? We need to be here for my mother. And if your family gets in the way of Penny's happiness," he shook his head, "she won't." But the truth was, he wasn't so sure. He couldn't predict how his mother would behave when it came to Angelina. He left shortly after their whoopie pies and tea. Angelina stayed in the kitchen the whole time. When Penny called him the next day, begging him to take her shopping, he couldn't say no, even if Angelina would be upset about it. "I need a dress for homecoming," she said. "Oh? Are you going with a guy?" he asked, wondering if he had missed something. As far as he knew, Penny didn't have a special someone. The thought hadn't crossed him that he and Angelina had started dating at her age, which seemed so young. "No," she said to his relief. "Just with some of my friends." Sebastian nodded to the news. "It's more fun to go with friends anyway." He hoped she'd always go with friends. He didn't want his daughter dating guys, especially guys like him. He took her to the stores she had requested, all small boutiques sprinkled around the island,
The last shop they went to had nobody else there, so he waited outside the door to the changing room.
"Do you think your mother is going to like me buying you this dress?" he asked,
pretty sure it didn't have enough fabric for Angelina. "She'll probably freak out no matter what you buy me, so why not go big?" Penny said, coming out of the dressing room. His breath caught as Penny came out in a tulle skirt and satin strapless top that looked amazing on her. Penny luckily got all her mother's beauty. The short skirt showed off her long, slender legs. The top left little to the imagination.
"No."
"What?" she asked, looking surprised.
"You're not wearing that."
He pointed at the dressing room.
"Go change."
"But this is what everyone's wearing," she argued, looking in the mirror.
"Not everyone, because you're not."
He shook his head. "I'll just go shopping with my mom then, and she'll buy me something else that's probably worse," Penny said. This was when he wished he knew this young woman who stood before him. She had the same mermaid eyes as Angelina did, and he couldn't read them. They wore steel masks hiding their feelings.
"Find a different dress," he said. "Something that covers your midriff."
"Ugh!" she groaned, and went back into the dressing room. He sat outside in the husband chairs and waited. As she changed, he thought about how he could broach the subject of her mother. Penny had been very protective of Angelina and rarely talked about her, so it took most of the day to get up enough nerves to ask her. With no luck on finding a dress, he took her out to lunch and asked,
"So, has your mom gone out with Dr. Statham again?"
Penny looked at him, and he could read her this time. She didn't like him asking about her mom.
"Sorry," he said. "I shouldn't have asked."
"Why do you want to know?" Penny scrunched her eyebrows together in that Nancy Drew kind of way.
He shrugged. "I guess I just want to see if your mom's happy."
She studied him, and it made him uncomfortable being stared at by an Angelina look-alike. "Have you thought about how you could make her happy?" Penny asked. He looked at Penny, surprised by the candidness of the question. Had his feelings toward Angelina been that obvious? Or did Penny want what he wanted?
"I'd do anything to make your mother happy," he said.
He knew this was playing with fire. He knew Angelina would freak if he involved Penny. But if he was going to break down those walls Angelina had built over the years, he needed help. He needed his sidekick.
"But what I want most is to make sure you and your mother are happy. And if that's with Dr. Statham, then I don't want to interfere."
Penny squinted her eyes as though she needed to see better as she examined his expression. "I think you need to ask us to dinner," Penny said. "Just the three of us." He made a face.
"Dinner, that's it?"
She nodded. "Yes, just the three of us, at your house." For days, Sebastian contemplated asking Angelina about dinner. Each time he got the nerve up to text her, he'd back out and delete everything he wrote. After 3 days of questioning, he decided to text her and ask her.
"Would you like to come over for dinner?" he wrote. "You and Penny?"
He waited to see if the bubbles would pop up. When they didn't, he set his phone aside, but with the sound on. He didn't want to miss her reply. But when the day turned to night and she still hadn't responded, he wasn't so sure where things stood. So the next Friday night, when he arrived at the house on Cliffside Point, he was surprised to see Angelina greet him happily at the door. "Hello, Sebastian," she said.
"Hello, Angelina."
"My mom and Camilla and Penny are all in the dining room," she said. He noticed she grabbed a denim jacket from the coat hanger.
"Are you going somewhere?" he asked.
She nodded. "I have a date."
"Oh," he said. She had a date.
"Bye, guys," she called out to the house. "Have fun," Camilla said from the kitchen. "See you, Mom," Penny said. Sebastian stood there, watching Angelina walk out the door as Dr. Statham pulled into the driveway.
She walked past him, waving at Penny. "Have a nice time tonight." And then she left.
Chapter 14. Angelina practically ran off her mother's front porch into Colin's car. He had just opened his door when she jumped into the front seat. "Hello," he said, giving a jump of his own. "Hi, Colin," she said, buckling her seatbelt. "Thanks for driving." She didn't know what the doctor knew, if anything, about her situation. "It looks like a party in there," he said, nodding at the window of onlookers. Camilla and Penny peeked through the kitchen window. Then Sebastian's head popped up behind them. "So he's just a family friend?" he asked. "He seems to be here a lot." "Yes," she said. "Just a friend." "So you're sure there's nothing more between the two of you?" He pressed a bit. She was surprised by his question, but it was a fair one. She looked back at the house, Sebastian's eyes right on her. "No." She leaned on the console and took a deep breath. "So, what do you have in store for me?" If she hadn't read 50 million inspirational quotes on Pinterest before Colin came and picked her up, maybe she would have come across as more of a mess than she had. But with all the fierce "I am woman, hear me roar" quotes, she came across more confident than she ever had before. When they arrived at an overpriced restaurant in the village, she played it casually as she tried not to react at the outrageous prices. Even the soup cost more than she could afford. When did clams get so expensive? "What are you going to order?" she asked. He shrugged. "I tend to be a bit boring and order the fish and chips." At a fancy restaurant like the one they sat in, she bet they would be delicious fish and chips. But it was a bit boring. "Were you the white bread, plain pasta kind of kid?" she asked, knowing the type. He nodded. "I'm British. It goes without saying." A laugh came out of her before she knew what was happening, and it felt so good it surprised her, making her laugh some more. "I think I might be killing this date already," he said, from behind the menu. She laughed even harder, grabbing her water to take a sip. "Don't choke from laughing so hard," he said, which made her laugh even harder. By the end of dinner, her stomach hurt from laughing. Colin had her in stitches, telling her childhood stories of growing up in a house full of sisters, with him being the only boy. "My dad left when I was little, so I basically peed with the toilet seat down until I moved out to university," he said. The movie was a romantic drama, the acting worse than the plot. She and Colin gave commentary throughout the period piece, since they had the whole theater to themselves. Like the gentleman he had been all night, Colin opened the door to the car when he took her home, then walked her to the door. Sebastian's car still sat in the driveway. "I had a really nice time tonight," Colin said as they reached the door. She wondered if he would try to kiss her. She wished he would. She also wished he didn't. She was certain everyone in the house was pressed against the other side of the door, including Sebastian. "I'd kiss you if your mom wasn't looking at me," he said. She swung around to see Marie pulling back the curtain, and there stood her whole family, including Sebastian. "I'm so sorry," she said. She sent death stares at the group before turning back around. "I'm so embarrassed." He smiled. "Don't be." She exhaled. "I had a very nice time tonight." "Me too." He held out his hand. "How about we try another restaurant, where I'll get the fish and chips?" She laughed, her stomach sore but happy. "I'd love a dinner of fish and chips." She shook his hand, and he held onto it with both of his. "Until next time." Nothing was said for a long moment as he held her hand and looked into her eyes. "Good night," she said. He let go. "Good night, Angelina." She watched as he walked back to his car. Once he got inside, she opened the door. She didn't know how she felt at that moment, but she knew she didn't want Sebastian's presence to ruin it. "So?" Penny asked as she walked inside. "How'd it go?" "Good." Angelina smiled at her daughter. "What are you all still doing up?" "We're in a serious game of spades," Penny said, pointing to the dining room table. Angelina avoided eye contact with Sebastian. Yes, she had accepted the date with Colin, knowing that Sebastian would come. But what the heck was he still doing at the house at this time? "Isn't it kind of late?" she asked, though Penny had been staying up well past her these days. "We're about to win," Penny said, as though this explained why the awkward arrival from her date. "I don't think so," Camilla said in her pajamas, acting as if Sebastian hung around the house all the time. "Marie and I have only a few overbids." Angelina looked at her family. The days before the pregnancy, Sebastian would come and spend the afternoons on the porch, or have dinners with them at night. She always wanted to get out of there, but Sebastian always wanted to stay. His family rarely ate together, or saw each other. By the time she'd met Sebastian, his family acted like empty nesters, forgetting about their youngest son. He was always alone in that huge house. "I'm going to bed," she said, completely ignoring Sebastian, and walked up the stairs. She would talk to Penny when he left and set some boundaries. As she climbed up the stairs, she heard Sebastian say, "I think I should go after this round." "Oh, really?" Penny whined to Sebastian. "But we're having so much fun." Angelina felt a stab in her heart and stopped at the top of the stairs. She closed her eyes, feeling guilty immediately. He was leaving because he'd read her coldness. She turned around and made her way down the steps, dreading what she was about to do. "Don't go," she said, walking into the dining room. She walked through the room and into the kitchen. "Does anyone want something to drink?" "I'd love a glass of that Merlot," Camilla called out to her. She looked at Sebastian. "Want anything? Coffee? Wine?" She waited for him to look at her, and when he finally did, she almost looked away because he looked hurt. "I'd love a coffee," he said. She gave a nod. "One coffee coming up." She walked into the kitchen and poured a glass of wine all the way to the top, and took a long drink before fixing a cup of coffee for Sebastian. As the coffee percolated, her phone buzzed with a text from Colin. "I heard they have great fish and chips." He sent a link to a restaurant in Edgartown. "Looks delicious," she replied. "Can't wait." She looked over her shoulder as the 4 card players boisterously discussed the last play. When Sebastian's coffee finished brewing, she brought out his cup and sat in an empty seat at the table. As she sat, she looked out at her family and Sebastian all laughing together. Whatever had just happened even had Marie in a tickle. She watched as Sebastian interacted with the women, especially at how he beamed when he looked at Penny. She realized she hadn't seen Sebastian this happy since they'd come back to the island. "You're the worst at card games," Penny said to him, shaking her head. Sebastian continued laughing. "I'm sorry. I thought I would have had it with the jack." Penny looked bewildered at this answer, and her face and reaction made Angelina laugh. "I'm glad I'm not the only one she thinks is an idiot," Angelina said, handing Sebastian his coffee. She gave him a half smile. She wondered how much he meant of that whole family speech. Did he really want to be a family with her and Penny? Or did he just want Penny in his life and needed Angelina for that to happen? But as the night went on, and Sebastian stayed for another game, that look he had for Penny would focus on Angelina every once in a while. And by the end of the night, when Camilla brought Marie to bed and Penny went to her room, he stayed in the dining room with her. "Thank you for letting me stay and hang out," he said. "You're always welcome to be part of Penny's life." She quickly looked up, catching his eye, and her heart fluttered like it had when she thought she believed in love. When Sebastian could just give her that look,
and she'd do anything for him. An overwhelming urge swept through her, and suddenly she wanted him to kiss her. When he moved forward, she got so close to him she breathed in his musky scent, the smell familiar and comforting. With it, a feeling of nostalgia, of when life was full of promise. She slowly lowered her eyelids, and just when she went to lean in, he stood up, his chair scraping against the floor, causing her to jump. "Good night, Angie," he said. Her eyes shot open. "Good night." She didn't move from where she sat at the table, listening to him leave the house, then walk down the front steps and to his car. She wanted to crawl under the table and never come out. Did he notice she went for a kiss? What was she thinking? What did that mean?
"Were you going to kiss him?" Penny asked.
What? Angelina hadn't noticed Penny at the top of the steps from the front hall.
"It looked like you were going in for a kiss."
Penny pointed at the scene that no longer was there. Angelina shook her head.
"No, not at all." "Is there something going on between you two?"
Penny asked. Worry lines deepened on her forehead. "No," Angelina said. "Nothing." But Penny didn't look like she believed her, and Angelina didn't know if she believed herself either. Nothing was going on. Nothing could go on. Not with that look of worry on Penny's face. Nope, nothing was going on. But as Angelina lay in bed, while the rest of the house slept, her heart pounded with adrenaline. Flashes of Sebastian looking at her from across the table buzzed throughout her body as she looked at the window that Sebastian used to sneak through when they were younger. But then she'd think about laughing with Colin and having fish and chips. Colin was the kind of guy she could count on. Colin was safe. Then, a memory of writing in her journal late at night flashed through her head. She flung off her covers and got out of bed, heading straight to her closet, and flung open the doors. Looking through her sewing box, Angelina dug out her teenage journal she had hid in there years ago. She flipped through its pages with her thumb, looking at the dates, immediately remembering where and when she'd written each passage. Page after page of love declarations for Sebastian. Years of their relationship written within the pages. She flipped to the last page she'd written on. She had written Penelope, in beautiful calligraphy, with a heart drawn around it. She traced her fingertips along the lines that her teenage self had pressed into the pages. She looked for a pen in the box and grabbed a purple one before scribbling on the cardboard. When the ink began to flow, she wrote the date on the next clean page, and wrote, and wrote, and wrote. She wrote about the past 17 years. How she watched Penny grow from a helpless infant to this amazing young woman. She wrote about her jobs and different moves. She wrote about her friends, and how she made it by herself in San Francisco. Then she wrote about being back on the island, how she felt about Penny having a relationship with Sebastian, how she felt about having a relationship with Sebastian, and she wrote about the almost kiss. When her hand hurt and she couldn't write any more, she placed the journal on her nightstand, and for the first time in a long time, she had no trouble falling asleep. On her walk the next morning, when Julia asked about her night, Angelina almost thought she meant what had happened with Sebastian, but Angelina realized she was talking about Colin. "I like him," she answered, thinking about their time together. Julia faced her. "Isn't he funny?" "Yes, he is," she said. The doctor had turned out to be nice and thoughtful, a man who opened doors and pulled out chairs. The accent didn't hurt things. "It's just that—" The two walked in the back of the group of walkers on the empty beach. Camilla hadn't come, and Marie and the others were well ahead of her and Julia to hear what she was saying. "What?" Julia asked. Yes, Julia had been her oldest friend, but Angelina hadn't had a real friend in a long time. Her energy and effort all went to Penny. No one else, except a few dinners a year with coworkers.
Until Angelina had moved back to the island, she had no extended friendships outside of her workplace. Now she had her old friend Julia back. She would understand Angelina's feelings for Sebastian floating back to the surface better than anyone. She just needed to open up. Let people in. Maybe Julia would be able to help. "He's almost too nice," she said, about to tell her about Sebastian, who hung out all night and gave her that look. "He's cute," Julia said. Colin was cute. And funny. Why was she trying to destroy something good by trying to kiss Sebastian? "We had dinner the other night," she said. But all she did was fret about Sebastian being at her house, having dinner with her family, and playing cards afterward. What if Marie blew up? What if he, Camilla, and Penny had an amazing time without her? What if he figured out he didn't need to marry her to have a relationship with Penny? "Are you going out again?" Julia asked. "Yes, we're going out for dinner." Angelina had been so happy when he had asked her, but now things felt muddied, complicated. "You don't sound excited," Julia said. She listened as the waves rolled onto the shore, the foam bubbling at the edge of the water. She waited to answer, but her voice sounded off and fake. "I don't?" Julia made a face. "Do you like him?" Angelina looked out at the horizon, focusing on the long line of the edge of the earth. She patted the sand with the sole of her shoes, making designs. "I do. It's just complicated." "Not that complicated." Julia burrowed her brows, pulling her hair away from her face but losing to the wind. "You either enjoy spending time with him or you don't." Every relationship in her life was complicated. "Sebastian has been coming around and making an effort," she said, "and it complicates things." Julia tilted her head. "I thought he was engaged to that tall woman." "Lauren?" An image of the beautiful, slender Lauren flashed in Angelina's head. "No, he broke things off." "Really?" This interested Julia. "When?" "Just recently." Angelina could stop this conversation. She could pull back. "Why did they break up?" Julia stopped walking, grabbing Angelina's arm to stop her. "Did this have anything to do with you?" Julia waited for Angelina to answer. "No." She wasn't sure. "I mean, he says he wants to be a family." "Shut up!" Julia cried out, scaring a flock of seagulls who ran along the sand. "I knew he still loved you." "I don't know about that." Angelina let the sound of the waves drain out Julia's excitement. "It's complicated." "Angelina, he's always been crazy about you," Julia said, shaking her, as if Sebastian suddenly declaring he wanted to be a family after 17 years was a good thing, not the complicated mess that it was. She wouldn't be able to get past it. She tried. She really tried. "And Penny's totally not into it." Julia didn't say anything, even though Angelina was certain she had plenty to say about the situation. Julia had been her best friend through it all. She had been there the first time Angelina had talked to Sebastian, the cute summer boy on the beach. She had been there when he'd first kissed her on Half Moon Harbor. She had been there when they'd become an official couple. She had been the first person Angelina had told about the pregnancy and about Sebastian's reaction. Julia had been through everything with Angelina. "What are you going to do?" Julia asked. "Nothing," Angelina answered. "Absolutely nothing. I think I'm just going to stop dating, period." "Why? So you can die miserable and alone?" "Ouch," Angelina said. "I'm just saying. Look at our mothers." Julia's parents' divorce had been worse and nastier than her own parents' divorce. Her mother, like Marie, had turned into a man-hater. "At least my mother. All she does is gripe about what my father did to her." "Exactly," Angelina said.
When does it work?
Jose is nothing like my father, Julia said. He's devoted to being my husband and a good father to our children. He's proud to be a family man. I'm not saying our mothers are at fault, but my father was never that man. She knew that going into the relationship. She didn't want to date the guy who sat at home and watched Disney movies with his kids. She wanted a high-profile, powerhouse businessman who didn't have time for his wife and kids. And then she expected him to change. Did Angelina have a type? Did she date men like her father? Was Sebastian like her father? Was Colin? How do you know when he's the right one? She asked, truly wanting to know the secret, because as far as she could tell, Julia was the only person who had ever known. Well, Camilla had found it, but she was so disgustingly in love Angelina couldn't bear being around her and hearing about how you just know. You just know, Julia said. Ugh! Angelina groaned louder than expected. I just don't, believe me. She thought she knew Sebastian, but he had found someone else. If he could move on before, he'll happily move on again. Julia looked up at the sky and then said, You know how I know? Angelina waited, not answering. I can be my true self around him. I remember my mom primping her hair for bed. Julia shook her head. She could never just be herself with him. Always worried about how she looked, if she was gaining weight, if she was getting old. Always anxious about how he felt about her. Julia shook, as if thinking of a bad memory. Angelina remembered Julia's mother and the anxiety running through their house when Julia's father was in town. It had been the opposite for Frank and Marie. They almost didn't care about the other person's feelings at all by the end of their marriage. I don't want to end up like Marie, Angelina said. I want to show my daughter that a man doesn't define who I am. Julia nodded. Yes, but having a partner can also allow a strong woman to rise up even more. Honestly, I don't think I could suffer being hurt again. Penny had no memories of Angelina breaking down after Sebastian had left her. Julia nodded. I don't blame you for having complicated feelings about it all. I keep going back to what happened with Sebastian while I was gone. There, she'd asked. Julia lived on the island. She had stayed in some of the same social circles as Sebastian. Angelina's heart thumped inside her. Maybe she didn't want to know. Maybe it would change everything, break her heart all over again. He disappeared for a long time, Julia said. He went to school and didn't come back to the island. I'd hear things here and there, but not until he built the house with Lauren. Boom, 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 her heart went, just like the pounding of the waves, constant and steady. Did you see him with other women? Julia shook her head. Only Lauren. Angelina nodded, brushing her hair back. Do you still have feelings for him? Julia asked. No. I mean... Angelina looked up at the sun. She wrote all night about her feelings, and even then she couldn't untangle how she felt. I'm not sure. Chapter 15. Sonia wasn't surprised Barbara Morse had called her after all the hoopla about the painting, but it still surprised her nonetheless. Of all Sonia's old friends, Barbara was the last person she'd expected to call. It had literally been years since the two had spoken more than a hello. She didn't even consider Barbara a friend, more like a friend of a friend, a little more than an acquaintance. Not someone who would call her out of the blue for no reason. So when she saw Barbara's number, she actually panicked. She expected that something horrible had happened to one of their mutual friends. I thought we could have lunch, Barbara said. Is everything okay? Sonia asked. Absolutely, Barbara said boisterously. I got the invitation to your art show and thought, we haven't talked in a while. Sure, Lunch sounds great, Sonia said. Sonia had wanted to ask what the lunch was all about, but she should have known, because as soon as they sat down and ordered drinks, Barbara went right into it. Right after they ordered drinks, Barbara said, "I thought we were friends." "Excuse me?" Sonia smiled, unsure what Barbara was getting at. "I wish you hadn't included Angela DeLuca's painting in the art show," Barbara said. "Though, to be honest, I think a child could paint something better." Barbara lifted her hands. "But what do I know?" "It's a beautiful painting of Half Moon Harbor," Sonia said. "Angelina's very talented, and I'm lucky she donated it to the event for the hospital." Sonia watched as Barbara's face pinched. "You should rethink keeping that painting in the show." Barbara smiled, but her eyes slanted. She carefully placed her napkin in her lap. Sonia pulled in a breath at the comment. Barbara Morse had always been a bit of a bully among the ladies, but was she threatening her? "I don't think that's necessary. Angelina's painting is a perfect contribution to the show." Sonia couldn't believe the nerve on this woman. "It's tacky landscapes." Barbara shifted in her seat. "I think you'll regret including it." Sonia blinked a few times to make sure this whole situation was real. Was Barbara seriously telling her to take Angelina's painting out? "It's just a painting." Sonia had heard the rumors about Angelina's pregnancy. Whispers among the ladies that Sebastian had fathered the baby, and the Morses cleaned up the mess. Now it didn't take a genius to figure out that baby had been Penny. The thought of young, pregnant Angelina being paid off by a conniving woman like Barbara Morse made Sonia sick. "You know, Barbara, Angelina is a really wonderful person and artist. I am honored to have her painting in the show, and I think maybe you shouldn't attend if you feel the way you do." Barbara's eyes shot open in anger. Without saying another word, Barbara stood up, her chair scraping against the floor, got up and walked off. When she got home, she told Sean right away. "She actually asked me to take out the painting." She flung out her hands as she paced back and forth in the kitchen. "Do I tell her?" "Who?" Sean asked. "Angelina," Sonia said, not sure if sticking her nose in this very messy situation would be worth the hassle. Barbara Morse and her husband had deep ties and connections to everything in Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts, Boston, and even down to Washington, D.C. "Why? How would that help?" Sean said. Sonia thought about it. Of course, her fiancé was right. It wouldn't help. But Barbara had been so cruel, so repulsive about Angelina. "She hasn't ever met Penny," Sonia said, disgusted. "And she's your friend?" Sean looked confused. Dr. Jensen called her the next day to talk about the art show for the hospital. "I hope I'm not bothering you," Dr. Jensen said. The chief of staff at Martha's Vineyard Hospital had worked with Sonia on many events she'd hosted for them. "No, not at all," Sonia said. But something told her this wasn't a friendly call. "I just got off the phone with Barbara Morse," he said. "Oh." Sonia closed her eyes. "She explained you have a painting she'd like you not to include," he said. She couldn't believe this man would even side with Barbara. He had been on the island long enough to know about Angelina. He could have been her doctor. "And I explained to her I would be including it in our art show," she said, keeping her voice steady, even though her hand shook wildly, and she could barely keep the phone against her ear. "Look, I know you've run this event for years, and we've been very grateful. But the Morses are our largest contributors." Dr. Jensen sounded panicked. "It seems like it's only a landscape." That said everything to her. "Dr. Jensen, you'll have to find another venue and another chairperson to continue if you ask me to pull this artist's painting," Sonia said defiantly.
I'd really hate for it to come to that, Dr. Jensen said. But Barbara offered to help if you were to pull your support.
And just like that, Sonia no longer mattered to Martha Vineyard's elite society. Chapter 16. Sebastian sat in his office. It wasn't much, a bit bigger than a cubicle, but it was his own, and he had sort of earned it on his own merits, unlike the big corner office he would have had at his father's firm. He peered out his window, overlooking a parking lot. As an assistant district attorney for the Cape and Islands District Court, most of his cases were comprised of assaults, many of which were by family members against family members. The rest were misdemeanors and civil suits. It wasn't the most exciting career. He never in a million years would have thought he'd become a prosecutor. It was a thankless job that required everything in him. It meant going to the office on a Saturday, a beautiful fall day, but he loved it. He loved bringing justice. Before Penny, it didn't matter if he stayed up all night reading over the case files so that he represented the state of Massachusetts properly. Before Penny, he didn't care that a lot of the cases were men assaulting young girls and women. He couldn't imagine what he'd do if some man assaulted Penny, or Angelina. As a prosecutor, he felt he was doing a little bit of good. He also felt proud to tell his daughter what he did, and that mattered a lot to him. His daughter. It still sounded weird. Penny had said she was thinking about becoming an attorney, just like him. A growing pain tugged at his heart. How could this young, perfect woman be his daughter, and want to follow in his footsteps? What would Dale Morse think of that? His son had created an attorney after all. He exhaled a deep breath, wishing he could pack up and get out of there, but he had hours of work to do. Every time he tried to focus, his mind drifted off to last night, playing cards, having dinner with Penny, Angelina going out with Dr. Statham, and Angelina going for a kiss. He didn't know how to feel about that one. Did she still have feelings hidden deep down? Or had it been the wine? Ever since she had returned to the island, she acted like she hated him, like she couldn't stand to be around him. It reminded him of when they first started dating. She and her friend Julia always hung around Half Moon Harbor. He and his friends were always trying to hang around them. Unlike most of the girls he hung around with, Angelina was completely different. She didn't care about his last name, or the fact he went to some fancy prep school, or that he drove an expensive car. Instead, she seemed to like the fact he volunteered at the local food shelter, and that he brought his grandmother to church every Sunday. While the other girls walked the beach, Angelina collected sea glass and seashells. While the other girls laid out, she'd draw sketches in the sand or build sandcastles. While the other girls flirted and gossiped, she'd gaze out at the water, her mind entirely somewhere else. When she contributed to the conversation, she'd talk about ideas, not people. She'd discuss philosophies and different viewpoints he'd never heard about. She made life sound full of possibility, rather than one straight, unbending path. She made him believe that he could be anyone he wanted, not what his parents expected. She made him believe in himself. It took him weeks to get up enough courage to ask her out, and when he finally did, she said no. He left the island that summer devastated, and he didn't stop thinking about her, even up north in the mountains of New Hampshire. The closer summer came, the more his thoughts were consumed by her. When summer came, the day he arrived on the island, he went straight to Half Moon Harbor, hoping to see her. He scanned the creamy sand, and there on the beach sat a girl with long, flowing brown hair with a sketchpad in her lap, looking out at the water. He walked straight up to where she sat. "Hi, Angelina," he said, hoping she'd remember him. She looked up from her sketchpad, pulling strands of hair away from her face, and covered her eyes from the sun. A smile grew on her face as she recognized him.
I've been waiting for you, she said, looking at him with her mermaid eyes.
And that was it. He was hooked by a spell that hasn't broke for almost 20 years. Did Angelina go in for a kiss last night? He shook the thoughts out of his head. For now, he'd focus on Penny, on his family, which meant Penny's family. His goal for tonight was to just make it easy for Penny. He knew she'd be nervous. She still seemed anxious when she was around him. It took a couple hours for her to begin to relax. He understood, because he was nervous too. They had only really known each other for a few months at this point. He wished he could be with Penny even more. He returned his attention back to his work when his phone buzzed. He looked down. Penny had sent a message. "I'm not going to be able to hang out Sunday. I'll let you know when I'm ready to hang out again." His heart dropped. What did this mean? He dialed her number right away. "Hello." Her voice sounded flat, not cheery like usual. "Hey, Penny, I got your text," he said, hoping he'd misread it. Texts never read the same as spoken. "What's up?" "Your mom." What? Was she making a joke? My mom? Yes, your mother. Penny paused as if to let it sink in. Sebastian could feel the blood in his body drain down. What did she do? Why don't you ask her about the charity event she's running? And Penny hung up. Sebastian felt sick. He dialed his mother's number right away and got up, shutting down his computer, and packed up. "Hello," Barbara answered, surprised. "What did you do?" he asked. "What do you mean?" But her voice dropped. "Why is Penny upset?" He waited for her to answer, but she didn't break. "What did you do?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Her voice lifted an octave. She was lying. "Fine. If that's how you want to respond, I'll find out from Penny." He hung up. He wasn't going to deal with her half-truths and insecurities any longer. He rushed out of the office and into his car. He would have to wait for the ferry, but it would give him more time to calm down and arrive on the island with a clear head. When he boarded, he went to the top floor inside the ferry. The fall day had been New England dreary, gray, cold, and wet. The rain beat against the window as the ferry went out to sea. What had his mother done? Would she stoop low enough to ruin what little relationship he had with his own daughter? She ruined what little relationship he and she had. If she had damaged his relationship with his daughter, he would sever all ties forever. He knew his mother would play the Morse game. Like a politician, never admit to anything. Deny, deflect, and do damage control only when cornered. He texted Penny. "I'm headed back to the island. Can we talk when I get there?" He saw the bubbles flashing on her end, but then they disappeared. Out the window, the shores of the mainland drifted away. He would lose service soon. "Please respond, please respond, please respond," he chanted, as he watched the phone's data bars fall from 5 to 2. He put it down as he bounced his knee, looking back at the water. Then he caved and opened Angelina's contact. Should he text her? Break his promise to himself to leave her alone? Could he navigate this on his own? His phone went to 1 bar. Still no response. "Come on, Penny," he said. But she didn't respond before his last bar disappeared. Chapter 17. Angelina hadn't expected to feel like this, but the hurt didn't subside. Barbara Morse had been cruel in so many ways, but to actively go out of her way to ruin an opportunity that could change the course of her career was too much. Martha's Vineyard had money, people with a lot of money. If one person bid on her painting, it would hopefully hang somewhere where someone else who had that kind of money would see it. She could have only hoped for that scenario. But now, she hoped the farmer's market didn't hear about the whole situation and change their minds about giving her a booth. How Barbara could influence people like that said so much about her power. No way could someone like her go up against someone like Barbara. Sonia had tried to play cool about the whole thing, telling her that the event had changed because of scheduling conflicts when she returned her painting. "The hospital can still use it for the art show," Angelina said, not taking the painting back right away. Sonia made a face. "I'm afraid they don't need it anymore." She didn't think anything of it until Colin came to the house to pick her up. When she opened the door, he looked upset and didn't move from the doorway. "Are you okay?" she asked, as he held his hands on his hips. He didn't look at her. Deep worry lines hung on his forehead.
"I wasn't sure if I was going to tell you this or not, but I found out at the hospital today that Barbara Morse is now running the art show for the hospital charity event. Isn't that Sebastian's mother?"
"Uh-huh," she said. Her mind began to race at this, processing Colin's urgency to tell her this news. He looked straight at her and asked,
"Did you know she's the reason why your painting got taken out of the show?"
His words hit her like a gut punch in the stomach, and she had to look away, ashamed. She focused through the window on the pumpkins sitting on the front porch, focusing on the damp leaves scattered on the ground.
"Sebastian's mother threatened to take away her donations if the hospital included your work."
His words continued to sting as she imagined Barbara sneaking around behind the scenes to get her artwork removed.
"I'm sorry,"
he said, reaching out to her arm and holding it with his hand.
"But I thought you should know that's what happened. Do you think Sebastian knows?"
She could feel her body starting to shake as she processed what Colin said. "She made them take my art out?"
The creases on his face deepened as he nodded. "Are you going to be all right?"
She shrugged, playing it off like it wasn't devastating. Why did she leave San Francisco for this? She had a steady teaching paycheck, her tenure at the art market in the city, and her friends who didn't try to sabotage her. Was Sonia part of this too? She thought back to last Friday night, when she had almost kissed Sebastian. Did he know she did that? "Wow, that's a lot," she said, unsure what to do.
"I understand if you'd rather not go out tonight."
Colin looked sympathetic. She smiled at him. "I appreciate you looking out for me." But the night had been ruined no matter how much she pretended she was okay. She wasn't. She tried to seem interested at dinner while Colin talked about growing up in England and watching American television shows. She couldn't help herself from being paranoid, looking around the restaurant for Barbara and her friends. She wanted to go home and forget the whole thing, deal with her problems the way she always did, by running away from them.
"How about we go big for our next fish and chips?"
Colin said, when he pulled up to the house. "That sounds nice," she said, but she wasn't eager to set a time. He tilted his head, looking at her.
"Are you sure you're okay?"
She must have been doing a horrible job at hiding her feelings, because the look of worry deepened as he studied her. "Yes, I'm fine," she said. She even threw out a laugh for good effect. "Seriously, I'm fine." But the kiss was short this time, and she didn't linger in his car and keep talking. She was embarrassed and wanted to go to bed. "How was your night?" Camilla asked when she got in. Her sister and Elias cuddled on the couch watching television together, a bowl of popcorn in their lap as they sat under a blanket. "We're watching Halloween," she said, covering her eyes as a woman's scream shrieked out of the television. "Want to join us?" Angelina shook her head. "Nah, I'm good." She went straight upstairs, stopping by Penny's room to say goodnight. "How was your night?" Penny asked from her desk. "Okay," she said, leaning on the doorframe of Penny's room. The old attic space had been where all the grandchildren would sleep. Sometimes as many as 12 slept up there. Now Penny had the whole place to herself. "Do you hang any of your clothes?" Angelina would have thought 12 people lived there, with all of Penny's clothes strewn across the floor. "What's wrong?" Penny asked. "Nothing." Angelina didn't make eye contact, worried if she did, she'd give her feelings away. She moved into the room, looking at the photos of Penny and her new Vineyard friends. "I'm just looking at your pictures." Penny sat up on her bed just as Angelina was about to leave the room. "Hey, Mom?" Angelina stopped. "Yes?" "I heard what Colin said." Penny picked out a hole in the bed's quilt. "How can she tell them to take out your painting?" Angelina sighed and walked over to Penny. She sat on the bed, sinking the old mattress down. "Because she can." There was no other explanation. "I hate her," Penny said. This hurt Angelina more than what Barbara had done. Penny had never hated anyone before. "Don't you feel anything toward her other than pity? She's a lonely old wicked witch and has nobody in her life that loves her. Not even your father." "Well, I don't want to see him," Penny said, crossing her arms. For a split second, Angelina thought of how easy it would be to go with it. Let Penny take out her anger on Sebastian. But Sebastian didn't deserve that. He'd be furious with Barbara the second he found out. "It's not his fault." Angelina rubbed the blanket with her palm. "He can't control Barbara." "Whatever," Penny said, shrugging. But she now pulled at the fringe threads, making the hole bigger. "Whatever what?" Angelina hadn't seen this side of Penny. Usually she wanted everyone to get along, and for everyone to like her. She'd bend over backward for her friends, and even her foes. "Whatever, he can't control things." Penny leaned back into her pillows, her phone in her hand. "And I can't control that I'm suddenly busy on Sundays." Angelina closed her eyes. "I don't want you to get involved, Pen." "Do you think I want someone in my life who's out to get my mom?" Penny shook out her hands. "I'm not going to speak to him until she's out of the picture." "It's his mother." "She's the reason why I never had a family!" Penny screamed it so loud, Angelina's ears rang afterward. "What's going on?" Marie yelled from down the hall. "Nothing," Angelina and Penny said in unison. "You're right," Angelina said, her breath heavy suddenly, her heart pounding. "She is the reason. But we don't have to stoop to her level." "Why not?" Penny asked. "I mean, she's done nothing but try to hurt you." Angelina looked at the door and saw Marie peeking in through the crack. "Well, sometimes mothers do whatever they can to protect their child." Angelina shrugged. "Does it matter if she's the worst human being ever? Like I said, you should just pity her." "I'll make her feel exactly how badly she made you feel." Penny started typing on her phone. "Penny." Angelina didn't want her daughter to worry about her. "I'm fine. It's really not that big of a deal." "It is, Mom," Penny said, looking up. Angelina noticed Sebastian's name on the screen. "It's a really big deal, and I don't want to see Sebastian anymore." Penny put her earbuds in her ear and went back to what she was doing. Her signal she was done talking. She kissed Penny goodnight and decided to drop it for now. She'd probably get over it in a day or two. As Angelina lay in bed, she thought about how much longer she could go without earning a paycheck. She just had to make it through the school year, get back her little bungalow outside of San Francisco after the lease was up, and start right where she left off. No harm, no foul. Camilla had Elias now. She didn't need Angelina. The two loved the beach house. They would be more than happy to be the next owners. They could take care of Marie. They'd probably offer if Angelina told them she wanted to go back to San Francisco. Should she go back? For the rest of the night, and until she woke up, her mind went back and forth about what she needed to do. When she finally gave up sleeping, she headed out to the garage and packed up the station wagon for the farmer's market. The cool morning felt more like wintertime than early fall. She pulled the car out to warm up, while packing up the bins of artwork that hadn't sold in the months she'd been on the island. When she got to the market, she found Wanda and her uncle waiting for her in down jackets, hats, and gloves. She had never been so glad to see her aunt. Her anxiety had been growing all morning, wondering how Barbara Morse would mess with her next. At least she'd have Wanda and Marty by her side. "How are you feeling?" Angelina hugged Wanda, glad her chatty aunt looked better than the last time she'd seen her. "Good," she said. "Your uncle is headed to book some bread. Would you like anything?" Angelina shook her head. "No, thanks." "I wish the sun would come out," Wanda said, rubbing her mittened hands together. "Did you go for a walk yesterday with everyone?" Angelina knew Sonia had been on the walk with Marie, but wasn't sure if bringing up the whole mess with Sonia would be worth it or not. Her aunt's friend would definitely know the truth. "Have you talked to Sonia about the art show?" Angelina asked. "About why she's not running it anymore?" "No," Wanda shook her head. "She's not." Maybe Colin got it wrong. Maybe Barbara offered to help out, not push out Sonia. And if she found out Angelina's artwork was in the show, maybe that was when she'd asked for it to be taken out. "They ended up not using my painting," Angelina said, watching her aunt's reaction. Wanda looked at her, surprised. "They didn't?" Angelina shook her head. "I guess they didn't need it." Like waves coming to shore, little scenes kept flashing in her head. How else would Barbara Morse try to take her down? Maybe she'd talk to the board of the farmer's market and ask to kick Angelina out. Maybe she'd turn the ladies on her. Maybe Sonia had already told the ladies Barbara's side of the story, of how Angelina tricked her son to fall in love with her. "Did Sonia tell you why?" Wanda asked. She sounded defensive, protective. Should Angelina let it go? What good would come from getting her sick aunt involved? Wanda had enough to worry about. Angelina sighed. "No, I just wondered if they didn't like it, that's all." Angelina waved her hand as though it wasn't a big deal. The whole thing sounded ridiculous when she thought about it. "It's probably like she said, that they didn't need it." "Maybe the venue's smaller?" Wanda said. Angelina nodded and decided to drop it. Nothing good would come from poking into things. If Barbara could kick her out of an art show, then she could probably do a lot more damage. Wanda stayed all morning at the market, sitting in a chair with a blanket wrapped around her. She mostly read, since there weren't many people browsing Angelina's paintings. When she did sell anything, it was her postcards and magnets. "Let's just pack up," Angelina said, as Marty brought lunch to the women. "So early?" Wanda looked at her watch. Angelina could feel the tears tickle the back of her eyes. "I'm not selling anything." Wanda looked around for the non-existent customers. Angelina didn't want to give up. She really didn't. But what's the point? She was just wasting everyone's time. It had been 17 years of markets, and no one asked for her art to hang in their galleries. Maybe art was a silly little dream. She wasn't an artist. She wasn't even a good art teacher. She started taking down the paintings, one right after another, dropping them into the plastic bins, after another week of selling nothing. "Hey, Angelina," a male voice said over her shoulder. She turned around to see Sebastian standing behind her, panting as though he had been running. "We need to talk," he said, through heavy breaths. "No, I don't think we do," she said, walking away from him. "Everything all right, Angelina?" her uncle asked from the back of the booth. "I'm fine." She turned back to Sebastian. "I really don't want to talk to you." "Come on, Angie.
I don't know what's going on," he said quietly, as she continued to pack up her paintings. Wanda stayed in her chair watching them interact. "Please." She turned around and pushed the painting that had been donated into his hands. "Here, you can keep it." He looked down at the painting. "I don't know what happened," he said, panic in his voice. "But you know I can't control her." He should be panicked. "I don't even want to do this with you." Angelina was so done with that argument. "This is the reason why I didn't want Penny to get in touch with you. But you made it seem like things had changed. And then you came around and acted like you've changed and grown up. And even gave hope that we could be some kind of family. And really, it's just like before. You have absolutely no marbles. And I'm the one who pays the price." "Angelina, come on. Penny won't talk to me," he said, his hands tightening the canvas. "I don't know what Barbara did." "It's not even what she did," Angelina said, looking straight at him. "It's the fact she thinks she can get away with her behavior. Because she always does." He sighed out heavily. "Please, Angelina. You know I can't control her." She took the painting from his hands and tossed it into the bin. She had gone through so much with him. But she was done. Done with his mother, done with the secrets and the shame and the scandals. Done with Sebastian. "Until Penny says so, it's best if you don't come around the house," she said, snapping the lid to the bin tight. "Angie," he pleaded, his voice falling in defeat. "Please. Let me fix this." Angelina stared at him, his eyes pleading with her. She could feel his pain. He was losing the greatest thing in the world, Penny. "I'd start with Barbara." She went back to packing up. "Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to finish packing up." Sebastian didn't move. He stood there, staring at her. "Come on, Angie, tell me what's going on." Marty stood and walked over to Sebastian. "Son, I think you were asked to leave." Her uncle's voice was deeper, more assertive than she'd ever heard him talk before. It reminded her of her father for a split second, back when he was protective of her. "It's fine. He's fine," she said, nodding at Marty. "He's just leaving." Chapter 18. Sebastian drove straight to his parents' house and pounded on the front door. "Bash," his mother said cheerfully as she opened the door. He knew his father wouldn't be there, so this conversation could be as painless as possible. "Fix it," he said. "Fix what?" Barbara said, feigning ignorance. "Stop your behavior." He wasn't asking. This was a demand. "I am not going to lose my daughter again. It's that simple. But I will lose a mother if that's what I must do." "Is she threatening you?" Barbara's hand went to her chest, ready to play victim. "I'm threatening you," he yelled at her. Now her hands clutched her neck, tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm done with your insecurities. I'm done with your manipulation. Whatever you did to Angelina, you need to fix." She rolled her eyes, the tears gone. "Sebastian, you're being ridiculous. I don't even know what you're talking about." If someone looked up the definition of gaslighting, it would show a picture of his parents. "You're going to fix this and make things better," he said. "Otherwise, you'll be the one losing a son." He left before she could lie any more, almost running out of the house, afraid of what he might say if he stayed. When he got back in his car, he tried Penny again, but he was sure Penny had blocked his texts and calls. He wouldn't dare show up at the house, but what could he do to fix this? He drove across town to Marty DeLuca's house. He had nowhere else to go. "What can I help you with?" Marty said when he answered the door. Wanda stood curiously behind him, her forehead raised up, and he noticed for the first time she didn't have eyebrows. I don't know what my mother did to Angelina," he said.
Marty exchanged looks with his wife, and she gave him a nod.
"We don't know either, but whatever it was, it upset Angelina." "Do you know who would know?" he asked. "Besides Penny. She's not talking to me anymore either." "You don't know why they're so upset?"
Marty looked to Wanda, who stepped forward. He shook his head.
"Please, I want to fix this."
She looked to Marty, who shrugged. She said, "Come inside." She ushered her hand for him to go inside the house. Marty gruffed something behind him that he couldn't decipher. But Wanda smacked him in the belly with the back of her hand and said, "Let's hold our judgment for the time being." Marty huffed out a heavy breath that Sebastian swore he felt on the back of his neck.
"Thank you so much for talking with me,"
Sebastian said, hoping that would make Marty a little less aggravated of his unannounced arrival. "Why don't you sit down?" Wanda said. She waited for him to sit in a chair and then sat on the couch. Marty stood watching him.
"I'm sorry to bother you, but I had nowhere else to go," he said.
"To be honest, I'm not sure if we should be talking to you," Wanda said. "Angelina seemed very upset with you."
"Yes, she did," he admitted. "And Penny isn't talking to me either."
She sat there, examining him like a detective trying to read a criminal.
"It sounds like you need to talk to your mother," Marty said. "I tried," he said. "I know you all think I'm this horrible person who's ruined Angelina's life. But I'm trying to do everything I can to make it up to her. I just want to fix this."
He looked to Wanda, then to Marty. Both looked like they thought he was full of it. But then Wanda pulled out her phone. "Let me make a phone call," she said. She got up and went into the kitchen, leaving Sebastian with Marty.
"You better have good intentions for my nieces."
Marty had been the mailman on Martha's Vineyard as long as Sebastian could remember. He always came, day in and day out. He was the only consistency in his life, besides the waves crashing onto shore. The mail would come, rain, sleet, or snow.
"I'm sorry to barge in like this,"
Sebastian said.
Marty gruffed. "I suppose you deserve to understand what's going on." "I would never hurt them on purpose," he said. "I love them very much." "Ignorance is a terrible excuse," he said. "My mother will do anything to ruin my relationship with Angelina and Penny," he said, with some impatience for being blamed for everything. "I just need to find out what she did so I can fix this." Silence hung around them like a blanket of fog. He couldn't read Marty's expression, only that his presence made him uncomfortable. But Sebastian wasn't going to apologize for wanting to know what his mother did. He understood Marty was protecting Angelina, but he wasn't the enemy. When Wanda came back into the room, she wore a long face. "It's not good." Like a brick dropping, his stomach fell. "What do you mean?" "According to Sonia, your mother asked to have Angelina's painting removed from the hospital's charity event, and when Sonia refused, she lost her position on the board. Your mother then proceeded to remove Angelina's painting." Wanda's face scrunched together. "If you ask me, someone should talk to Dr. Jensen for listening to your mother." Sebastian knew exactly why Dr. Jensen did what he did. "My family donates a lot to the hospital." And the police, and the other many public facets his father threw money at so his influence could stay steady. Marty made a tisking noise and frowned. "Sounds like what happens around here." Sebastian knew there were sides, clear sides on the island. Those with money and power, and those who worked for them. Funny how it was Angelina who taught him about the lines, the corruption, and the favors most people didn't receive in a lifetime, but that he got on a regular basis.
He never noticed how much his family name helped him before he had to prove himself. School, friends, his career, all came easily because he was a Morse. But he still couldn't believe the extent to which they'd used that power.
I don't understand why my mother would go through all that trouble just because Angelina had a painting in the event.
What was the point? To break Angelina? All it had done was break his relationship with his daughter. What else would Barbara do to hurt him? Wanda sat back down on the couch and blew out a long breath.
Are you feeling all right?
Marty asked her. Wanda nodded.
Thank you,
Sebastian said abruptly, rubbing his palms down his pants.
I'll go.
You said you wanted to fix this, Wanda said, seemingly surprised he would leave. He did.
Yes, I do.
Then I'd start with making an art show. Wanda handed over a yellow Post-it note. This is the venue and Sonia Whitmore's information. She's the woman who ran the art show before your mother stepped in.
Would she even be willing to run another art show after what my mother did to her? He asked.
Wanda shrugged. All you can do is find out. He looked back at the number.
Thank you for your help.
Wanda stood when he got up to leave. Marty offered his hand to help her off the couch. I think you need to show her that it's you and her versus your mother, not Angelina on her own. Her chin lowered, eyes directly on him.
Yes,
he said. He would stand behind Angelina and show his mother she no longer controlled him or them.
I want you to know that I want Angelina and Penny to be a part of my life, to be a family, that I love them both, and I always have.
Marty's angry creases along his forehead softened.
Well, if you love her, show your mother she can't be walked over.
Sebastian nodded and lifted the Post-it in the air.
I'll call Sonia right away.
He left with a nod and called Sonia as soon as he returned home.
This is Sebastian Morse,
he said when she answered. I was told you might call, Sonia said.
Would you mind meeting with me?
He almost changed his mind. Barbara had that much power over him.
I want to apologize for what my mother did to you and fix this.
The woman sighed long and heavily. I don't think you can.
What if I provided my house for another art show? He said. I'll fund it, and you can run the same event, but at my home.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid. She didn't add more, and the silence was deafening.
There has to be some way that I can help.
I appreciate you calling, but the person who should be calling isn't you, Sonia said. You have nothing to apologize to me for. He wished Angelina thought that way about the situation. But this wasn't what he wanted to hear. Barbara wasn't going to call Sonia and take back what she did. Barbara would rather die than admit she was wrong about anything. She definitely wasn't calling Angelina to apologize.
Thank you for taking the time to talk to me, he said.
Good luck, she said, but hung up without another word. He had known the prominent Whitmore family growing up. His family and the Whitmores were both in-law, had common friends, and had summer homes on Martha's Vineyard. He remembered when Jeff Whitmore had been sued for wrongful termination and harassment. His parents had glued themselves to the news. They read every article and discussed their own friend's scandal with enjoyment, as if their family's unraveling in the public eye was entertainment for them. Now their son's own scandal, overshadowed by a cheating, corrupt husband, even if he had been acquitted. The art show idea hadn't worked. What now? He didn't know many people at the hospital, and he was the last guy Sebastian wanted to talk to, but if he was going to fix things, maybe Dr. Statham might be able to help. Sebastian looked up the hospital directory online and dialed Dr. Statham's office. It went directly to an answering service.
I'd like to leave a message for Dr. Statham, please, he said.
1 moment, please. the person on the other line said. The phone began to ring and went straight to voicemail. You have reached the voicemail of Dr. Statham, General Family Practice. Please leave your name and a brief message after the beep. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. In his head, he thought he could just have a friendly conversation, explain his side. But as the message ended, he hung up. Angelina had made it very clear to butt out of her life. He'd have to do it another way. He drove to his parents' house and knocked on the door. "Bash, you know you don't have to knock," his mother said. He avoided her, unable to look her way. He was so disgusted with her. "I'm just here to collect some stuff from my bedroom." He pointed to the grand spiral staircase that curved up to a balcony above the formal living room, overlooking Half Moon Harbor and the open Atlantic Ocean. She stepped back, allowing him to walk inside the house, and followed behind him as he walked to the stairs. "Why don't you stay for dinner?" she asked, climbing the stairs as fast as he was. "Helen can whip up your favorite." "I'll just grab my stuff." He jogged up the steps. He wasn't going to have a friendly conversation, not any longer. She had ruined that. All she did to cover up, to fix his problem, had ruined any kind of relationship she'd had with her son. Her only son. Her only child. She'd ruined everything. And Dale Morse let her do it. "I'd like to finalize our plans for Thanksgiving," she said from behind him, following him down the long hallway, with chairs along the wall that he'd never once sat in, and a dresser where he'd stashed his cigarettes, which he blamed on his father, who'd also stashed his cigarettes there. "Your dad's Aunt May is coming, and your grandparents. You haven't seen your grandfather in a few years." "Stop!" He stopped in the middle of the hallway, and Barbara almost bumped into him. "Just stop!" Her lips pierced together. She was holding back a remark. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I will not allow you to treat Angelina the way you did," he said. "I will not pretend that you didn't ruin everything I cared about." Her eyes watered immediately. "How can you be so vicious towards me?" He rolled his eyes at her theatrics. "I'll be out in less than 5 minutes." He went inside his room and walked to his closet. He went to the dresser, where he had built a hidden drawer, a place to hide things from Barbara. He pulled it open and removed the false wooden bottom. He threw aside the cigarettes, lighters, and a few of his favorite baseball cards. Then he took the rest. All of Angelina's letters, pictures of Penny when she was born, all the mixed tapes and pictures, every single note, ticket stub, flower she'd given him, receipts, anything that reminded him of Angelina, and put it into a backpack hanging on a hook. "What are you doing?" she asked. He screeched the zipper closed around the bag, then slung it on his shoulder and took off, practically bumping into his mother as she blocked the door. "She's here for more of your money," she said. He kept walking down the hall. He heard his father call for him from downstairs. "Bash, you here?" Dale asked joyfully. "We should go to the club for dinner." He didn't slow his stride. "I'm leaving." "But you just got here." His father now followed him out. "Stay and tell me about the hearing you're prepping for." Sebastian always excused his father, always chalked up his bad behavior due to ignorance. But he had been an accomplice, nonetheless, all these years. He never stepped in or raised any concerns. He never reached out to help or offer anything other than, "Listen to your mother." He stood by her side, drafting agreements, payments, and trusts for Angelina and Penny. He watched his son lose the love of his life. All so his career and reputation weren't tainted in the public eye. Dale had demanded a paternity test, even though Sebastian admitted to it, and knew Angelina had never been with anyone other than him. Then his father had demanded an abortion. "Why ruin your life?" his father had yelled at him. When his mother had told Sebastian about the agreement, to give Angelina and the baby enough money to live on without ever having to worry about money again, he'd thought for sure his father wouldn't go along with the idea. But his father had encouraged everything, including Sebastian ending his relationship with Angelina and Penny.
"You will get nothing if you run away with that girl,"
Dale had said. As Sebastian stood in the front hall, he examined his father, who played stupid. He had always apologized for her, just like Sebastian had been doing all these years. Now he saw what Angelina's Aunt Wanda said. He wasn't fighting for Angelina, just like his father hadn't fought for him. He just stepped aside, letting her destroy everything because she didn't like it or couldn't control it. It didn't fit into Barbara's story, so she did what she had to do to get rid of it.
"Do you just look the other way? Or are you a part of it?"
His father's eyebrows wrinkled in confusion, playing dumb once again.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
Dale turned to Barbara.
"What is he talking about?"
Barbara narrowed her eyes. "He's talking about his new family." Barbara folded her hands in front of her, her posture professional, cold. "He no longer wants to be a Morse." His father scowled.
"Don't tell me it's about that girl again." "Your granddaughter!"
He yelled so loudly both of his parents jumped. Had he ever yelled at them like this before? "Her name is Penelope, but she goes by Penny for short. And she's lovely and smart and kind. And it's pathetic you haven't even reached out to meet her. You're right about one thing, Mom. I don't want to be a Morse, because they treat their family like trash."
"You can't talk to me like that in my own home!"
Barbara now yelled. Her whole face was contorted and angry.
"Get out!"
Their eyes locked, long and hard.
"Goodbye!"
And Sebastian left. Chapter 19. Angelina sat in the sunroom, which was more of a greenhouse at this point. All the walls had shelving around the windows and were covered in houseplants. From money trees to spider plants to mini jades, her mother had it all. Bonsai, string of hearts, ferns, all flourishing. Even as sick as her mom had been with Alzheimer's, she never forgot how to love her plants. "They look good," she said to Marie, who rubbed the leaves of a large philodendron. "It's named after the Greek words, love and tree," Marie said, as she kept rubbing the leaves. Angelina couldn't help herself from reaching out to the English ivy and brushing its rough leaf underbelly. "I think that's why I love landscapes so much, because you always had such pretty plants and gardens, even at the house in North Reading." "It cleared my mind," Marie said. Noticing the use of the past tense, Angelina wondered if it cleared Marie's mind now. Her mother never seemed anxious around her plants or gardens, but she didn't have the same care style. The plants were flourishing fine, but she was different now. "Can I help with them? I could water." Her mother turned to her, insulted. "I am capable of watering some plants." "I know," Angelina said. "Why are you in here?" Marie asked. "You always used to complain about this room, said it smelled." Angelina thought back. She had no recollection of that. "I did?" "Mm-hmm," Marie said, pulling a dead leaf off one of the plants. She put it down on the shelf next to the plant. Angelina noticed tiny piles of dead leaves and stems. She began to pick up the piles and put them into the trash can. "Do you still have that compost pile in the yard?" Her mother shook her head. "No. Remember, I had to get rid of it." Angelina had completely forgotten about the compost pile and skunk infestation. "Do you remember the skunk that lived near it?" "Yes, I do," Marie nodded. "I had no idea there would have been skunks on the island. I mean, were skunks just here for thousands of years, or did someone choose to carry a skunk over?
I would think the ecosystem would be fine without the smelly creatures."
It always smelled. Angelina couldn't handle the smell. She would escape to Sebastian's house, or they would hang out on the beach.
"It was those women who complained," Marie said.
Angelina thought back. "I think it was the O'Briens."
"Nope, it was those women."
Her mother grimaced.
"They can't mind their business."
"Are you thinking of Aunt Wanda's friends?" Angelina asked.
"Those women are always sticking their noses in my business."
"Mom, they didn't even live on the island then."
Angelina almost laughed at the absurdity of it all.
Her aunt's friends had just moved to the island a few years ago. "The skunks were there when I met Sebastian. Aunt Wanda and her friends weren't even around then." Marie focused on Angelina.
"I always thought he loved you enough to marry you."
Angelina's heart immediately sped up, revving up for a fight. She didn't want to talk about the perfect suitor, Sebastian Morse. Maybe that was some of the reason she hadn't said yes. Marie loved the idea of her daughter marrying this high society boy, a kid whose mother ruled over his every minute and decision. Marie didn't care that his family hated them, looked down on their daughter's talents, and worse, plotted against their relationship the minute they became aware of Sebastian's secret girlfriend he'd gotten pregnant. "He started going to church and sat with me on Sunday," Marie said. Angelina didn't say anything, upset he didn't listen to stay away. "He sat with me and your aunt and uncle," Marie said. "I just want to make sure that's okay." Angelina blinked a few times. The back of her eyes stung from tears. Marie had never asked Angelina about her feelings before. And why did that make her sad? And what was Sebastian going to church for? And why did that bother her so much? Wasn't she mad at him? And before she knew it, she was crying. Marie stood next to Angie, and after a moment she rubbed Angelina's back.
"You go ahead and let it out."
So what? He went to church and sat with her mother. Sniffling, she said, "Yeah, sure, you can sit with him." Why was she crying? Was she upset with him? Or hurt? Or both? Marie tilted her head, appearing confused. "What's going on?" "I'm fine." She quickly wiped the wobbling tears from her eyes. "It's nothing." She really didn't know why she was emotional. Maybe she was getting her period. Her emotions had been extreme, for sure. Why did it matter that Sebastian sat with her mother? Because he kept trying. "He's a kind man," Marie said, "and really wants what's best for Penny." Angelina nodded, blowing her nose, then pulled her shoulders back, gathering herself together. "Yeah, well, he's got to work that out with Penny."
"Do you think he's been unkind?"
Marie asked, her forehead wrinkling. The tears instantly went away, and her hairs went up in defensive mode. "I just wish he would take more of a stand against his mother and be on my side, Penny's side."
"When did you start needing someone to defend you?" Marie asked.
What did Marie mean by that? "I don't need defending, but maybe someone in my corner." Marie tisked her tongue.
"He gave you a life of comfort a lot of people couldn't imagine. I'd say that's being in your corner."
Angelina could hear ringing in her ears as she tried to hold back. Marie and her were having a nice time. Don't take it personally, she reminded herself. The fact was, Sebastian had left Penny, that he chose the easy path.
"I think he tried waiting for you," Marie said back.
"Is that why he got engaged?" Angelina wasn't going to let Sebastian be the good guy in this.
"Why did you leave?"
Marie asked.
"We would have figured things out. You could have been with him on the island."
"You wanted us to get married or get rid of my child." Angelina didn't want to bring up the hard truth, but there it was. "I regret a lot of things, but the way your father and I reacted to your pregnancy is the thing I regret the most."
Marie said. I think about what could have been if we had handled things better. Angelina thought about all the times Marie had tried to reach out. It wasn't a ton by any stretch, but it had been up to Angelina to make contact at that point. Why had she held out for so long? I'm sorry it took so long to contact you, Angelina said. The hard truth was, wouldn't she react just as badly if Penny came to her and said she was pregnant? I should have tried harder, Marie said. I can't let things go, Angelina said right after. I have no idea where you would get that from, Marie said, her eyebrows raising up. The women both laughed out loud. They laughed together for the first time in a very, very long time, and Angelina could feel her body steady itself. No more racing heart or ringing in her ears. She looked at her mother, now seeing her extra laugh lines and gray hair, her smaller frame. She was no longer the overbearing mother who Angelina felt nothing but judgment from. Now she felt softer, prouder. It's a shame you two never ended up together, Marie said. It just wasn't meant to be. Angelina took the last piles of dead leaves and tossed them into the garbage, her mind going back to the idea of Sebastian sitting with her mother in their family pew. Didn't it bother you that she was the reason why I left? You ran away for a lot of reasons, Angelina, Marie said. Barbara Morse was just one of them. Did Marie remember all those reasons? Did she know about Frank's affair and the Corvette? Did she know he was sneaking around all summer? She's still after me, Angelina mumbled to the pothos plant, hanging from the ceiling. Who? Barbara, Angelina said, exasperated. She hated that name now. Well, it's a good thing you've never allowed yourself to be a victim, Marie said, going over to the pothos and pulling out a black leaf and setting it on the shelf. Did I ever tell you that we would roller skate in the basement? Marie said. My brother Fred would race me. And Angelina saw the clouds floating into Marie's eyes, the hazy memories of her childhood taking over her consciousness. Dad always told me to get on the inside, Marie said, talking to no one in particular anymore. But I was afraid of hitting the metal poles. Angelina picked up the dead leaf and threw it out. You want a cup of coffee, Mom? Dad told me to push with my right leg as I went around. Marie laughed at the memory. She walked out, thinking about what Marie had said. She wasn't a victim. She wasn't someone who needed helping. She would do what she always did, which is take care of herself. Barbara Morse may think she could control what happened on the island, but she couldn't control Angelina. Chapter 20. Sonia didn't feel like it was her place to tell Angelina, but now that she knew, she felt obligated to tell her side of the story. When Marie showed up for the walk without Angelina, her heart broke a little. The young woman had been villainized in her social circles. When the gossip began, people said nothing in favor of the young girl. Like Eve, she was the temptress who had bewitched Sebastian with her cunning ways and tricked him into loving her. When they returned from the walk, she walked over to Wanda and Marie, who were heading back down the wooden plank walkway to Marie's house. Do you think I could come with you and talk to Angelina? Marie looked to Wanda as though unsure. Are you friends with Angie? Marie asked. Wanda gave Sonia a half smile. I think she'd like to talk to you. Sonia felt instant relief. Wanda had been the one who'd called about the whole incident. I just feel terrible, Sonia said. You have nothing to feel terrible about, Wanda said, following Marie, who hadn't slowed down. Barbara Morse should be ashamed of herself. She holds a lot of power on this island. Sonia knew Wanda didn't fully understand, since she hadn't lived on the island all that long. Old names, old politics, old money controlled things on the small, luxurious island. But I should have been truthful.
You were just trying to protect her feelings, Wanda said.
Sonia had once had that kind of power, being married to Jeff. She could see ways to easily manipulate people with it. A recommendation here, a suggestion there, complaints, reminders of what was at stake if someone didn't follow through with what she wanted. She had been like Barbara. And that made her feel worse for lying to Angelina about the whole thing. "I'd really like to talk to her at some point," Sonia said.
"Sure. Let me just text her that we're on our way,"
Wanda said, which Sonia appreciated. She needed to apologize. Wanda looked down at her phone before closing the screen quickly.
"I guess she's busy."
"Could you tell her? I never meant to hurt her by telling her the story about why the painting wasn't being used in the art show," Sonia asked.
"I'm sure Angelina doesn't hold that against you," Wanda said.
But Sonia wasn't so sure if she meant it, or just was making her feel better. Sonia felt horrible. When Sonia returned home, Sean sat in the garage working on an engine for a boat. "Is this for the Boston whaler?" she asked. He nodded. "Your dad said it would be good enough to take out in the harbor area and around the island." Sean had captured not only her heart, but her father's heart as well. Sean had turned out to be the son-in-law Pops had always dreamt about. It wasn't until her own daughter Lila pointed out how much Sean reminded her of her grandfather that Sonia realized how much Sean did resemble her father, and how different Jeff had been. She picked up a heavy silver tool. "Is this a rocket wrench?" "That's a socket wrench," he said. She spun it around and set it down before picking up another tool. "Is this a special hammer?" she asked, pointing to the oversized rubber head at the end of the tool's handle. She could smell the oils from the engine on the tools. He nodded his head. "It's usually called a rubber mallet." He cocked his head. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, why?" she asked. "Because you're asking about tools?" Sean looked at her with an eyebrow raised. "Angelina found out about the painting," she said. A crease deepened between his eyebrows. "Ah." She was suddenly ashamed of herself. "I lied to a young woman to make a situation easier on myself." "You lied so she wouldn't feel worse about herself," Sean said. "I'm sorry. I'm the one who encouraged you not to say anything." "You were trying to protect her too," Sonia sighed. "But I should have told her the truth. Now I don't think she wants to talk to me." Sonia wondered what other things Barbara had done to that poor young lady. "I went to apologize," she said, "but she avoided me this morning." Sean groaned. "She's just upset. Give her some time. I'm sure one day she'll come on a walk with Marie and things will go right back to normal." "But I don't want it to go back to normal," Sonia said. "I want to do the right thing and stand up for her. I could easily run another event, and this time include Angelina." The Perez brothers were already working on the renovations to her art gallery, and they always finished on schedule, so it should be ready soon. Sean thought about it for a moment. "I think that sounds like a nice idea." "She's very talented," Sonia said, "and she deserves to be part of this event just as much as anyone else." "I think you should talk to her before you go and plan an event around her," he said. "She may not want to be part of anything now." Sonia hadn't thought about it from that perspective. When she'd offered to have Angelina in the art show, the young woman had seemed grateful and appreciative. It meant a lot, and could open new opportunities. Wanda had told Sonia about Angelina's struggle at the farmer's market. The art show could have opened a lot of doors. She couldn't let Barbara Morse ruin that kind of opportunity. She may not be married to Jeff, but she still knew how to use her influence. She called Lila, and when she answered, said, "Listen to what happened to me." She told Lila everything. About Barbara calling out of the blue, inviting her to lunch, smiling and pretending to be her friend, only to stab her in the back. Sometimes it was good to let things go, Other times, it was good to get even. And she got Dr. Jensen to remove me from the charity. She thought of her investigative journalist son. Andrew could write a story and call it The Corruption and Deceit Among Housewives. Sonia was half joking, but it wasn't a bad story idea. I think the best thing is to not get further involved, Lila said. Sonia grumbled at that suggestion. The fire to fight dampened in her belly. That doesn't mean you shouldn't try to hold an even better and bigger event, her daughter said. I mean, if anyone can put Angelina on the map on Martha's Vineyard, it's you. But a different event, one that Barbara won't be associated with. Sonia hadn't thought of it like that. She had been great at planning events, and big events too. She had contacts throughout New England and beyond. She knew the right caterers and even had a few favors she could collect. She had new friends who'd be more than willing to help Angelina. And an art gallery in her name, not Jeff's. She'd become influential because of who she was, not the name she carried. You know, you're right. Sonia felt the fire crackle again. I could hold my own event for a charity I care about. She would use her own money to run the event and donate proceeds. Maybe she'd start a charity of her own, with her own money. She looked at her dog, Shadow. Shadow had been lucky when her owner had passed away, and Sean had rescued her. She bet the shelter, even on swanky Martha's Vineyard, needed donations and monetary funds to get through the winter and more. I could do something for the local animal shelter, she said. She could feel the excitement building inside her. This could work. We could promote it as more of a local artisan exhibit for Christmas. So, a crafts fair? Lila asked. No, not a fair. More like a gallery of local artistry, Sonia said. So, a crafts fair, Lila repeated. She looked at Shadow, who lay down in front of the wood stove in the kitchen. I guess you could call it that if you want. Lila laughed. I think that's a great idea. Chapter 21. Sebastian had taken one graphic design course as an undergraduate, and when he'd interned at a small law firm, they put him in charge of creating their company's website. He had created a logo and picked the colors, font, and photos to interest potential clients. His website would most likely be the first thing clients would see. At the time, he didn't worry so much about the image. He figured big images, strong fonts, and bold colors. Photographs of the attorneys in suits by their desks, in front of their company sign, with arms folded in front of their chests. It portrayed power and wealth. How would he portray Angelina's website? Could he design something as beautiful as her art? He'd probably just botch the whole thing. She'd probably hate it. Sebastian spent all night designing the page. He picked the colors, designed the layout as professionally as he could, found a background, and created tabs. He used the photographs of her at art school and a painting she had given him of Half Moon Harbor from when they first met. He had a black and white photograph she had sent him years ago of her in San Francisco, with the art and craft vendors along San Francisco's famous wharf. He spent the most time writing her bio, about her working as a single mother, educating herself by earning scholarships and grants from different art foundations. He had a picture of Angelina with Penny in her lap as she tried to paint, one of the hundreds she'd sent over the years. Maybe he was wrong, and he knew he needed to fix things, but he really believed this might be the second chance he'd been waiting for. If he could just show her how much she and Penny meant to him, how much her happiness meant to him, she'd see how great they'd be together. How much time they could spend together. They were still young. They could still grow their family. Penny could have a sister or a brother. She didn't send all those photos to him over the years for no reason. Deep down, he believed she still loved him. He kept working on the website long after the sun came up. He ordered breakfast and got it delivered. He wasn't going to stop his momentum to go get food. He tried to get everything just right. He wrote about her technique,
her love of nature and the oceans on both coasts, how she tried to capture its beauty by using its light. He listed her awards, starting from high school and all the others in her resume. He created a spot where she could integrate payment apps like Venmo and PayPal. When he finished, he took a deep breath and texted Penny the link and password, praying that she would respond this time. "Tell me what you think." Penny didn't respond at first, but then a text popped up. "It's a good start." It was sent with a double pink heart emoji. What did that mean? Did she forgive him? Or did she expect a lot more from him? A good start? "Do you think you could take pictures of her paintings that are for sale?" he sent. "I'd like to add them, with prices." Bubbles flashed at the bottom from her side of the conversation, and then a text appeared. "Give me a day or two." But when day 3 passed, Sebastian had lost hope. Until finally, after 5 days, Penny sent photos of dozens of pieces of art, each with a price. He uploaded them right away, ordered business cards and flyers, and hit publish. He resent Penny the link, password, and other setup information that Angelina would need via email first. Then he texted her. "I'm sorry for what's happened with your mom. I can't go back, but I will continue to move forward and prove I'm here for you both. I love no one else more than you two." He wanted her to know he would do anything, even if that meant letting his family go, in order to be part of Penny's life. He didn't hear back from Penny, which did something terrible to him. He sat in his big colonial house, the silence deafening, and listened to Coltrane, Davis, and Fitzgerald. His heart broke more with every passing second. He couldn't sleep, he couldn't eat, and he called in to work for 2 straight days, something he had never done in his career. Then as he watched the sun roll over the horizon, poking its way over the Atlantic Ocean, he heard someone knocking on his front door. He slowly got up, surprised someone would be at his door that early in the morning. But when he saw the curly brown hair sticking up, he ran to the door. "Penny," he said. She adjusted her backpack. "Mom doesn't know I'm here. She thinks I'm going to the library." His heart dropped. He wanted to see his daughter more than anything, but not if Angelina didn't know. "Penny, I'm not comfortable hiding stuff from your mom." "It's about the website," Penny said. He closed his eyes. "What about the website?" "Well, there are a few orders," she said. She handed over her phone, which showed a page of orders. "Wow," he said. 4 paintings had sold. "That's great." "Yes, but I'll have to tell Mom." Ah. He had been waiting for this. "She'll probably ask me to take it down." Penny looked distraught, and he held up his hand to calm her. He came over to her, leaning against the doorframe, trying to not show the pain in his heart. "What does this mean with us?" Did Penny see he was trying? "I'd like to go back to our Sundays," Penny said. And just like that, his heart expanded with hope. "Do you think your mom will be okay with that?" She shrugged. "She'll never say no to me if I want a relationship with you." He nodded, glad she and him had something she called a relationship, but he couldn't look at her without showing his disappointment. He wanted his family together. "I really, really missed you," he said. The side of her mouth lifted before she said, "I really missed you too. Hey, I got that interview for the internship with Judge Michaels." He grabbed his chest, swearing his heart grew every second he was with his daughter. She was absolutely perfect. "Make sure you tell him you're my daughter," he said, and her smile grew bigger than he'd ever seen with him, and it made him choke up a bit. "So Sunday then," he said, pretending to be fine, as she gave him a weird look. "Here?" Penny scrunched her nose. "You look horrible." He rubbed his 3-day-old beard. "Yeah, I should probably clean up." I'll see you tomorrow then, she said. She blew out a long breath. I'm going to tell Mom. Penny stood there as though she wasn't sure what to do next, when suddenly she wrapped her arms around his waist. She gave him a little squeeze when he draped his own arms around her tiny frame, and it triggered tears in his eyes. This was his daughter. This perfect little human wanted to hang out with him?
I'm sorry I missed all that time with you.
His chest felt heavy at the confession.
I'm so sorry.
Penny looked up at him, stepped back, and again lifted the right side of her mouth, indenting her dimple on her right cheek. The same dimple he had. Something he hadn't noticed before.
I'm going to make it up to you, he said. I want to be your dad more than anything in my life.
He promised this to himself. He would never stop doing whatever it took to make sure Penny knew how much he loved her.
Do you want to grab a bite to eat?
He asked, hoping she would. She looked at her phone, making him worry she'd say no. But then a full smile crossed her, and she said, Yeah, I'd like that.
Do you think you could tell your mom what your plans are? He asked.
He wouldn't go behind Angelina's back at this point. Penny tilted her head as if thinking about it. She made a face. Do I have to? He nodded.
I'd really appreciate us all being on the same page.
She groaned. Okay. He opened the door wide, letting her come inside. He stood in the foyer as she walked into the house he had built with Lauren. A house that never felt like a home. He watched as she plopped onto the couch and dialed Angelina. He didn't want to eavesdrop, but he also wanted to hear what Penny was saying. Hey, she said. I'm at Dad's. He wants to take me to lunch? He heard nothing. Then an, mm-hmm, and a, yes, and then nothing again. What are we having for dinner? Penny asked. All right, I'll see you then. Love you, bye. Penny hung up and went to do something on her phone.
So?
He asked when he heard TikTok music in the background. She said it was cool. Penny stood up and walked to the large sliding glass walls and looked at the view. Do you ever open these? He shook his head.
Lauren never liked to open them up because of the bugs.
Did you really break up with her to be with Mom? Penny asked so bluntly he took a step back. Wow, he said, surprised, but he shouldn't have been. Of course, Angelina and Penny were more than mother and daughter, but best friends as well.
Yes.
She took in a deep breath. She seems happy with Dr. Statham. He gave Penny a half smile, taking the hint.
I'm glad she's happy.
Chapter 22. Angelina stood in the garden behind the shed, trying to get her mother to come back inside the house. I had pumpkins and corn growing, Marie said to Angelina, who stood in the middle of dirt in boots and a winter coat in the pitch-black winter night. Marie kicked a rock with her boot. Who killed all my vegetables? Mom, you didn't have a garden this year, Camilla said. Come on, it's cold and dark. Let's go have dinner. I need to start in the fall, so that the manure has time to break down, so I won't burn the roots. Marie kicked the soil again. Where's my manure? Angelina looked at Camilla. Do you know what she's talking about? Angelina didn't have the patience for a Marie meltdown. It didn't help that it was 6 o'clock at night and dark. Penny still hadn't arrived back from her day with Sebastian. Angelina was getting angrier by the minute. Let's go inside and start dinner, Angelina said, trying to coax her mother in. I need to get this done before it snows, Marie said. But it's only October, Camilla said. You have plenty of time. The situation wasn't big this time. Marie wasn't arguing like the other times. She wasn't completely irrational, but doggone stubborn. And that would be what could really get Marie into trouble. Had they not been there,
The night was cold enough she could have gotten hypothermia, or worse. Even with 2 adults home, Marie was still able to slip out the door. The alarm's ding alerted Angelina and Camilla. But what if Penny had her earbuds in and didn't hear? Or they had been in the shower? Or asleep? Headlights flashed along the lawn, making shadows in the trees. Penny had come home. The car parked and stayed running for a while before she heard the car door open and close. Then she heard Penny's footsteps walk up to the house and inside. The car stayed for another minute before slowly pulling out and driving away. "Mom!" She heard Penny yell from inside. "Let's go, Grandma Marie. Your granddaughter will get worried," Camilla said. It was as if a light bulb came on and Marie came too. "Penny's home?" Marie left the garden immediately and headed toward the house. "Let me help you," Angelina said, aiming her phone's flashlight at the ground and guiding her mother through the overgrown garden of wilted weeds. As she came up the steps, Penny greeted them, and Angelina could see the glow coming from her daughter. She'd had a great time with Sebastian. "Hi, Grandma," she sung. "Hi, Mom." She hugged Marie and then Angelina. A happiness radiated through her and pulsed out energy. Penny bounced back in the house like a doe, her ponytail flopping around as she went to the kitchen. "Let me set the table," she said, ignoring that she was late for dinner. "How was your guys' day?" Penny skipped to the cabinets, pulling out the right amount of plates, not noticing the fact that her aunt, mother, and grandmother were in winter clothes and hanging outside in the dark. She was completely in her own little world, putting the plates onto the table. "Did you guys run any errands?" she asked, not even recognizing that no one had answered her question. Camilla shot Angelina a look and gestured her head at Penny, as if to say Angelina should carry on with the act, that nothing was wrong. "How was your day?" Camilla asked and rolled her eyes. "It was awesome!" Penny put the last plate down and went into full story mode, retelling all the details of her wonderful day with her dad. And it grated on Angelina. She wished it wouldn't. But she didn't like this feeling of being left out. She didn't like this feeling that they had a relationship without her. And she didn't like that she had a problem with it, because a rational adult would want her child to be happy. Barbara was the kind of mother who let her feelings of envy and jealousy and resentment ruin her. Angelina would not allow that to happen to her. But she couldn't help but have those feelings, and couldn't get herself to ask questions or pay attention to Penny's amazing day with Sebastian in his amazing house with all his amazing things. "Oh!" Penny threw up her arms. "You won't believe it, but you've sold like 5 paintings!" Angelina was confused. "What?" Penny went to the kitchen and opened up the silverware drawer, clanking the utensils together, making so much noise Angelina couldn't hear what she was saying. "Stop!" Angelina called out. Penny froze, along with Marie. Camilla gave her a look. "I can't hear what you're saying." Penny's eyebrows rose all the way up to her forehead, and Angelina prayed she wouldn't roll her eyes, because that would send her over the top. "Dad set up this website for you to sell your paintings, and you've sold like 5 so far," Penny said. She went back to the silverware. "Stop it, Penny!" Angelina yelled again, now irritated because she knew her daughter was purposely distracting her. "What are you talking about, a website?" "Geez, Ange, why are you freaking out?" Camilla asked, her annoyance ringing out loud and clear. "That's wicked nice." "Why would he do that?" Angelina hadn't given him any paintings. "How did he get my paintings?" Angelina didn't understand, but Camilla and Marie's reactions were completely different. "That's a wonderful idea," Camilla said. "I can't believe you haven't done a website already. Penny, how do I find it?" Penny pulled out her phone and opened an app. "He gave me all the passwords, links, and things. It's basically Mom's now. But yeah, he set it up for her." The page opened, and there on the screen was a close-up photograph of her Half Moon Harbor painting, the exact location she and Sebastian had first met and kissed, where they would spend the most time together.
where they shared their dreams and feelings, where they fell in love. She took the phone and began reading her bio. She could hear Sebastian practically talking as she read it. It was full of compliments and flowery descriptions of her work. He wrote about her like she was magnificent. It was lovely. "Wow," Angelina whispered, handing back Penny's phone. "That's really nice of him." She couldn't believe how nice. It must have taken him hours to work on. For years she had wanted to do something like that. She, being the perfectionist she is, or really the procrastinator, never could get started, much less design something so beautiful and professional. It was perfect. "Doesn't it look great?" Penny raised her eyebrows up and down. "Yes." "Don't you think maybe you could let him come back for Friday dinner?" Penny asked. Angelina stared at the portrait of him as a teenager, and her heart skipped a beat. Barbara Morse would flip out if she saw her son on Angelina's website. "It's nice, but I think we should take it down." She closed the website. Penny's mouth dropped open. "What is wrong with you?" Angelina's body began to tremble. "What did you just say to me?" "You hold this grudge against him when all he's done since we arrived is try to make things work so that we could be a semi-family," Penny said. "He's done nothing wrong, but you're being totally unreasonable." "Look, Penny, I understand you think you know what you're talking about, but you need to leave this between your father and I," Angelina said in as even a tone as she could, but her anger boiled inside. "I know he broke up with Lauren because he wanted to focus on us," Penny said. "That it was his mother who pulled your painting, not him, but you're acting like he conspired against you." "I never said he was part of that." Angelina could feel herself losing it. She knew she would snap soon if she didn't stop this argument, but Penny wasn't stopping. "I know he told you he wanted to work things out when we came to the island, and that it was you who told him to move on," Penny said. "What?" Marie said, her hands going directly to her mouth as if this was great news. "He wants to be a family, Angelina?" "Yes, he asked to be a family." Penny narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms while raising her left eyebrow as high as it could go. "But she said no." "Penny, enough!" Angelina could feel her face warming up. Her daughter was now purposefully pushing her buttons. "All he does is try to be my dad, and you're the one who's being a jerk about it." Penny was almost shouting at this point. Penny had never talked like this to Angelina before, and it shocked her. "Did he tell you all of this?" Her daughter shrugged her shoulders. Angelina took in a long breath and counted to 10 inside her head. "Where did you hear all of this?" "You know I'm right." Penny shook her head. "You blame him for not going with you that day at the ferry, and you've never gotten over it." That's when Angelina knew exactly where Penny got the information. She had read Angelina's journal. "You're grounded." "What?" Penny now shouted. "Watch it," Angelina warned her. "You know what you did." Penny's face fell and turned white. She knew she had broken Angelina's trust. Angelina couldn't believe her daughter would cross that kind of boundary. And what for? Did she have some hidden motive? Was she upset about things and digging for something? Or was it just for pure entertainment? Or did Penny not understand what a violation of privacy that was? "Give me your phone." Angelina held out her hand at Penny. "You're taking my phone?" Penny looked horrified. "How am I going to communicate with anyone?" "You'll have to use the mail, because you won't be using any electronics." Angelina threw the phone from her hand to the table. "This is so unfair," Penny screamed. "You better walk out of this room before you say more things you'll regret." Angelina had to hold on to the back of the dining room chair and physically hold back, or she might also say things she may later regret. Penny stomped her feet as she stormed out of the room and pounded up the stairs. "What's going on?" Camilla said. "This is between my daughter and me," Angelina said. "Okay, fine." Camilla held up her hands. "But from my point of view, you're freaking out for nothing." "She read my personal journal, Camilla." Angelina knew Camilla wouldn't appreciate it if Penny had done that to her. "She's old enough to know better." "It's because you don't tell her anything," Camilla said right back to her. "What do you expect?" "I expect my daughter not to go snooping in my things, especially something as personal as a journal," Angelina said. "Stay out of this, Camilla." "No." Camilla shook her head. "She saw you two almost kiss that night when he came over, and you pretended like nothing happened. You can't blame her for wanting to know what's going on. She's going to look for the answers you're hiding from her." "It's none of her business," Angelina said. "Yes, it is," Camilla said back. "It's all her business, because it's her family, too." Marie stared at Angelina, then turned to Camilla. "Girls, let's not argue while we're about to eat. Your father will be home any minute." Angelina walked out of the kitchen, following Penny up the stairs to her own room, but Camilla followed her like the annoying little sister she had always been as a kid. "What do you want me to say, Camilla?" Angelina wanted to know as she reached her bedroom. "Oh, it's okay that you went into my most personal item and read my deepest, darkest secrets." "Angelina, she's right," Camilla said. "And if you had been completely honest with her, then she wouldn't have snooped." "But she did. And you're acting like that's okay?" Angelina said. "She told me you tried kissing him," Camilla said. "The night you went out on your date with Colin? You remember, when you set up a date the night you had your daughter's father over at your house?" "I forgot he was coming," she said. But she hadn't. But her intent hadn't been to make Sebastian uncomfortable that night. "Besides, I thought you were happy for me to finally move on with Colin." "I am, if that's what you want. But you're fighting demons that only exist because you give them breath," Camilla said. Camilla then grabbed Angelina's arm and looked into her eyes. "But you have to let it go," Camilla said. "He's choosing you and Penny now." Angelina grabbed her door, ready to close it and shut down this conversation. What did Camilla know anyway? She wasn't a mother. Until she had her own, she'd never understand what Angelina was feeling. "What if it's too late?" Angelina shook her head. "I thought you would have understood where I'm coming from." "He's done nothing but sacrifice for you and Penny. Can't you see that?" Why couldn't anyone see what she saw? Maybe Angelina was the problem. "I just don't know how I feel," Angelina said. "Aw, come on, Ange. He's crazy about you," Camilla said. "You know he's trying. And you saying no to Friday night is only going to drive a wedge between you and Penny. Look at how you and Mom were." Angelina gripped the door handle hard with her hand, holding herself up. "Camilla, stay out of it!" She slammed her door. She leaned against the wooden frame and listened as her sister walked to Penny's room and knocked. "Penny, you okay?" Camilla went inside her daughter's room. How could Penny have read her journal? In her own room, Angelina opened the top drawer and pulled out the small notebook Sebastian had given to her. She reread her words with a new perspective, flipping through the pages, only needing a moment to remember exactly when and where she had been when writing it. Writing had been her therapy, her way to try to make sense of how she felt about being back, being around Sebastian. Moving on wasn't an option, especially now. She couldn't move on if she was always looking behind her, waiting for Barbara to strike. Sebastian's mother's pure hatred for Angelina lived alive and well without her. If anything, Barbara would continue to be in her future if she didn't end things now. How many times would things continue to happen? When would it stop? Would Penny be Barbara's next victim? Did Barbara even know her granddaughter's name? Then she thought very seriously if Barbara had hired a private investigator to keep tabs on her and Penny. Had she known she was back on the island? And the other questions that swirled around in her head. How much had Penny read from her journal? Had she read it from cover to cover? Did Penny know Angelina still loved him? She fell on the bed, looking up at the ceiling. Why did everything have to be so difficult? Chapter 23. When Angelina woke, she was in the same position, lying on top of the covers in her clothes. She was exhausted, and even though it was still dark, she couldn't sleep. She got up and went downstairs and turned on the coffee maker. She didn't care if she woke the house. But as she went through her morning routine, the house didn't make a sound. Everyone stayed asleep. She went into the greenhouse, lighting a candle on the table, and sat down in the chair, looking through the glass windows at the stars. It was chilly, too cold for her to sit there for long, but she wanted to look up and see the sky. The stars were always brighter on Martha's Vineyard. It was one of the things she had missed the most, the brightest stars against the darkest of skies. The room smelled of damp earth and tangy saltwater air. She inhaled it in as she found the North Star. She wasn't a spiritual person, but last night had been a juxtaposition for her in many of her relationships. Things cosmically changed, and she could feel the shift between her and Penny, and her and Camilla. Her two most important relationships were fractured. She didn't know how long she had sat before she heard footsteps coming down to the kitchen, but Angelina kept her focus on the North Star. "Hey, Mom," a wobbly voice said from behind her. "Hey, Pen," she said back. She didn't look at her. She didn't want to forget the point. Penny had broken her trust. "You should have just asked me about things before you went snooping." She was old enough to know that you shouldn't read someone's journal. "You would have killed me if I ever read any of your journals." "I asked you that night," Penny said, losing her sympathetic pouty lip, and going right back to arguing. Angelina shut her eyes. Penny was right. She had asked. "There's a time and place to ask about sensitive topics. Asking me the second things started going on between your father and me wasn't the right time." "Do you still love him?" Penny asked. "Wow, straight to the point, huh?" She shifted in her seat. Did she need to answer if Penny had read her journal? "Yes, well, it's not that simple," she began. "It is," Penny cut her off. "We could be a family. He wants us to be a family." "Penny, honey, it's not that simple." Angelina got up from the chair and walked to Penny, as tears fell down her daughter's face. "I'll always have a special space for Sebastian, but only as your dad." "I'm really sorry I read your journal," Penny said, hiccuping. "I know," Angelina shushed her. "But don't go snooping. It solves nothing." Penny hugged her again, then went upstairs back to bed. Angelina couldn't sit around the house any longer, so she grabbed her coat and hat, stuffed her hands into her gloves, and sent a text to Camilla. "I'll be back later." She needed to get out. What she really wanted to do was to get off this godforsaken island. She may still love Sebastian, but it was too late. Too much had happened between them. She took the keys to the Corvette and went out to the garage. She opened the door and got inside. She had heard that her uncle would drive it around every few months to help maintain its condition. He said he had replaced the battery years ago. Would it even start? She put the keys into the ignition and turned. Nothing. She tried again. Nothing. With one last-ditch effort, she turned the key so hard, pressing the gas, and still nothing. She slouched into the front seat, wishing away her anger.
She didn't want to be mad at Sebastian. She wanted to let go and move on. So why couldn't she? She dropped the keys into the console and got out of the car. She didn't need a car, she supposed. She would walk if she had to. Whatever she could do to get some space. She walked down the driveway. The temperature was cool, but with her coat and hat and gloves, she felt warm. She followed Sugar Beach toward town, with no destination in mind. She continued past the harbor wall of stacked granite boulders and climbed over to the other side, to Half Moon Harbor. Houses and hotels scattered the coastline, and there sat the biggest one of them all, the Morses' summer home. She walked right past it, not looking at the house, and went straight toward the village, following the trail along the coast. When she reached the path's end, she headed down the sidewalk toward the road lined with gray clapboard shops. Candy shops, a bakery, a tavern and grill, a fine dining restaurant, a gorgeous hotel. The cobblestone sidewalks added to the charm and magic of the tiny village. But that morning, in the humid, foggy autumn air, she felt it stifling and small. "Angelina!" a woman called out as she walked out of a building that looked empty. "Just the person I wanted to see." Angelina turned to see Sonia Whitmore waving at her as she got out of her car. She was so embarrassed to talk to Sonia. She almost turned around and pretended she didn't see her. What must she think of her? If she hadn't put her painting in the show, then she'd still be on the board and running the event. "Hi, Sonia," she said, giving a weak little wave. "I've been wanting to apologize about everything with the painting," Sonia said. "I shouldn't have lied to you about it all, and I'm sorry for that." The apology had surprised her because she had never had some stranger apologize so sincerely. "It's fine," Angelina said. "I know you weren't out to hurt me." Sonia's eyes flickered away and back again. "Look, I never really got along with Barbara, but—" She let a silence hang between them. "What she did wasn't okay." Angelina knew that, but so what? Barbara Morse owned this island. "I've opened my own studio down at the harbor, and I'd really love to display some of your work for my opening," she said, her smile wide and proud. "Do you have any pieces you'd like to put up?" Did Sonia understand that Barbara will do whatever she could to destroy Angelina and ruin anyone who stood in her way? "That's really kind of you, but I don't know. You'll get a small commission, but most of the proceeds will go to the local shelter." Sonia waited for an answer. "I'm sorry, but I don't think so." Angelina couldn't believe she was turning it down, all because some older socialite couldn't handle the truth. Sonia tilted her head. "Is it because of Barbara?" Angelina knew Sonia had heard the rumors. Angelina should keep quiet. She was in public. "No," she lied. "It's just not good timing." But she could feel her emotions rising back up. Why was she losing it all the time? Sonia made a face before breathing in. "You want to go for some coffee with me, talk about art, as two women who have dealt with Barbara Morse?" Angelina could feel herself reaching the tipping point. It would be safer to walk away. What good could come from sitting with this woman? Even if she wasn't directly connected to Barbara, she was still interwoven, and Angelina wanted to get as far away from Barbara Morse as she could. But her phone began to ring, and it caught her off guard. She looked down and saw it was Camilla. She let it go to voicemail. "Do you need to take that?" Sonia asked. Angelina shook her head. But then her phone began to ring again, this time from Penny's phone. "Hold on," she answered. "So, you don't answer my phone, but you'll answer Penny's?" Angelina groaned. "What do you want, Camilla?" "You need to get home now," she said. "There's a guy here looking for you. He wants to serve you papers." "What?" Her heart started pounding. "What do you mean?" "I'm not really sure," Camilla said. But you need to get here now. I'll be home as soon as I can."
Angelina looked at Sonia, who pretended to not be listening but could probably hear Camilla's frantic voice on the other line.
"Maybe you should call Sebastian," Camilla said.
"I'm coming right now," she said, not answering Camilla.
"But I'm going to be a while. I walked to town."
She had walked at least 2 miles.
"Get here fast," Camilla said.
When Angelina hung up, Sonia asked, "Is everything okay?"
"I don't know."
Angelina didn't know what was going on. Was someone suing her?
"I need to go."
Would this be the newest gossip on Martha's Vineyard? Would Barbara find out someone was at her house serving papers to her? Who would be serving her papers?
"Let me drive you,"
Sonia said. She pulled out a set of keys, and a fancy German SUV parked along the curb beeped. Angelina hesitated.
"I'm fine. I'll just walk."
"Let me help," Sonia said. She gave Angelina a smile. "Please." All Angelina wanted to do was fight. And at this point, it didn't matter who she fought either. She wanted to fight until she was numb, until she was done feeling, until she was finally knocked down and didn't stupidly keep getting up. But then she saw her phone screen, and a picture of her and Penny flashed across it. The reason why she had to keep getting up.
"Okay."
Angelina gave in. "Thanks." As Sonia drove Angelina home, dread anchored her deep into the seat. Who was suing her? Was it her renters? Or her old employer? Or another artist claiming she stole their work? Was it because of that dang website Sebastian had made? The 10-minute drive seemed to take longer than ever. As they pulled up, there standing on the porch was a man, Camilla, Penny, and Marie. Angelina jumped out of the car before Sonia came to a full stop.
"Are you Angelina DeLuca?"
the man asked, as she came running to the porch.
"Yes, I am,"
Angelina said.
"You've been served,"
he said, handing a large envelope package to her. She took the manila package, as the guy jotted down the steps of the porch, and jumped into his little blue Ford two-door.
"What's going on?"
Penny asked. Angelina took out the papers from inside and read the first few lines of the letter.
"Your grandmother is suing me for breach of contract,"
Angelina said, flipping the pages over.
"Dale and Barbara Morse
versus Angelina DeLuca."
"Let me call my daughter,"
Sonia said, suddenly appearing out of nowhere.
"She's an attorney. She'll be able to help you."
Angelina couldn't believe they were suing her.
"I don't understand. I did everything they wanted me to. I kept quiet. It was Sebastian who paraded around with Penny. They can't sue me for that, can they?"
Sonia shot a look at Marie. "Look, I know who you're up against, and you need legal advice."
"I think that sounds like a good idea," Camilla said. "It's good to talk to someone who knows this kind of stuff." "Call Dad," Penny said.
"Absolutely not." Angelina shook her head.
"This is happening because of your father's family."
Penny's face hardened, but Angelina didn't care. Her heart sped up faster the longer she looked at the fine print. The state of Massachusetts symbol was on top of the letterhead. She felt sick to her stomach. Angelina nodded at Sonia. "Okay, maybe I should talk to your daughter." It took less than an hour for a beautiful blonde to show up at the house in a suit that rivaled Ally McBeal. Angelina was certain she could never afford something like that on her teacher's salary.
"Would you like something to drink, Miss Whitmore?" Camilla asked the lawyer. "Water, tea, coffee?"
"Please call me Lila," she said. "Tea would be lovely."
"Here, let's sit and we can go over everything,"
Camilla said, taking charge. Angelina didn't even care at this point. She just stared at the papers. What if Barbara asked for damages? What if they did take everything she had, and more? Could they make her mother pay? What if she lost Penny in this whole mess? Penny hadn't said anything, but now she tugged on Angelina's shirt, pulling her aside. Tears welled up in her daughter's eyes. "I'm really sorry, Mom." And this time, she could feel the pain pouring out of Penny. "I know, Penny. I know." She couldn't help but tear up. "I'm sorry you're always getting beaten down, time and time again," Penny said. "Let me call Dad. He'll fix this." "No, Penny. Don't you see?" The situation couldn't be any clearer in Angelina's mind. "She'll never stop until we're—" She pointed with her hand back and forth between them. "Out of the picture." Penny's exuberance and happiness from the other day had completely deflated. "He could help." "I think your mom's right. She needs someone that's not involved," Camilla said. She looked at Angelina. "We'll do what we need to get her to stop coming after you." Lila had been helpful as she went through the papers. She was able to explain everything in a way that made sense, and she walked Angelina through the process of what to expect. In the meantime, Aunt Wanda and Uncle Marty came to the house along with Elias. "I think she's bluffing." Lila folded her hands around her mug. "If this goes to court, in the courthouse where her son is assistant district attorney, it will be all over the papers. She's hoping you will settle, and it will go away." "Barbara Morse doesn't bluff," Sonia said, sitting between Marie and Camilla. "She wants to ruin me." Angelina had no doubt Barbara Morse did everything intentionally. Her modern guillotine would be the negative press and social media. Angelina would never be able to be taken seriously as an artist, not with the stigma of being the girl who bewitched Sebastian Morse into bed. Camilla looked at Angelina. "You need to talk to Sebastian." She shook her head. Lila nodded in agreement with Camilla. "Maybe he can talk some sense into his mother." Angelina didn't know if she could win against someone like Barbara. "What if I just want to be left alone?" "What should Angelina do?" Camilla asked. Lila set the papers down and looked at Angelina. "If it were me, I'd fight by countersuing. She took advantage of a young girl in a terrible situation. You had no adult present or legal counsel. Any judge will see what this is and rule in your favor." Even if Angelina had the money to hire this beautiful attorney, she didn't want to. She didn't want to fight. She didn't have it in her to fight. She just wanted to run away and leave the island and Barbara Morse far, far away. "I don't want anything from her." Angelina didn't even want what she already had. "Nothing. I just want her to leave me alone." Lila nodded as if she understood. "I don't know the Morses very well, but what she's doing to you isn't right. She's being a bully. Sometimes we need to stand up to those bullies." Easy for the beautiful attorney to say. She seemed to have a strong family standing behind her, a great career. She didn't wear a ring, but Angelina guessed she had someone significant who supported her. "Do you have children, Miss Whitmore?" Lila shook her head. "I'm all Penny's got." She would get destroyed by Barbara if she fought. And then what? "I need to get her through college and pay for a wedding and all the other stuff. I can't afford to take on a woman like Barbara Morse." "I don't need to go to a fancy college," Penny said. "No, Penny, stop. We'll deal with her and get rid of her once and for all," Angelina said. "What is she asking for?" "She's asking for all the money back, for disclosing that Sebastian is the father of your child after agreeing to keep that private. She's claiming that you told several people that Sebastian is Penny's father." "Fight her! You're already being sued." Camilla shook the papers. "Take this to court. Let the world see what a terrible human being she is." A deep, sinking sensation fell over her, and she looked at Lila. "Or what? Barbara will get all the money?" Lila nodded. She could. Over the years, Angelina had used the hush money sparingly. At the beginning, she used it for survival. She used it to pay her rent for the first few years she lived in California. She used it to buy a car when she moved out of the city and into the suburbs. She used it for a down payment for a house, but used her own salary to pay the mortgage. When Penny went to school, she used the money for private schools. But she never used it for frivolous things like extra clothes or jewelry. She never used it for vacations or furniture. She wanted to save as much as she could for Penny. She wanted Penny to go to any college she wanted to. She wanted Penny to be able to buy a house when she was ready. She wanted Penny to live the life she'd dreamt about, with the extra. She never wanted the money for herself. But now, if she got sued and had to give it back, she'd be financially ruined. And it would not only destroy Angelina, but Penny as well. "Then I guess I have no other choice than to fight her," Angelina said. Chapter 24. Sebastian waited for Penny for 15 minutes. She had been the one to text him and set up the lunch. "Hi there," he said, when she came into Books and Bread. He had already ordered a plate of assorted pastries and had hot cocoa waiting for her. He went to kiss her on the cheek, but she sat down, avoiding the gesture. "I can't stay long," she said, looking at her phone instead of at him. Dread went through him. "Is everything okay?" "I wanted to tell you I got the student internship at the district court next semester." She didn't look at him. Instead, she pulled out a letter with "Congratulations" written on top. His heart accelerated with joy. "That's great." Who would have believed it? Another Morse in law. He couldn't. His daughter would be working with him at the court. "Yeah, I met with the judge and told them you were my father, like you said." She played with the edge of the table. A warmth of pride washed through him. He smiled, until she pulled out another set of papers, and he saw his parents' names in bold written on top. "What's this?" "Do you know why I decided to pursue law?" she said, folding her hands on top of the papers so he couldn't fully read them. She stared into his eyes, hard. "So that I could ruin your family someday." She got up and left the table, leaving the papers behind. He grabbed them and read the top lines. Breach of contract. He closed his eyes as he thought over Penny's story of sharing her father's name to the district court judge. That's how Barbara could prove Angelina had breached the contract. Penny had used his name. He grabbed the papers and rushed after Penny as she left the bakery. "Penny, wait!" He couldn't believe this. "I will fix this." "We don't want you in our lives," Penny said. "Leave us alone." She ran down the sidewalk away from him. "Penny!" he called out after her. But she didn't stop. She kept running until he couldn't see her. She didn't even look back. He immediately started making calls. First, he called Angelina. By the one ring, he guessed she had blocked him. He then called his father and left a message with a time to meet him. He wouldn't talk to Barbara at this stage of the game, not without a lawyer present. He would no longer play these games with Barbara, no longer listen to her threats and worry about the consequences. He would no longer be a Morse toting the family name, following in the family footsteps. He would no longer be a Morse if that's what needed to be done. "What's this all about?" Dale asked as soon as he walked into Sebastian's house. "I'm giving you the house back," Sebastian said. "Where are you going?" His father's face showed his worry. "Anywhere you're not," he said. "I want nothing to do with you or Mom." Now his father looked angry. "That girl always had a rope around your butt." "That's funny, because I've always felt the noose around my neck from you and Mom." Sebastian wanted to be very clear with his father that he no longer played by their rules. "I want nothing to do with you. Do you hear me? Nothing." He handed over the keys to his house, a gift from his parents when he'd first asked Lauren to marry him. They'd been so happy he'd finally got engaged to her, they'd bought him a house on the island. "I'll get the rest of my things before the end of the week," he said. His father shook his head. "You're making a mistake. You watch. She'll take your money, too." "She deserves all of it after what you two keep doing to her." "We're protecting you." His father went to walk toward him, but Sebastian stepped back. He didn't want to get close to either of his parents. They weren't really concerned about his happiness. They only cared about themselves and the family's legacy. They didn't care about their son or his happiness. "If you don't drop it, I'm going to bring my own suit and a multitude of problems for you," Sebastian said. "I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who'd love to hear all about how you pull certain favors." "Is that a threat?" His father burrowed his eyebrows. "No," Sebastian said. "It's a promise." "She's always been after your money," he said. "The lifestyle. She doesn't love you. She saw that you had finally moved on with Lauren, and she came right back to the island." He had repeated Barbara's words, practically not changing a thing. "Call off the suit or I'll go to the press." He knew a lot of papers who'd love to hear about the dealings that happened behind closed doors in the court system. Things that went unexplained and were never fully investigated. The nepotism that worked not only in his favor, but for so many men before him. "Goodbye, Dad," he said. Dale stared at him, then turned around and walked toward the front door before dropping the keys off on a table next to the door. "When you get your senses together, we'll talk." "I finally see the light." Sebastian wasn't coming back. He wasn't staying here as long as his parents continued with the suit and their behavior. He wouldn't be part of a family that did that to one another. When he left the house, he hadn't heard from Penny or Angelina. He tried Camilla a few times, even called the house phone, but no one answered or called back. It wasn't until he stopped by Wanda's that he heard anything from anyone. "They're pretty upset," Wanda said. "I had hoped you could give this to them," he said, handing over an envelope. Wanda shook her head. "You're going to have to deliver your own messages." He nodded, tapping the edge against his palm. "I'm afraid she'll burn it before reading it." He only half joked. "Yes, well, can you blame her?" Wanda didn't make any bones about which side she was on. "I want to pay for everything," he said. "If my parents' suit goes through, I want to pay for the legal team. I will give her everything I have and pay off my parents so they never bother her again." "There's a lawyer who's been helping her," Wanda said. "Her name is Lila Whitmore. I would start with her." "Right," he said. "Thanks for your help." The older woman smiled, and he realized she had different hair today. "You look nice with curls." She smiled wide. "Thank you." She then looked behind her before saying, "Give them some time. They'll begin to see what you're trying to do for them." He smiled. "Thanks." Like Wanda suggested, he drove to Angelina and Penny's. He pulled up to the driveway, turned off the engine, and looked out. The sky was gray, like his mood. The clouds hung low over the water. Whitecaps made the water look choppy and rough. He didn't see any boats out on the water, except a big tanker, far off in the horizon. He picked up his letter, ready to drop it off at the mailbox, but decided to try one last time and ring the doorbell. He pressed the button but heard nothing. He couldn't remember if he had used it all the other times he'd come over. Usually Penny would greet him before he needed to ring the bell. He decided to knock. "Hello?" He called out, rapping his knuckles on the door. He listened for movement, any kind of sound that would indicate someone was home, but he heard nothing. If it had been summer, the women would be out on the porch giving their presents away, but now in winter it was quiet, and he didn't see anyone inside. He didn't smell the chimneys burning wood either. "Hello?" he said one last time, knocking again, waiting for an answer. But the house stayed silent. He opened the screen door and tucked the letter into the old mail slot that went directly into the house. He'd deliver the rest to her lawyer. That way he'd know for sure that she got it. Then he would officially fix it all. Chapter 25. Angelina didn't want to read Sebastian's letter at first. So much had happened between them. What could he possibly say at that point? "Aren't you going to read it?" Camilla asked of the thick envelope.
Angelina held it in her fingers, staring at her name written in his handwriting. She swallowed. "I don't think so." Camilla plucked it from her fingers. "It feels like there are things inside. I think you should read it." Angelina took in a deep breath, watching Camilla study the letter. "I think I need a drink. Is it 5 o'clock somewhere?" Camilla looked over her shoulder from the kitchen to the family room, where Marie slept in her easy chair. "Let's grab the whiskey," Camilla whispered. Angelina had been joking, but a shot of whiskey didn't sound like a terrible idea. "Penny's going to be home from school soon, so you might as well get your feelings out now," Camilla said, handing a letter knife to Angelina. "What if it's just more problems?" Angelina asked. Camilla placed a set of shot glasses onto the kitchen counter, then set the letter down and looked at Angelina. "Then you'll deal with it, like you always do." "Deal with it?" Angelina laughed. "I haven't really dealt with anything." Camilla twisted off the bottle's cork stopper and poured the whiskey into the glasses. She held up one to Angelina and waited until she picked hers up to make a toast. "To my big sister, who will slay dragons to protect the ones she loves," Camilla said. The two sisters took the glasses and shot back the whiskey. Immediately, Angelina felt the burn in the back of her throat. "Whoa," she breathed out. "I feel like I could set something on fire with my breath." Camilla started coughing. "This stuff has to be at least 30 years old." "I need water," Angelina said. "No, you need to read this letter before I go crazy," Camilla said, shoving the letter opener at Angelina. She took it and ran the dull blade through the paper, then opened the envelope and dumped the contents out. Pieces of sea glass, shells, papers, and photographs all fell out. Stuck inside, she pulled the folded letter out, and with it fell more photos and ticket stubs and receipts out on the table. "What are these?" Camilla asked, grabbing some of the tiny slips of paper. Angelina knew exactly what they were. She took the first photograph and stared at the young couple. She hadn't seen a picture of the two of them together in so long. "We look so young." Angelina picked up the pieces of sea glass and held them in her palm. She still remembered leaving them on his windowsill all those years ago. She couldn't believe he had kept them. Camilla tapped her with the letter. Angelina dropped the sea glass and took it from Camilla. "You don't have to read it in front of me," Camilla said, but her sister didn't move. "No, I want you here with me," Angelina said, and she meant it. It felt good to have her sister by her side. "I couldn't have made it through all this without you." Camilla gave her a half smile. "Thanks." "I mean it," Angelina said. She had forgotten how supportive her little sister had been. "You've been behind me the whole way, and I really appreciate you as my sister. But also because you're my best friend." "Oh." Camilla leaned in and wrapped her arms around Angelina. "My cactus is softening up." "All right, let's calm it down." Angelina didn't want to go overboard. She still had Sebastian's letter to read. Camilla nudged her with her hip and rubbed her back. She opened the paper and began reading. "Dear Angelina, these past few months, seeing you again and getting to know Penny, have been the greatest in my life. Thank you. She's incredible, and I owe you so much for all that you have done for her, and all that you have sacrificed in doing so. I hope you have nothing but happiness and joy in the future. I will forever be yours, Sebastian." She folded the paper back up and reached for the photographs. "Wow," Camilla said. "It's like a romantic tragedy." "How so?" Angelina asked, staring at the photograph of her and Sebastian sitting on the beach together. So in love they were in a completely different world. They'd thought nothing could ruin what they felt for each other. Camilla rolled her eyes. "Look at you!" She dropped a photograph of Angelina in a bikini
with a surfboard. Sebastian sat in the background eating ice cream, smiling at her. The shot of whiskey no longer burned, but warmed her as she looked at the photographs. She read the receipts and remembered exactly where they were and when. "That's our first date at the wharf." Angelina read the date. It felt so long ago, but also just like yesterday. "He even saved our movie ticket stubs." "Does this change things?" Camilla asked. "Change what?" Angelina couldn't see how a short letter and a few photographs would change anything. "I mean, you and Sebastian have a lot of history," Camilla said, holding up some of the receipts. "And he's still super handsome and smart and clearly infatuated with you." "I just don't think the universe wants us together." Angelina shook her head. "If we were supposed to be together, it would have happened by now." Camilla made a face. "Or it's bringing you back together because it's finally the right time?" Camilla poured another shot of whiskey and held it up. But Angelina packed up the letter and the whiskey just before Penny came home from school. "How was your day?" Angelina asked. Penny mumbled something incomprehensible and went straight to her room. "She's really that upset about losing her phone?" Camilla asked. Angelina kept her focus on the top step, even though Penny had gone to her room. "I should go and talk to her." Angelina climbed the stairs up to Penny's room and knocked softly on the door. "Pen, can we talk?" A mumble came from the other side of the door, which made her open it. Penny laid on the bed, her back facing the door. "Penny," she said, walking into the dark room. All the shades had been pulled down. "I'm not mad anymore. If you really want your phone back, you can have it. I just wanted you to understand how you can't just go looking in someone's personal journal like that." She stayed silent. "Come on, Pen." Angelina sat down on the bed. Her back touched Penny's, and she gently rubbed her shoulder. "I'm not upset anymore." "I hate him," she said, wiping her face. "What?" Angelina looked down at Penny. "You hate who?" "Dad," Penny sniffled. "I mean Sebastian." "Don't hate Sebastian," Angelina said, not sure why she was defending him, but she didn't want Penny to let Barbara break the most amazing person in the world. He was raised by that woman. He had no autonomy in his household. Everything was a threat. He could never be who he wanted to be. He's just as much a victim as you are. Penny abruptly sat up in bed and faced Angelina. "He's not stopping her!" "Oh, Penny, it's not that simple." Angelina looked at her daughter, her face dampened with tears. With her thumb, she brushed away a fallen tear and held Penny's head in her hand. Remembering losing a stuffed animal or having a fight with a friend were the worst of Penny's problems. Penny had never been a melancholy child, always sunny and filled with rose-colored thoughts. She believed everyone was good, and the world wanted you to succeed. "I just want nothing to do with him right now." Penny frowned, then shrugged. "Or ever at this point, if she doesn't put you back in the show." "I don't want to be in that show," Angelina said. "But I'm also not going to let Barbara Morse walk all over me or my family." Penny made a face at this. "What are you going to do?" Angelina felt a sensation wash over her, like a superpower strength that she didn't know she had. And she wanted to fight Barbara Morse, badly. "Well, first, I'm already in another art show." Angelina would call Sonia and tell her yes, she'd be in her opening, and that it would be an honor. She wasn't going to hide away from Barbara Morse. "And my daughter is going to spend time with her father whether she likes it or not." Penny gave a half smile. "You won't be mad if I still see him? Even after all this?" Angelina shook her head. "You deserve to know your father." Penny laid back down on the bed, stuffing her hands under the pillow like she did when she was little. "I'm going to need a little time. Is that okay?" Angelina nodded. But the fact Penny stayed upset was more heartbreaking than all of this. She wanted to hurt Barbara Morse as much as she hurt Penny. She got up from the bed and said, "I'll be home before dinner." Angelina said to Penny, "If you're up for it, Grandma's been asking to play rummy with you." Angelina ran down the stairs and found Camilla in the dining room, working on her computer. "Hey, I have to do some things. Are you okay with Mom?" Camilla made a face. "Of course. Penny okay?" Angelina nodded. "Are you okay?" Camilla didn't look convinced. "I'm going to be." Angelina grabbed the car keys and went out the door. When she reached the Morse house, she didn't expect the gates to be open, but she pulled right up around in the roundabout driveway to the front door. The crushed seashell driveway crunched under her tires. She got out right away, her body shaking with adrenaline, and she slammed the car door. She didn't hesitate as she marched to the door and went to ring the doorbell when the door opened. Barbara stood on the other side, her hair pulled up into a perfectly pinned French twist. She stood tall, taller than Angelina, yet she still strained her bony neck and deep-set collarbones to appear even more overbearing. "You should not be here," Barbara said. "You can talk to me inside, or I'll scream this out on the streets," Angelina said. "You choose." Barbara glared at her. She opened the door but didn't move her hand from the steel knob. "What do you want?" Angelina faced Barbara, pulling her shoulders back, holding her chin high. She stared her down like a bull ready to charge. "Nothing." Angelina stared at her. "We want nothing from you." Barbara's lips pierced. "You just had to sneak in again and ruin everything he worked for. His engagement, his career, his future." She shook her head at Angelina. "And for what? You don't love Sebastian. You don't even want to marry him. Look at you. You only love yourself." Angelina hadn't expected Barbara's words to affect her, but they stuck like a wet piece of garbage that left a stink behind. "I'm the selfish one?" Barbara's face pinched, and she started to close the front door again. "You need to leave my house before I call the police." "Do it," Angelina said. "Call the police." Angelina laughed. She hoped the police would be called. The call would be logged, the police would show up, and the neighbors would see, which meant people would be talking. Barbara didn't move. "Leave now!" Angelina dug in her purse, pulling out her wallet and all 10 wallet-sized pictures of Penny from kindergarten to her last year as a sophomore from the pocket. Then in the plastic sleeve, she pulled out Penny's most recent photograph, the one she took this year in Martha's Vineyard. "She looks like you." Angelina placed the photos on the marble table that sat in the middle of the front hall. "Penny's a really good kid, and not just 'cause she's mine, but her heart is huge. She just loves to love, you know?" Angelina wasn't really talking to Barbara, or cared if she was listening at this point, but she wasn't going to leave until she was finished. "She volunteers at the local animal rescues, and she loves to read, mostly romances, but really gets into true crime. She's a good swimmer, but doesn't like surfing. Sebastian bought her a surfboard, but she doesn't have the heart to tell him, so she keeps trying. She loves to play card games with her grandmother. She's also smart and works really hard at school, and wants to be a prosecutor like her dad." Barbara's eyes flickered at the mention of Dad, not meeting Angelina's anymore. "She's also very forgiving, much more than me," Angelina said. "She just wants to know her family." She stopped there and waited to see if her words had affected Barbara at all. Barbara opened the door wider and stayed silent. Angelina gave a nod and walked away from the deafening silence. The next afternoon, when Angelina saw Lila pulling into the driveway, her stomach sank. Did Barbara go through with the restraining order? "They dropped the lawsuit!" Lila cheered, holding a bottle of Angelina's favorite rosé. "Barbara sent the papers to the court this morning, and it was dismissed this afternoon by the judge." Angelina couldn't believe it. She dropped the suit? That's great news, Camilla said, coming out from the kitchen. Lila held up a bag with another bottle of wine, a rather large wedge of brie cheese, and a long, aromatic French baguette. Girls, let's celebrate. Angelina stood trying to grasp the situation. They dropped the lawsuit? Lila set the wine on the kitchen counter. It gets better. She's also relieving you of your obligations under the contract. What does that mean? Angelina asked with excitement. It means you keep the money, but you're free to tell people that Sebastian is Penny's father, Lila explained. And wait until you hear what Sonia told me. Wait! Camilla got up and ran to the kitchen. I need to get wine glasses. Angelina just sat there, almost dizzy with joy. It was over. Finally. Okay, Camilla said as she passed out glasses. What did Sonia say? She said Barbara apologized and just wants to be done with it all so her son can be happy. Lila slapped her hand on the counter. Shut up! Angelina couldn't believe it. Barbara Morse apologized for her behavior? Camilla set the wine glasses on the counter and handed the corkscrew to Lila, who promptly opened the wine. Yup. Sonia said she stormed into the gallery, apologized, and left as fast as she came. Lila shrugged and then held up a glass to Angelina. Congratulations, Angelina. Thanks, Angelina said. But she didn't feel like drinking or celebrating, because she knew what Sebastian must have had to do in order to change her mind. Her phone buzzed with a text, and for a split second she hoped it would be Sebastian. Long time no talk. How have you been? Colin wrote. How long had it been? She scrolled up to see the last time she had communicated. It had been well over a week, or had it been more like 2? Oops. Good, how are you? She typed, but then erased it and started over again. Busy, how are you? The truth, but vague enough she didn't have to expand on what was going on. I'm sorry I haven't texted in a while. I didn't mean to ghost you. She saw bubbles flash at the bottom of the screen. I had to ask my daughter what ghosted meant, LOL, he texted, and then his bubbles disappeared. Did she write back? Keep the conversation going? Colin was a nice guy. He'd stuck up for her. Another message popped up. Glad things are going well for you. Wondered if you'd be free for dinner. Maybe some fish and chips? She stared at the screen, but something caught her eye. One of Sebastian's pictures. The one of the two of them sitting on the harbor together. What if her feelings hadn't changed? What if the feeling swirling inside her stomach every time she was around Sebastian was real and not nostalgia? What if she never stopped loving him? Or maybe now she should let go. Now she could be free of the Morses. She could let go, let Sebastian go, and finally be free. I'd love some fish and chips, she wrote. Chapter 26. Sebastian moved out of his house a few weeks later. He found a small rental right in town, within walking distance to the village and a little backyard. Marie had invited him to Thanksgiving when he came to church on Sunday, but Penny hadn't been responding to his texts, so he declined the offer and sent a platter of desserts from Books and Bread instead. Christmas came and went. For the first time in his life, he spent Christmas alone. He didn't even get a tree. Penny hadn't responded to a single text. At what point would his attempts be considered harassing his daughter? Did he have any legal rights? Did he deserve any? It wasn't until he returned to church after the New Year's that he heard about the engagement. Dr. Statham's asked Angelina to marry him, Wanda told him. Marie nodded her head. He's a very nice man. Wow, he said, holding a huge smile on his face. That's great news. Angelina was getting married? Wonderful news, Wanda said,
but she kept eyeing him from the side throughout the service. When he got home, he saw Penny standing in his doorway. "Hey!" He could feel his heart exhilarate at seeing her.
"Hey, Pen. I'm so glad you're here."
She ran toward him and straight into his arms. He just breathed her in and didn't let go until she made the first move. "I've missed you," she said.
"I've missed you," he said,
stepping back and getting a better look at her.
"Did you grow?"
He heard her sniffle, but she didn't let him see her cry, wiping her eyes before looking up at him. She smiled at him. "I came to see your new place." He gestured his hand toward the door.
"It's got a bedroom just for you."
She smiled back at him, then just as fast she frowned. "My grandma told me you heard about Mom." He nodded.
"Great news."
He smiled as wide and enthusiastically as he could. But the kid made a face. She knew he was hurting inside.
"Why don't you come inside? You must be freezing."
At first, he thought she was going to say no, because she didn't answer. But then she followed him inside. He gave her the mini tour. The house was a sixth the size of his last home with Lauren. "It's super cute," Penny said, bouncing on his couch. "I think you should paint that wall like a dark navy and get gold fixtures."
"You should order some stuff for your room," he said. "I mean, you don't have to stay here, but to study or hang out."
He hoped that didn't sound too pushy, but he saw her smile. "I'd like that." He pointed down the hall.
"It even has a doorway that leads to the bathroom."
Her face lit up. She ran down to the doorway and let out a squeal. "I love it!" He had spent the most on her. A new bed and bedding, a new chest and a dressing table. He gave her the biggest closet and the best view. He got photos of him and her together over the past summer, and photos of her growing up that Angelina had sent him over the years. Every room had photographs of her. At school with friends, her first time surfing, her first field trip, her first time on a plane. Photos of Angelina and her, then of game night this summer with Marie and Camilla. He had a photo of Penny and him having lunch and taking a hike. He also put up his portrait that Angelina had painted of him. "Did Mom paint this portrait of you?" Penny asked, studying the canvas.
"Yep, I was 17, he said, pointing to the hair. "I thought I was so cool."
Penny tilted her head to the side. "You look happy."
"I was in love,"
he said. But he didn't expand, and she didn't ask for more explanation. Penny stayed for the rest of the afternoon. They watched basketball and had snacks and shouted at the television. She agreed to come back the following weekend and even accepted his invitation to have dinner during the week. She left with a hug and said, "I'll see you Tuesday night."
"I'll see you Tuesday,"
he said, squeezing her in his arms for as long as he could. When he went to sleep that night, he felt like things might be okay for the first time in a long time. That is, until Tuesday came around, and Penny started telling him about her new boyfriend.
"I thought your mother wasn't cool with dating."
"No," Penny said, shrugging it all off. "She's totally being cool now." He would be having heart palpitations the rest of the night.
"How many dates have you two gone on?"
He thought about Angelina and his own relationship, which started at Penny's age.
"You've had the talk, right?"
he asked, assuming Angelina had taken care of this important rite of passage. "Yes, ew," she said, rolling her eyes and focusing on her phone.
"Ew" was right. "Just always be safe."
"If I promise I will, can we never have this talk, like, ever again?" Penny asked, her face scrunched up, hiding behind the menu. He nodded.
"Yes, we will never have this talk again."
"I'm going to start looking at some colleges this spring and try to come up with a top 5, she said.
"Which are?"
he asked. "So far, Dartmouth, Harvard, Brown, and Princeton." She used her fingers as she listed the schools, then paused. "Maybe Syracuse as a backup." Sebastian had never had the motivation like this young woman, or the know-how to ace all her classes like she did.
But somehow, because he went to the right prep school and had the right last name, he'd had offers from Dartmouth, Harvard, Brown, and Princeton. Even Yale.
"I always wished I went to a smaller school further away," he said.
But he didn't know why, because the last thing he wanted was Penny to go further away. Maybe he'd move then. "I just want to be in Boston, I think," she said. "A ferry ride away, but close enough to get back home in a day." He nodded, happy to hear her thinking about her family.
"I bet your mom's happy about that."
"Well, she says she doesn't care, but when I thought about San Francisco, she almost freaked out," Penny said.
"So she's sticking around the island with Dr. Statham?" he asked,
not sure what the marriage meant for the future. Penny shrugged. "I think they're planning on moving into his place once Aunt Camilla gets married."
"Wow, I forgot the wedding was so soon."
Sebastian had completely forgotten about the wedding.
"Everyone's getting married over there. Has your grandmother found someone special?"
He meant it all as a joke, but Penny frowned and made that face she did when she felt sorry for him. "Mom has an art show this weekend," Penny said. "You should come." He shook his head.
"I'm pretty sure your mom wants nothing to do with me at this point."
She shrugged. "I think it never hurts to try." For the next week, he thought about what Penny had said. One minute he would think against it, and the next he'd think he should go, show his support, show his appreciation. But he wouldn't be able to hide his feelings. He would always have feelings for Angelina. That would never change. He couldn't show up at her art show while she was engaged to another man. He couldn't stand there and pretend his heart wasn't breaking at the idea of her being married to someone else. His dream of being a family had been crushed. And she deserved it more than anyone. That was why he couldn't go to the art show. That was why he needed to give her space and stay in the background. He wanted Angelina to be happy, even if it meant he had to be out of her life. Chapter 27. Angelina could easily make her own website, but she only had a few days until the show, and the fact was, she needed something quickly. In her desperation, she decided to reconsider using the website Sebastian had created for her, which Penny had been persistent on reminding her about. But surprisingly enough, even with all her visits over to Sebastian's house, Penny hadn't told him of Angelina's predicament, which showed Penny had learned her lesson about snooping. It also meant Angelina would have to ask him about the website herself, and that was the last thing she wanted to do. She had blocked him after everything with the lawsuit, and yes, it had been childish. Sebastian had been caught in the middle of both of his families, unwillingly. He had never done anything with ill intent, and her dramatic exclusion of him now seemed over the top. She met Colin at Books and Bread, and he reminded her Sebastian was a reasonable person.
"He seems very rational. I'm sure he'll help with the website,"
Colin said, taking a sip of his tea, his attention on his phone.
"Sorry, I have Mrs. Nealon texting me. She's going to go into labor any minute."
She waved at him. "Go take the call." Colin got up from the table, and that was when she saw Sebastian in line watching her. Then he looked away when she made eye contact. She played with the large diamond that sat on her finger. A young server passed him his order, and he gave her a nod. She should get up, go over, and ask him. It could be a way they could start over. So much had happened between them. But instead of going over to him, she watched him leave without saying a word. She'd figure out the website herself. She didn't need to get involved any further with Sebastian. Things finally seemed to be working out for her. She was happy. Colin made her happy. He liked to drink tea and watch movies and eat at restaurants. He liked documentaries and lectures and reading. He had soup and sandwiches on Monday and got takeout Friday night. He enjoyed a pancake breakfast, but only once a week. He woke up at the same time every day and ran before breakfast. He was safe and steady, and he cared about Angelina. He was also a good father, and Lynn got along well with Penny. But night after night, Angelina snuck out Sebastian's letter and looked through the pictures. What was she doing? Colin was perfect. He was a doctor who understood her mother's disease. He liked her chatty and nosy aunt. He didn't mind that she had a 16-year-old daughter and actually enjoyed spending time with her. Why did she keep returning to the pictures? After dinner with Colin, she held the photograph of Sebastian and her on the beach. That look on Sebastian's face was unmistakable. No one had ever given her that look. No one. Sebastian was truly the one person who had loved Angelina, wholeheartedly. Yet she almost felt like he still gave her that look. She put the picture down on her bedside table and fell back onto the bed, looking up at the ceiling. When Colin had proposed on New Year's Eve, the thought it might be her last opportunity came first, and then her yes. Then the rest of the night, she rationalized why it was the right thing to do. She liked him very much. Maybe it wasn't love, but love for her was never easy. So maybe enjoying one's company and feeling secure around them was good enough. But as the weeks passed, the more Angelina second-guessed her rash decision. Maybe she should wait and have a long engagement. As the weather warmed and Camilla was planning her own wedding, Angelina began to feel pressure about planning her own.
Don't you want your mother to be able to experience this with you?
Colin asked her one morning when he took her and Penny out to breakfast. Yes, she said, looking at Marie, who had no idea who Colin was from day to day, even after she'd reminded her mother of the engagement. But Colin wanted a wedding sooner, and he took them out to breakfast as a way to get her to see another venue on the island.
What do you think about something in this room?
It's nice, she said. Colin frowned.
Right. Nice. Again.
He took a sip of his tea while she took a sip of her coffee. Conversation already stilted, and they hadn't even ordered.
Have you thought about the guest list? He asked.
She looked around the fancy restaurant, imagining who would be there. Penny, obviously, then Marie, Camilla, and Elias, Julia and her family, Aunt Wanda and Uncle Marty, Lila, Sonia and Sean, then the walking crew, including husbands and boyfriends, and Lila's grandfather, who Penny had started calling Pops. Did she invite her father and stepmother? Did she have to?
Are you inviting Sebastian?
Colin asked. Probably not, she said, shaking her head, then looking at Penny. That would be weird, right?
I guess that's up to you,
he said, shrugging.
I plan to invite my ex. I think my guest list will be pretty large.
She looked around, not thinking much. The space didn't seem at all a place she wanted to be married in. The room was big and echoed. Sound vibrated off the walls, and the whole space felt cold. How about something at your house? She said. Colin had a beautiful backyard overlooking the harbor. It would be perfect for a small, intimate affair. Enough room to have at least a few dozen. His phone began to ring.
It's the clinic. Hold on.
He got up and rushed out of the dining room as if whatever he was about to discuss was of the utmost importance. That was one of the things she liked the most about Colin. He cared about people. He wanted to help people. His purpose in life was to help those in need. He'd taken an oath to do so. Well, Penny asked. It's nice. Angelina said. It's extravagant. Which is nice. Penny dipped her French toast into syrup. Where do you want to have your wedding? Angelina thought back to when she had been a teenager like Penny. She had dreamt about a big wedding with Sebastian on the beach. After she got pregnant, she imagined him sweeping her up in his arms and driving her directly to the courthouse. But after she left Martha's Vineyard, She never dreamt she'd ever get married. "I think it doesn't matter as long as there's a wedding," Angelina said. "I would think you'd be excited," Penny said. "I mean, you're getting married. Look at Aunt Camilla. She's floating on clouds and you're like, eh." Penny shrugged like an old lady for good measure. "I don't talk like I'm an 85-year-old New Yorker," Angelina said. But Penny wasn't wrong. Why wasn't she excited? "Have you thought about why you aren't excited?" Penny asked. "Because I have other things to worry about. You're looking at colleges, and then there's the whole business with Marie, not to mention that I have the art show coming up." "I invited Dad," Penny said. "Ugh, really, Penny?" Angelina didn't care at this point. But why would she do that? Penny continued to invite Sebastian, and he continued to stay away. He was following through with the whole giving space thing, which Angelina appreciated, but Penny kept pushing it. "Why would I want him at my art show? And why would he want to come?" "Because he's always believed in you," Penny said with conviction. "Always believed in you." "Penny, don't." Angelina looked out at the lobby of the restaurant, where Colin's phone call would soon come to an end. "Let's not have this conversation now." "He has a portrait that you painted of him up in his new place," Penny said. Angelina couldn't believe it. The portrait his mother found of him that Angelina had painted. She had made fun of it in front of Angelina, calling it childish. Angelina had thought it had been the best piece she had ever done. She had been broken by it. How could his mother just tear her down like that? Because Sebastian loved her, and Barbara felt threatened for some reason. And did it even matter at this point? 20 years of holding on, and having Barbara's voice in her head was too long, way too long. "You always thought he didn't protect you, but I think he knew you could protect yourself," Penny said. Angelina sighed. Out in the lobby, Colin paced back and forth, still deeply invested in his phone call. She wondered if this was why his ex, Alex, had left him. He loved his job just a little bit more than everything else. But he was saving lives. She could have a heart attack and he could save her. "Do you think I could help you with the planning?" Penny asked. "Of course," Angelina said. "That sounds wonderful." Penny leaned over and whispered in her ear so no other patron could hear. "How'd you really want to be proposed to?" Angelina made a face. "What do you mean? It was perfect." She smiled, thinking of the sweet proposal Colin had given her. He'd gotten down on one knee on New Year's. He didn't have a ring, but the next day he let her pick out the one she wanted. Then he had encouraged her to get the bigger one. He had been a gentleman and talked to Marie, Camilla, and Elias. Colin did everything perfect. Of course, it was very romantic. It just wasn't Angelina. And she couldn't blame Colin. He got the safe version of Angelina, the one who fell asleep watching the movies, who didn't say anything offensive, who enjoyed being positive. But the reality of it was that Angelina already got the perfect proposal, lying in Sebastian's arms, him slipping the ring onto her finger, the ring he could barely afford, the ring he'd sworn he'd keep for her forever. The ring she'd sent back to him, with the picture that sat in her jewelry box. The night she'd first seen Sebastian walk into the restaurant with Lauren, his hand on her back, she'd felt sick that he hadn't waited for her like he promised. Let go or be dragged, she thought. She would give all his stuff back at the art show if he took Penny's invitation. She couldn't keep it after marrying another man, could she? She shook her head as Colin came frantically back to the table. "Sorry about that, ladies, but I have to go." Penny kept eating, as this was to be expected. And it was. This wasn't a new thing when it came to Colin. As one of the only doctors who lived on the island, he frequently took on patients of other doctors. especially the ones with pregnant patients in emergency situations, which seemed frequent for a small-town doctor. But Colin loved it, and that was what made Colin so great. He loved his career, and he worked hard. She looked at Penny, who dipped another large piece of French toast into the syrup, and then to her mouth. "He's so nice." "Is he always this high-strung?" Penny asked, watching him zoom off in the parking lot. "Maybe I should think about the wedding after you graduate and are settled in school," Angelina said. "That's almost a year away," Penny said, her nose wrinkled. "Where are we going to live in the meantime?" Elias said he was thinking of renting out his place. She had seen his small bungalow a few times over the past few months. "It kind of reminds me of our old place in San Francisco." "But I thought Colin wants to get married, like, soon," Penny asked. Angelina nodded. "Yes, but I don't want you to have to move in with some guy for a year. What if you don't get along?" "He's great," Penny said, mumbling through a mouthful of bacon. "Plus, so what? You're happy. That makes me happy." Colin did make her happy, right? She laughed a lot when she was with Colin. The accent alone should be worth marrying Colin. She had her very own Colin Firth. Plus, he saved lives, for goodness sake. He let her watch her silly television shows. He went to any restaurant she asked. He had bought her everything, from thoughtful little trinkets to very expensive gifts. He wanted to take her on trips. He was perfect in every way. "Mom?" Penny asked. "Yes?" Angelina looked away from the ocean, noticing she had been staring off. "You do want to marry Colin?" Penny asked. "Of course," she said. But later that afternoon, when she sat with Camilla in the greenhouse while sipping a glass of red wine, as Penny and Elias cooked dinner, she felt compelled to confess. "He hasn't put up my art," she said, swirling the wine in the glass. "He put up the painting for Lynn's room, but not the other one." Her favorite one she had painted. The view that night on the porch with her daughter and sister and mother. Her mother's birthday. "Really?" Camilla seemed to understand what that meant for Angelina. "Have you asked him about it?" What could he say? No matter what reason he gave, she'd be skeptical. "It kind of makes me think he didn't really like my art." Colin loved art. He had it everywhere and had purchased more since meeting her. Did he not like it? And hoped she wouldn't mention it? Had he bought a really expensive painting to get a date? Or had he forgotten about it? Either way, it felt, But he's just so great. Camilla nodded. "And he's very handsome, too." "He's totally handsome." She made a gesture with her hand as if she were checking an invisible box. "So what if he doesn't think my work is worth being hung up in his beautiful home?" Camilla made that sympathetic look. "Don't." "That must hurt a little," Camilla said. "He did put your painting up in his daughter's room." "Yes, but that's a child's room." It was different, and Camilla knew it. Camilla made the face again. "Stop. I will figure it out." She always did. Colin was a nice guy who would take care of her. He cared about people like his ex-wife and her family, and mostly Penny. He had been great with Penny. He had even been cool with Sebastian in that whole fiasco. She was just having cold feet. All this wedding talk with Camilla had gotten her nerves bubbling. "I'm just overthinking everything." "When was the last time you talked to Sebastian?" Camilla asked. She shrugged. "A while." "Do you remember when Ryan asked you out?" Camilla said, remembering something that even Angelina had almost forgotten. Ryan Thompson from the hardware store. The store that supplied all the paint she wanted. "He asked me to prom." "Yep, and what did you say?" "No," Angelina said. "Because?" Camilla gave her a look, as if Angelina obviously knew the answer. "You wanted Sebastian to take you.
It's always been about Sebastian with you. You certainly have a lot to say tonight. Angelina sometimes thought she was too hard on Camilla. If Colin makes you happy, then fantastic, Camilla said. But if he's just a good partner, then you already have that in your life. You have us. You're not enough, believe me. Angelina couldn't believe her sister was going there. Look, Colin may not seem like my type, but he's great. Camilla downed the glass of wine. Look, I just love you, and I want you happy. I am happy. He makes me laugh, she said, smiling at the thought. He's very witty. And British. And British, she nodded. I mean it. I'm happy. Okay, Camilla said. I'm happy if you're happy. And she was happy. Chapter 28. Sebastian pulled out his best suit for Angelina's art show. He didn't know why he was going. Angelina did invite him, but Penny had asked him to go. And he'd do anything for Penny, even if that meant him standing outside the gallery looking in the windows. He also didn't want to miss seeing Angelina in her element. All the years she had worked to get there. He wanted to see all her creations and celebrate with her. But then Penny arrived at the house frantic. She didn't set up a website, she blurted out. He had guessed this might happen. Do you want the business cards too? You can put it back up? She asked. But I thought she deleted it. I can see if I can restore it. Sebastian was almost positive he could. I think I can from the web host site. She probably didn't even know how to delete it properly, Penny said. Penny was right. Angelina didn't delete the website at all. She just made it private. Should I set up a bank account? Penny grumbled something, then said, Would you mind? No, he said. I'd be glad to help. It didn't take long to make the website public, with a working bank account set up to receive transactions. He made sure all the links worked before hitting publish, and within the hour, things were up and running. Does your mom know you invited me to the art show? He asked, hoping things wouldn't be weird. She nodded. Yes. But she didn't elaborate on it, which meant one of two things. She couldn't, or she didn't want to. And Sebastian had a feeling it was the latter. So, your mom planning the wedding yet? He asked, and immediately regretted it. He didn't know why he'd even brought it up. He tried to stay away from the subject of Colin and the wedding. Actually, we were talking about it the other day, she said. Her mouth opened, but then shut. Then opened, then shut again. Do you have something to tell me? He asked. I shouldn't tell you because she's literally going to kill me. Penny paused, but the look on her face begged him to ask what she wanted to tell him. When he didn't ask, she continued. She has this journal that you gave her when you two started dating, and when we moved back, she started writing in it again, and I found it, and Penelope DeLuca, please tell me you didn't read your mother's journal, he said. I did, she said, her eyes darting around in panic mode. Whatever you were about to tell me, please don't. He held up his hands, ready to cover his ears. That's not fair to your mother. But she still loves you. She slapped her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide at her admission. Penny. He shook his head, now clasping his head. Don't tell me any more. But she keeps writing about the fact that she only likes Dr. Statham and writes stuff like he's dependable and steady. Penny saw these things as a negative, like a typical teenager. Sebastian shook his head at her. She loves you, Penny said one last time for full effect. Penny, you know you shouldn't have read her journal. You need to make a 90s movie speech and tell her how she completes you. Penny loved movie cliches. He closed his eyes. He wished she hadn't said anything. I don't think it would be a good idea for me to go to the art show after all. He handed her the box of business cards. Don't forget these. Dad, you have to come, she said. "Penny, I don't feel comfortable now," he said. "You did something I don't want to be a part of."
"She knows I read the journal," she said.
"What?"
Sebastian stood there.
"She knows?"
"She knows I read it," she said. "She still loves you."
"Penny, that's a huge violation of your mother's privacy."
Sebastian didn't want to point out the obvious, but it was kind of hard not to.
"If she doesn't want to marry Colin, then she could call it off."
He loved his daughter, but even if it were true, she stayed engaged to Colin for a reason, whether she loved Sebastian or not.
"I think it's best I don't go," he said.
"Please, I want you there," she said.
"You know I love you,"
he said, easier than the other times he told his daughter he loved her. Today it felt natural.
"But I can't go now."
He didn't know why, but knowing Angelina wrote about him, knowing she had feelings about him, changed everything. Because if what she wrote was true, then she chose to ignore those feelings and stay with Colin. She didn't want to be with Sebastian, even if she did have feelings.
"Please,"
she begged.
"I have the best dress for it and everything."
"Promise me you won't read her journal anymore,"
he said, looking into her green eyes. She rolled them and said,
"I promise."
"Have fun tonight."
He handed her a box of business cards.
"Here, for your mom."
She sighed, leaning over and grabbing her car keys.
"Fine."
"How's the station wagon holding out?"
he asked Penny, who recently got her license and hated driving her grandmother's old car.
"Well, I'm definitely incognito driving a soccer mom's car."
"I think it's nice your grandmother lets you use it."
Although he guessed Marie didn't remember, he couldn't believe he had a daughter who was old enough to drive.
"Be safe."
"I'm driving less than 2 miles."
She went in for a hug, a simple gesture she did with ease every time they were together. Oftentimes, she'd just surprise him by wrapping her arms around him and saying, "I love you, Dad." Those moments made all the others he had missed worth it.
"You sure you can't come?"
Penny asked again. He went in for another hug.
"I'll see you tomorrow."
He watched her get into the car and drive away. He took pride in the fact that Penny had grown up happy, and even though he hadn't been there for her childhood, he was glad he had this time now. Of course, he would have done things differently. Heck yeah, he would have done things so much differently. But he couldn't go back in time and change things. All he could do is move forward and do whatever he could to be Penny's dad now. Sebastian was heating his dinner for one in the microwave as he turned on the television to watch the game. Penny had bet the Celtics would blow out the opposing team. As the Celtics took the lead, his thoughts went to the art show, which would have started by now, and then to how amazing Angelina probably looked. He'd never forget the night he had shown up at her prom. She'd looked like a princess. He'd thought he might die of heartbreak seeing her dance with another guy. He couldn't even imagine what he'd feel like when she married another one. But she still loved him? Did Penny really know what she was talking about? Did Angelina still write in that journal? The journal he'd bought at the bookstore because she had said she liked it. He looked back at the time, then he looked at his phone, picking it up to text Penny. He could feel her out, see if Angelina was in such a good mood that she wouldn't care if he showed up to support her. He looked at his microwaved food, dropping his fork against the plastic plate. What was he doing sitting there if Angelina had written that she still loved him? He grabbed the remote and turned off the television. If he showered and dressed now, he might have enough time to make it. Chapter 29. Angelina stood in front of the mirror and stared at her reflection. She'd found a striking black strapless dress for Sonia's grand opening of her new gallery, but she felt like it looked like something for a funeral rather than her big night. Sonia had asked Angelina to display her work in one of the prominent spots in her gallery. Sonia sent the measurements of the space and the number of lights in the area. She'd even allowed Angelina to come and work out which paintings would work best. Angelina was pretty sure Sonia had given her one of the premium spots in the gallery to make up for the whole debacle with the event months ago. Angelina had gotten to know Sonia well enough over the last few months to know that she admired Angelina's work and talent, and she wanted to make things right, which Angelina was happy to accept. She pulled out a deep magenta dress she had found at a cart in the city. It could be dressed up for nights like tonight, but also worn casual in bare feet. She wished she could be in bare feet tonight, or at least flip-flops. The spring night had the smell of summer in the air, and the heat. The unusually warm day was turning out to be an unusually warm night. "You look great," Penny said as she walked down the stairs to meet everyone. Camilla stood with Elias. "Oh, you look beautiful." Angelina smiled at Penny in her own new baby blue chiffon. "You look amazing." Penny spun in a circle. "Let's take some pictures before we go. Come on, Grandma." Marie, who wore a navy blue pantsuit, had done her hair and let Penny do her nails. "You look great, Mom," Angelina said. "Whose wedding are we going to?" Marie asked. "We're going to my art show," Angelina reminded her. "Oh, that's right, at the church," she said, nodding her head. "It's at your friend Sonia's gallery," Angelina said, as they stood on the stairs, posing for Penny. "You always did paint so beautifully," Marie said. Just as they finished the family photograph, the doorbell rang. Angelina looked at the door. Through the window, she saw Colin standing, waiting for the door to be opened. Even now, after the engagement, he still didn't come inside unless someone opened the door. "Come in!" Penny called out. "Why doesn't he just come in?" "Because he's British and super proper," Angelina said, as if that explained that he still didn't feel comfortable enough with Angelina's family to just walk in. Elias walked to the door and opened it. "Hey, man, how's it going?" Colin half hugged, half shook Elias's hand. "Good." "I thought you were going to meet us there," Angelina said, stepping carefully down the steps in her too-high heels. She could feel the vibe instantly changing in the room. He kissed her cheek and then kissed Marie's. "Hello, Marie. You look lovely." "Thank you, Bobby," Marie said, smiling. Colin gave a look at Angelina. "That's her younger brother." Colin nodded his head at the comparison in her mind. "I'll take it." Angelina smiled as he handed over a bouquet of a gorgeous assortment of flowers. "They're beautiful." "You're beautiful," he said. "Mrs. Boehner's baby came earlier than expected, so I got home and showered with time to spare." "Great," Angelina said. But the change and surprise arrival revved up her anxiety. She didn't know why, but Colin's presence added a new level of pressure. "This is so exciting," Camilla said, breaking the weird tension hanging in the room. "Should we go?" Angelina looked down at her phone. The opening would begin in less than a half hour. "Is it too desperate looking to show up early?" She turned to Penny, who scrunched her face. "A bit." Was she coming across as being too needy? Did Sonia just feel sorry for her? Would her art look like children's work among Sonia's legit artists? What was she thinking, putting her paintings in the busiest spot in the gallery? People would think it was a joke. "Would you like to ride with me?" Colin asked. Angelina looked at the rest of them, getting into the station wagon with Penny at the helm. "I was going to ride in with them." Colin opened the passenger's door for her. "But sure." She got in, sliding against the leather seat in his fancy car. She watched as Camilla and Elias shouted who got shotgun, which ended up being Camilla. Obviously, she always got shotgun, even as the youngest. She imagined them all laughing and instructing Penny to do things Angelina thought were unsafe, like taking left turns. Camilla would most likely turn on the radio to pump them up for the opening. She'd play something Marie would get a kick out of, like Donna Summers or Stevie Wonder. Angelina, instead, drove with NPR quietly humming their even-tempoed voices, showing no emotion, talking about the world problems with no solutions. She stared out the window, looking at all the yellow daffodils and tulips blooming on the island. "It's beautiful today," she said. "I wish I had spent more time at the beach."
"Must be nice to have any time at the beach,"
Colin said. She waited for his usual talk about being so busy and how much he wished his career gave him as much peace as her painting did her. "Art rarely pays the bills," Angelina reminded him. "It was my teaching job that did that." He shook his head.
"It's really a shame that some art goes for so much, and others just don't get the same recognition. Like acting, right?"
Angelina nodded. She didn't want to make small talk about artist salaries. The closer they got to the gallery, the more her nerves twisted throughout her body. "I hope I don't look like an amateur among the rest of the artists," she said, wishing more than ever she had her squad in the car with her. Right now, Camilla would be playing music, and Penny would be giving her a pep talk. Elias would agree with everything they said, and she would continue to question everything until she arrived at the gallery.
"It's to be expected," Colin said. "It's your first showing."
She faced him in his seat. "My art looks amateurish?"
"No, not at all. I just meant that you haven't had as much formal training. This is your first show."
He shrugged and kept his focus on the road, but his words rattled in his mouth, and it seemed like he couldn't get his foot out of there.
"I mean, every artist has to grow, just like writers say their first novel stays in the drawer."
"So I should put my art in a drawer?"
"Oh, no. You're taking my words out of context."
Colin shook his head.
"Seriously, you're going to be fantastic."
"Right," she said. But she was riddled with nerves, mixed with apprehension, mixed with serious insecurities, and now her work was amateurish?
"Please don't take it the wrong way," Colin said. "You know I love your work."
Did he? Should she bring up the fact that it still sat against a wall and wasn't hung up? "Okay," she said. But she just wanted to get there so she could be around her sister and Penny and Marie. She looked out the window as Colin turned up the news report.
"I hope they have wine."
The rest of the ride the two sat in silence as the news analysts on the radio talked about the economic insecurities of the market.
"Let me drop you off in front,"
Colin said, being polite. "No, I don't want to walk in by myself." She could hear her own whine and saw the look of surprise in his eyes. "I just don't want to walk in alone." She wanted to walk in with her family and her fiancé. "Can't we just park and walk together?" Colin agreed, and parked in the lot at the far end so no one would ding his car doors. She wished she had flip-flops. As they walked to the gallery, she smelled the tangy scent of sea mixed with burning driftwood. Someone was having a bonfire on Half Moon Harbor. Teenagers, most likely, hanging out without a care in the world. She thought about the painting she'd picked to be her focal point. A panorama of Half Moon Harbor with the lighthouse. The sky had been filled with lavender and violets and eggplants and navy and black. The sand a deep earthy brown with grays and greens. But the hero in the painting had been the Atlantic. Her waves and spray contrasted whites and blacks, the surfaces reflecting all the colors of the sky and earth, like patchwork. And off in the corner, right where they had sat years ago, she'd painted a bonfire with two figures blended by the flames. She had painted it after the lawsuit had been dropped. One morning she had snuck out to a gorgeous storm, where the sky looked like purple velvet and the clouds rumbled above. But just beyond the dark charcoal clouds, just across the horizon, was a sliver of light. Like watching an opera symphony, the Atlantic played for Angelina, and she painted. And the creative juices kept coming. She couldn't paint enough these days. She just needed to do it. It flowed from her. As they walked into the gallery, her family stood with Sonia, staring at the piece. Succor. "There she is," Sonia said, lifting a glass of champagne at her. "This piece looks amazing here, doesn't it?" Angelina looked at her painting. Her painting. "Wow, I can't believe it." On the front wall, centered in the middle under a spotlight, hung her painting. An official-looking name tag, photo, and bio were placed next to it. Angelina tried to take it all in. "Let's take a picture of you and Penny," Marie said. "And Colin," Camilla said, shooing Colin into the shuffle of pictures. He stood next to Angelina, holding his arm around her shoulder stiffly, and they shuffled some more, a bit awkwardly, moving Penny next to Angelina's other side. If someone who didn't know them saw this trio, they may not have taken them for a family. Colin checked his phone. "Oh dear," he said. "The hospital?" she asked. "Yes," he said, leaving the family pose to take the call. Camilla held up her phone. "Let's take one of you, me, Mom, and Penny." Angelina smiled. It was exactly the picture she wanted. Sonia's gallery opened with a crowd. Angelina had never seen a crowd like this at the farmer's market. People of all walks of life came through the doors, including Sonia's friends and local art collectors. "Have you shown your work in Boston?" a woman asked Angelina. "No, not yet," Angelina said. "She has shown in San Francisco," Penny said, who stayed beside her mother. "Really?" This impressed the woman, who handed Angelina her card, which read, Victoria Green. "You should call me, and I can set you up with a gallery in the South End." "Sounds great," Angelina said, taking the card. "Do you have a card?" the woman asked. Angelina wished she had listened to Penny and asked Sebastian to help. "Here," Penny said, handing her a glossy card with her painting on the front of it. "Ms. DeLuca's information is on the back." "Thank you," the woman said to Penny. Then she used the card to cover her mouth and whispered to Angelina, "Don't let her go." "Yes, she's great," Angelina said, then rolled her eyes at Penny's smile. She knew Angelina would have to eat crow. When Victoria Green walked away, she waited for the "I told you," Penny said. "I know. I should have asked Sebastian." Angelina sighed. "You were right. How'd you get these cards?" "He had them made," Penny said. "Does he still have the website?" Even after all that Angelina had said to him, to stay away and give her space? She wanted him to show that he cared about Penny. Yet this whole time, he was showing he cared about them both. Angelina looked around the gallery. She hadn't seen him yet. "I thought you said Sebastian was coming tonight." Penny shrugged. "I guess he couldn't make it." Angelina studied her daughter's expression. "Is everything okay between the two of you?" Penny nodded but didn't look at her. "Yeah, totally." She wanted to ask more, because she suddenly wished he'd come. Was she crazy? Colin held up his phone as if signaling another more important phone call. "He saves lives," she whispered to herself. "He does what now?" Wanda said from behind. "Oh, Aunt Wanda." Angelina had never been happier to see her aunt. "I'm so glad you're here." She couldn't explain it, but spending all day together, Sunday after Sunday, had made her really love her aunt. "I'm loving the hair." "It grew back better than it ever has," Wanda said, bouncing the fine curls on top of her head. Her hair appeared thin and in some spots still bald, but Wanda posed as if she were Cindy Crawford, placing her hands on her hips and striking poses. "You girls look absolutely stunning." Penny hugged her great-aunt. "Yes, terrific," Uncle Marty said. He then pointed his drink at her painting.
And what a stunning piece Sonia chose to display.
A group of 2 couples stood in front of the painting and discussed it with one another. This was the part Angelina hated most about an art show. The artist stands there showing off their work, while others who spent no time creating it critiqued it.
"I'm so glad you could make it," Angelina said. "You really don't have to stay."
"Nonsense," Wanda said, sipping a glass of water.
"We wouldn't have missed it for the world."
Angelina knew her aunt had an appointment in the city, which always turned out to be an all-day excursion.
"How'd the appointment go?"
Wanda looked to Marty as Angelina held her breath, waiting for her aunt to answer.
"Still no growth,"
Wanda said. Marty smiled, rubbing his wife's back.
"She's a fighter, this one."
"That's great news," Angelina said. Angelina met with the reporter and had her picture taken in front of her painting. Sonia continued to introduce her to everyone at the opening. She met so many people she had no idea what any of their names were. Halfway through the night, Colin came to her.
"I'm so sorry, but I have to leave,"
he said, tapping his phone.
"Looks like there was an accident on the other side of the island."
"Oh, no. Is everything okay?" she asked. And she could tell by his face it was as stupid a question as it sounded.
"Yes, that's why I've been asked to come in," he quipped. "I'm sorry about the opening. Can you grab a ride home?"
She nodded, but didn't even get to check with her sister before Colin left. Angelina decided to get some fresh air and walked out the back door that led out to the rock wall of the harbor's edge. She smelled the scent of fire burning and looked down Half Moon Harbor Beach, scanning for the fire. Just as her eyes found it, she saw him sitting there. She looked back into the gallery, a room full of people that had come to support her, but she realized that the one person who had supported her the most wasn't there. She removed her heels and started to cross over the rocks, slowly and carefully in her dress, but the beach girl still inside her got her across safely. As she climbed down the rocks, Sebastian noticed her, but didn't move from the fire. He just watched her walk up to him. "Hey," she said, standing in front of the golden glow. The roar of the waves covered the beat of her pounding heart.
"Hey."
He stared at her, in that way that made her feel like he could read her mind. "You didn't come," she said.
"To be honest, I didn't think you wanted me there," he said.
"Right," she said, and gave him a half smile, but he didn't smile back.
"I saw your painting."
"Oh?" She could feel her heart racing in her throat. His eyes penetrated her, and for a long time neither one of them looked away, until Sebastian looked down at his hand. He held a ring. Her ring.
"I planned to throw it in this fire, to finally let you go. But then I saw your painting."
He stood from his spot.
"You still feel something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have painted us."
"How do you know it's us?" she said.
"You don't love him," he said, stepping up to her.
He was so close she could see the fire dance in his eyes.
"Tell me you love him, and I'll leave you alone forever."
But nothing came out of Angelina's mouth, because she was afraid whatever did might be the truth, that he was right. She didn't love Colin. She did still have feelings for Sebastian. His eyes burned through her, and she could barely think straight. "I need to get back," she said, about to turn back around to the gallery, when Sebastian grabbed her hand.
"I'll be here, waiting,"
he said, placing the ring in her palm.
"I've been waiting for you always, Angie."
He let go of her hand. The band was warm from his touch. "I should go back inside." He looked at the fire, then back to her.
"Enjoy your moment, Angie."
But he didn't move from the fire. She looked back at the gallery, glowing in the night. The warmth of the spring day got pushed out by the ocean breeze. "Do you want to come with me?" she asked, holding the ring in her squeezed fist. "I'd love that." Chapter 30. No one seemed surprised when Angelina announced the morning after the gallery opening that she had called off the engagement with Colin. Not even Colin. When she broke the news to him over a bagel, he didn't even seem upset, more concerned about the different events they'd have to cancel as they were no longer a couple. "I guess I'll tell Dr. Jensen I'll be going alone to the hospital picnic," he said. "I'm just confused about things right now," she said, trying to be as honest as possible. When she returned back home, no one even asked how the breakup went, except for Elias, who seemed most concerned for Colin. No one else seemed surprised when Angelina announced she'd be going off to do some things, but had no specific details. "Okay," Penny said, who was texting on her phone. "Do you need anything while I'm out?" she asked, hoping Penny would say no, because she wasn't going to town. "Will you pick me up some lunch?" Penny asked. "No." Angelina walked through the kitchen and ran into Camilla. "You and Elias can still move in, don't worry. We're not going to be burdens." But she wasn't exactly sure what she and Penny were going to do now that she wasn't marrying Colin. They weren't staying at the beach house, and she had no job. She sold all of her paintings at the art gallery. Two had a bidding war, which she still couldn't fathom. "So I'm headed out," she said, jabbing her thumb toward the door. No one, not even Marie, who watched Family Feud, looked up. "I'll be back later," she said. When she drove up into his drive, Sebastian sat on his porch, as if waiting for her to show up. She pulled up to the house, the ring still in her palm. Up to that moment, she wasn't sure what she was going to do or say, just that she needed to see him. She got out and stood next to the car, as he stood up from the chair. "You weren't there," she said. His eyes looked hurt. "I wanted to be there for you and Penny, believe me. That's all I've ever wanted." "No," she said, stepping away from the car and closer to him. "After the art show, you weren't at our spot." He furrowed his brows at first, then understood what she said. "You went back?" After they'd left their spot on Half Moon Harbor and went back to the gallery, she had the greatest night of her life. Everyone in her life had been together, celebrating 20 years of her painting and accomplishments. Sebastian told stories of them as teenagers to Penny and Marie, and Camilla would add side stories of them during those summers together, in love. Wanda kept dragging over person after person to see her niece's artwork. An art journalist from the Boston Globe interviewed her and took a photograph of her standing in front of her painting. Everyone either introduced themselves as a potential buyer or an admirer of her work. Sonia kept introducing her to more and more people. All night, everyone had nothing but glowing reviews. And all night, she had her whole family around her, celebrating her, showing off her art, beaming with pride. And all night, she squeezed the ring in her palm, where Sebastian had placed it. Now, she held it in her fingertips. "What do you say you, me, and Penny run away together?" she asked, just like he did the night he'd asked her to marry him. That was when Sebastian stepped off the porch toward Angelina, and when they reached each other, they wrapped their arms around the other and kissed passionately. "I've been waiting," he said as he kissed her over and over. "I've been waiting for you." Angelina held out the ring. She knew it fit perfectly. "Want to be a family?" Chapter 31. Angelina stood in the gallery in front of her newest collection, on display at the Atlantic Art Studio. Her paintings hung on the center wall, under the spotlight. The largest of the paintings was the sun rising over the village, along the harbor's edge. All the beauty she saw on Martha's Vineyard was captured in the painting. The soft, warm colors, the worn, smooth surfaces from the salty winds, the pastel lights reflecting off every surface, the granite boulders, the wooden pier, the clapboard shingles, and the glow of the sun's golden rays reflecting off every window and sail. Angelina stood in the middle of the group, Penny on one side, Sebastian on the other. Marie stood next to Camilla and Elias, with Wanda and Marty balancing the group on the other side, as Sonia took the photograph. "2 landscapes!" Sonia cheered as she took the picture. The gallery owner turned out to be one of Angelina's biggest supporters. She always sang Angelina's praises and told people about her work. Angelina had a thriving career thanks to Sonia Whitmore and her taking a chance on her. Angelina still couldn't believe her landscapes even sold, and to people she didn't even know. But here she was, standing in Sonia's gallery again, with all the people she loved by her side, and now fans of her work. Sebastian grabbed her hand as they stood there, squeezing it in his. She took her other hand and held onto his arm. She didn't want to let him go. She liked being close to him. Angelina had never been a fan of crowds, and this crowd was filled mostly with people Sebastian knew on the island, versus her family, who weren't part of many socialite groups. Tonight, however, felt like a full circle. It had been over a year since she and Penny arrived on the island. This past year had been one of the hardest of her life. Her mother's illness, moving back to the island, her struggling career, dealing with Barbara, and sorting out her feelings about Sebastian. No one could have convinced her a year ago she'd be standing in a gallery with her work on display, holding Sebastian's hand. But so much had changed in 1 year. Never say never. "Look over your shoulder," Sebastian said into her ear. Angelina turned around and noticed a woman standing in front of her other paintings. "That's Dr. Jensen's wife," Sebastian said. "She loves art." Angelina looked at the woman who most likely was friends with Barbara. At one time, Angelina's insecurities might have taken over, and she would have stopped and thought twice about talking to her. But now, with Sebastian behind her, she walked over with her husband and introduced herself. "You're very talented," Mrs. Jensen said, gesturing to the painting of the porch on Cliffside Point. "Thank you," Angelina said. Sebastian gave her a slight bump with his hip when Mrs. Jensen turned to talk to another woman about the paintings. Things had taken off after Sonia's grand opening, and an art critic left a review of her work in the Sunday Globe. Her art business went from a drip to a flowing river. She had people calling from all over. Suddenly, her booth at the farmer's market picked up traction, and people came to the booth just to see her work. And not just for Mr. Quinn's red pepper jelly. Angelina was starting to make money, and now she not only needed Wanda, but also Marty to help on the weekends. And here she was again in Sonia's art gallery, with her work on display. "Can I invite Tyler?" Penny asked, who typed on her phone. "No," Sebastian said, putting his arm around Angelina's shoulder as they finished the pictures. "Why not?" Penny said, dropping her phone to her side. "Because we're here for your mother," Sebastian said, not hearing it. Penny shot a look of desperation at Angelina. "Maybe he could come at the end for a little bit." Penny looked back at Sebastian. "Please?" He shook his head. "Fine, but tomorrow night you're hanging out." "I promise," Penny said, already texting her boyfriend to come. Angelina playfully poked Sebastian in the stomach. "She's 17, remember? We want her to hang out with us, with him, instead of them sneaking around." Sebastian sighed, looking at Penny. "I just wish she didn't have to have a boyfriend." Angelina laughed. "That's not going to happen." Hors d'oeuvres and drinks were passed out among the guests at the exhibit's show. Sonia mingled among all the groups and continued to introduce Angelina to new interested customers wanting to meet the artist. What she loved most about the moment was that she was standing beside Sebastian, not hiding, not looking over her shoulder, but holding his hand, holding on to him, letting the world know he was hers and she his. Sebastian worked the crowd, using his charisma to engage people in conversations. And then Angelina would join in and talk about the art. He would ask questions. Where do you come from? What line of work are you in? What brought you to Martha's Vineyard? And Angelina could talk about the tone she tried to portray in her colors, or the mood she wanted to show with surroundings. "When do you want to go home?" he asked, after Penny left with Tyler to grab a bite to eat at the local 24-hour diner. "Maybe we could grab some pie?" "Leave them alone." She shook her head, then finished the last sip of wine. She doesn't need her parents checking in on her and her boyfriend. Besides, they're good kids. Penny's boyfriend couldn't be a better kid. A high honor student, he played on the varsity basketball team, came from a good family, and even volunteered his time on the weekends helping with the kids' league. Sebastian was just being overly protective, which she adored about him. He loved Penny beyond words. They may have only had a true relationship for a year, but their father-daughter bond was strong. They truly loved one another. Now every time she saw the two of them spending time together, laughing at their inside jokes, liking the same strange, scary movies, she could feel her heart expand. Penny no longer talked about taking off for a whole new world after high school, but sticking around and getting a teaching degree. Angelina knew teenagers changed their mind like the wind. But for right now, standing as a family in the art gallery, Angelina liked the idea of Penny wanting to come back and pursue teaching. Sebastian squeezed her hand when Sonia introduced them to another group of people, a set of couples who were in the market for fine art for their beach homes on the island. They loved her work. "It's so dramatic," one of the women said to her, holding her glass at the large landscape. "I just love how you captured that moment." Angelina smiled, because she felt the same way. It had been her best painting yet. It was from the night Sebastian proposed, and then the whirlwind that followed. "What's your inspiration when choosing a scene?" the husband asked. Angelina could feel the social anxiety of talking about herself when Sebastian's hand let go of hers and gently lay on the small of her back, almost like he gave a little push. "I really like it when the weather changes," she began, and then she confidently explained her process for choosing a scene for her next painting. "Sometimes it's how I feel when I see something." The man looked completely interested, and Angelina could tell he wanted to hear more. Sebastian smiled at her, and she couldn't help but smile back as the couples continued to admire her work. Sebastian leaned over and whispered in her ear, "You look amazing tonight." She smiled as he pulled her closer to him. Her whole body fit inside his embrace. When he suggested getting married at the courthouse, she didn't even hesitate to say yes. They told everyone in the morning, and that afternoon, everyone met them at the district court in Edgartown. Penny stood arm in arm with Marie in front of the judge. Camilla and Elias acted as maid of honor and best man. Julie and Jose's kids were the flower girl and ring bearers. Aunt Wanda cried, along with Uncle Marty. The women showed up at the house after it all, and everyone had cake together. And now, as everyone gathered for her at the art show, Angelina didn't think life could get any better. That's what she had learned over this past year. Life was about getting through it together. It's easier together. It's better together. They're better together. The rest of the night went great. Angelina sold more artwork and networked with more gallery curators. Sebastian opened her car door when they left and said, "You were great tonight." "I thought the same thing," she said of him. "I love how you just know what to say in every situation." He closed the door. "I still can't believe you let Penny go out to a diner with her boyfriend," he said, but she knew he was kidding at this point. "Can you believe she's going to be a senior next year?" she said. She looked at Sebastian as he sat down in the driver's seat next to her. He looked at her and locked eyes with her. "Let's do it again." She blinked at the question and then laughed. "What?" They had just gotten married.
He leaned over the console. Why not? We're still young. Penny would be the best big sister.
Angelina took hold of his hands like she was about to take a ride down a roller coaster. Her stomach flipped. She smiled at her husband. She liked that idea of becoming pregnant.
What if we had a boy? We should start right away, Sebastian said, kissing her on the lips.
She laughed, kissing him back. We've never had boys in our family, until now. Sebastian kissed her again and held his lips against hers.
I love you, Angie.
I love you, Sebastian, she said. And she did, with all her heart and soul.
This has been Half Moon Harbor, romantic women's fiction, Cliffside Point, Book 8. Written by Ellen Joy, narrated by Jennifer March. Copyright 2023 by Ellen Joy Author. Production copyright by Ellen Joy Author.